Chapter 832. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens did this for no other reason than to scare the crowd. Once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens were very lazy and didn't want to waste their time. Therefore, he pretended to be unapproachable in order to scare the crowd and make them behave themselves. The effect was indeed good. Seeing the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens' expression, the crowd didn't dare to move at all for fear of angering them. They just stayed outside the divine firmament palace and waited quietly. They weren't just afraid. The 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens didn't hide their cultivation at all. The magnificent aura that belonged only to the Daoist Taoist priests spread out from their bodies and pressed down on the crowd's hearts like a huge rock, bringing them great pressure. Facing the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens, the crowd felt as if they were facing the great Tao directly, as if they were the incarnation of the great Tao. Thinking of this, even the ignorant crowd knew that the 9 people in front of them were probably the legendary Daoist Taoist priests. Thinking of this, the crowd felt even more respect for the 9 divine lords of the 9 heavens. They didn't even dare to show a trace of dissatisfaction. The Daoist Taoist priests were standing outside the door. They were a group of Tai Dao lords. What was there to complain about? The crowd waited for another 400 years. It was less than 100 years before Leisha, the heavenly tribulation saint, would teach the great Tao. At this time, there were more than 2,000 cultivators gathered outside the divine firmament palace. Most of them were ancient creatures, and the newborn creatures barely made up 10%. 10,000 years was still a short time. Not many creatures could be born. Even if many creatures were born, it would be difficult for them to cultivate to the golden immortal or Tai Jingxian realm in such a short time. However, this wasn't all bad. At least the newborn creatures who could come to the divine firmament palace at this time all proved their excellence. They were born less than 10,000 years ago, but they already had the cultivation of top golden immortal or Tai Jingxian realm. If they were innate god fiends, it would be fine. But if they were innate creatures, their aptitude could be said to be quite extraordinary. Even now, the gates of divine firmament's palace still showed no signs of opening. It was unknown what they were waiting for. Although the crowd was puzzled, they didn't dare to ask. They just waited silently. In his heart, he thought, perhaps the divine firmament palace's doors will only open when the time is right. Just as everyone was thinking about this, the 9 brothers of the 9 firmament monarchs suddenly moved. They turned around and opened the door. After opening the door, Jiutianjun didn't let them in. He just stood outside the door respectfully with a faint smile on his face. No one knew what he was doing. Although everyone was puzzled, no one was tactful enough to ask. Their knowledge was limited, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Looking at the 9th heaven lord's expression, they could roughly guess what was going on. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds opened the gate and waited outside respectfully. As for who that great figure was and how powerful he was, the old creatures all knew. There was an 80% chance that a saint came. However, the new life form knew nothing about it. But it didn't matter if they didn't know. They could guess. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds had the same cultivation as the Daoist Taoist priests. He was already an unreachable figure in their eyes. Someone who even such a figure had to be respectful to was undoubtedly more terrifying than the Taoist priests. It was an existence beyond their knowledge. Just like the saints, these new life form didn't know what kind of realm they were in. In the inheritance they received, there was no such realm at all. They just instinctively thought that the saints should be a very powerful title. As for how powerful they were, they didn't know. But now they knew that the saints were definitely more powerful than the Daoist Taoist priests. Because the saint they were about to meet actually made the 9 Daoist Taoist priests welcome him outside. If they weren't more powerful than the Taoist priests, would they dare to do so? They guessed right. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds changed his attitude because the great figures were about to arrive. Now, the 9 of them represented the face of the Luai's lock. If they were to greet the other powerful beings with a straight face, the Luai's lock would definitely teach them a lesson. This time, they were there to make the Luai's lock proud, not to embarrass the Luai's lock. If they really messed it up, the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds didn't dare to be careless when he thought of the Luai's lock. He took out the etiquette he had practiced for many years and got ready to welcome the great figures from the Eldritch land. The saints were the rulers of the world, so they were naturally the last to arrive. Therefore, the great figures from the Eldritch land were the first to arrive. The Luai's lock becoming a saint was a big event in the Eldritch land. As long as they didn't hate the Luai's lock, they would come to watch the ceremony and congratulate the Luai's lock becoming a saint. There were many great figures in the Eldritch land. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds was an otaku who didn't go out all year round, so he didn't know most of them. Well, in fact, even the Luai's lock didn't know all the great figures from the Eldritch land, let alone them. After all, some of the great figures were really otaku, even more otaku than the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds. Some of them even stayed in seclusion for an eternity. They really didn't show up unless something big happened in the world. Some of the great figures didn't even want to show up when the world was destroyed. Those great figures were like that. Except for their peers, the powerful figures who were born later had never heard of their names, let alone know them. They couldn't even greet them when they met. Therefore, when the first group of great figures arrived at the Xianxia Palace, the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds raised his head. Good heavens, the 9 brothers didn't know any of them. However, it didn't matter if they didn't know their names, because it wasn't a problem for the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds. As long as they didn't know the great figures, they all called them seniors and invited them into the Xianxia Palace respectfully so that their masters could chat with them. It's not that the author can't think of names, it's just that there are too many people. As for whether their masters knew them or not, it had nothing to do with the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds. They were only responsible for welcoming the guests and didn't care about anything else. When the great figures arrived and saw the 9 Daoist Taoist priests standing in a row outside the door, they couldn't help but feel shocked. They felt that this new saint had hidden his strength too well. He had secretly taught 9 disciples at the level of Taoist priests. This was enough to make the Luai's lock one of the top 3 on the Eldritch land's master-teacher ranking. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds didn't know the great figures, so the people who came to listen to the sermon naturally didn't know them either. However, they had their own methods. When they saw the auras of the newcomers, which were as deep as the sea and as vast as the great Tao, they did not hesitate to call them Tao Lords. Those above the Daoist holy man, and even those below the saints, were all holy lords. There was nothing wrong with calling them that. After a few groups of people came and went, finally a few people that the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds knew came. The 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds had heard of great figures like Jianghu, the Queen Mother of the West, Patriarch Nether River, and Patriarch Kunpeng who often appeared in the untainted land. Not only the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds, but also many of the creatures who came to listen to the sermon had heard of their legends. Seeing Jianghu, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others come, the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds finally changed the way he addressed them. He called them great immortals, supreme gods, Taoist mothers, or demon masters. In short, they were all well-mannered. After a few more years, most of the great adepts had arrived, and it was finally time for the finale contestants to take the stage. The first one to come was the Heavenly Emperor, who was the closest to this place. He and the Jade Lake Heavenly Empress were riding a 7-colored auspicious cloud from the heavenly court. After the 2 of them arrived, before the 9th firmament master of the 9 clouds could speak, the people who came to listen to the sermon took the lead and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty and the Empress. We wish Your Majesty and the Empress a holy and boundless life. The old creatures all bowed. Although the new creatures did not know who they were, they also bowed. The people could not recognize the great figures, but they could not recognize the celestial emperor and the empress. Even if they did not recognize them, it did not matter. They were all Dao lords, and they still had the means to look at aura. The boundless emperor aura that symbolized the celestial emperor and the empress above Jade Lake's head could be recognized as long as one was not blind. Seeing such a phenomenon, one naturally knew that the celestial emperor had come without the need for others to tell them. Everyone, please rise. Walking down from the imperial chariot with Jade Lake, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian asked everyone to rise in a very friendly manner. As Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian's realm became closer to that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, his aura became more and more transcendent over the years. His majesty gradually faded, and he had a feeling that everything was not entangled in his heart. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing this, everyone stood up. At this moment, 8 more people came down from the imperial chariot. They were Yaoji and the 7 fairies. Good Lord, Hao Tian even brought his family with him this time. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Princess Royal and the 7 princesses." 9 Heavens Lord stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Jade Lake. Then, he nodded slightly as a greeting to the 7 fairies of Yaoji. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Jade Lake's cultivation was high, and her identity was honorable enough. Therefore, she accepted the greetings of the 9 brothers calmly. However, the 7 fairies of Yaoji slightly tilted their bodies, not daring to accept the greetings of the 9 brothers. The daughter of the celestial emperor was not as precious as the Daoist priests. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian looked up and down at 9 Heavens Lord and said with a sigh, "Are you the disciples of Daoist Xianxia? You are really extraordinary. All 9 of you are Daoist priests, immortal and indestructible. What a great fortune. Daoist Xianxia has really hidden himself well." 9 Daoist priests was nothing special. However, 9 Daoist priests of the same origin was a little scary. The origin was the same, which meant that if the 9 of them joined forces, there would be no hindrance. It was not as simple as 1 + 1. Just like in the ancient times, although the 12 ancestors of sorcerers were strong, they were not invincible individually. There were people who were on par with them, or even stronger. However, when the 12 ancestors of sorcerers joined forces, they were really invincible. Even Daoist ancestor Hongjun would frown. The 9 brothers looked like the Daluo Daoist priests. However, if they joined forces with the corresponding array, they could probably fight with the great medium. That was why Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian said that Luois had hidden himself well. He had such disciples, but he still hid them and did not show them to the public. If he had not achieved Taoism and used them as a front, the public would not have known about it. Taoist brother Hao Tian, you must be joking. They are just 9 good-for-nothing disciples. They don't deserve your praise. Luois walked out of the purple cloud palace and shouted at Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian from afar. Hearing that, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi were speechless. If such disciples were not good enough, what kind of disciples were good enough? Did they have to be the top great medium? Looking at Lei Zai's expression, although he said that he was a good-for-nothing, he could not hide the smug look on his face. This made Hao Tian and Yao Qi speechless. He was showing off his disciples, right? Okay. Please come in, Taoist friends. Luois did not care about their expressions and went forward to invite them into the divine cloud palace. With Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi's status, if Luois did not come out to welcome them, it would be impolite. Therefore, he walked out of the divine cloud palace to welcome them. However, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian rejected Luois' good intentions and said, "Taoist Ziwei and Taoist Gaochen are not here yet. Poor Wei will wait for them here and go in with them." Hearing that, Luois did not insist. He just stood with him and waited together. The ones who were coming next were all saints, and Luois had to welcome them personally. He did not plan to run around, so he just waited here. After Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, Saint Tai Ching came leisurely on the green ox. The green ox was formed by a wisp of connate clear qi. It was a primitive mutant. Saint Tai Ching liked it very much and took it as his mount. Following the Grand Pure One, the green ox could be considered to have obtained quite a lot of benefits and cultivated to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Yes, it was Daluo Jingxian, not Daluo Taoist priests. If it was really Daluo Taoist priests, he would not be a mount, not even a saint. How could the incarnation of the great Tao be a slave? This was blasphemy against the great Tao, and the blasphemer was destined to not have a good ending. Saints could force Daluo Taoist priests to do things for them, but they could not force Daluo Taoist priests to be slaves. That was it. Seeing Saint Tai Ching coming, Luoy's hurried to welcome him with Thunder Lord of Nine Heavens. The seven fairies and Yaoji also followed behind them. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian did not move. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian and Empress Hao Tian were the Heavenly Emperor and Empress. They were more powerful than the saints in name. Only the saints would welcome them. How could they welcome the saints? If the saints were not satisfied, they could take the case to the heavenly Tao. Even the saints could not win. Greetings, Taoist brother Tai Ching. After greeting the Tai Ching saint, Luoy's glanced at the 9 sky monarchs and said, "You guys, come and greet the Tai Ching saint." Greetings, Saint Tai Ching. The 9 brothers were helpless. For the sake of their master, they had to pretend to be obedient children and bowed to Saint Tai Ching. At this moment, Luoy's pretended to be helpless and said, "These are all inferior disciples. They are not good enough. Brother, please excuse us." Chapter 833. The Grand Pure One was originally very happy, but after hearing Lei Zhe's words, he could not help but freeze for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, fellow Daoist Changsheng, you really know how to joke. The 9 disciples of a sect are all Taoist priests. If such a disciple is still a joke, how many disciples in the 3 realms can be taken out? The effect of Lei Zhe showing off his disciples in front of the Grand Pure One was not as good as he had imagined. After all, the Grand Pure One's methods of teaching his disciples were not bad. He had Xuandu under him to support him. However, Lei Zhe did not care too much. He was not showing off his disciples to attack others. He was showing off and making himself proud. A sect with 9 Tao lords. This was the first among the sages to do so. Bringing it out to show off was a great boost to Luoy's reputation. Saints were immortal. Apart from making breakthroughs and obtaining primordial supreme treasures, only some glorious things could make them happy. What a boring life. Really, I'm not envious. Saint, please enter. Lei Zhe cupped his hands at the Grand Pure One and wanted to invite him into the hall. However, the Grand Pure One refused with a smile. He wanted to wait outside with Lei Zhe for the other fellow Daoists. Not long after, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning arrived. As the person who paid the most attention to ostentation in the primordial world, the appearance of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was quite extraordinary. How extraordinary was it? There was a poem as proof. The auspicious cloud above him was 30,000 feet tall, and he was covered in colorful clouds. A strange beast flew over as an armrest, holding the 3 treasure jade rui. The white crane led the way in front, followed by the red phoenix dancing immortal robe. The feather fan separated the clouds and mist, and the immortal child played the jade flute. The yellow-scarfed strongman listened to the imperial order, and smoke billowed. The immortals followed. The auspicious cloud above his head was covered in endless immortal light. In front, there were white cranes and green phoenixes opening the way. Behind, there were red phoenixes dancing. There were immortal children on his left and right, and there were 9 dragons pulling the carriage under his feet. Good fellow, even the Tao ancestors' trip was not as grand as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings. The 9 dragons' Agarwood carriage stopped, and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning walked out. An immortal crane flew over and landed under the heavenly lord's feet, turning into steps for him to walk down the carriage. Greetings, saint of primordial beginning. When the audience saw the primordial lord of heaven rushing over, they hurriedly bowed. The newborn creature was confused and did not know who the visitor was. However, seeing the grandeur of the visitor, he knew that the visitor was a top-notch big shot. Hence, he followed the old creature and bowed, "Greetings, Yuanshi saint." The new creatures were all stupefied. Didn't the inheritance say that the Daoist priests were the most powerful in this world? But were these people, whose auras were as terrifying as the great Tao, really Daoist priests? In that instant, the new creatures all knew that their understanding of this world was still too little. Forget about knowing many great figures, they hadn't even heard of them before. Thus, all of them decided in their hearts that they would definitely properly understand the history of the 3 dimensions once they returned. The 3 realms had just been reborn, so where did so many powerful figures come from? Could it be that there were even more ancient and unknown eras before the 3 realms? Their way of thinking was very good. Unfortunately, they who were born in the 3 dimensions were bound to be unable to understand the primeval times. Following the rebirth of the 3 realms, the primordial world had already become a thing of the past. That period of time had been sealed by the combined efforts of everyone. They had no choice, as there were too many dark histories. None of them wanted to ruin their heroic image, so they decided to work together to seal the primeval times history. There were some people and some things that they only needed to know and protect themselves. There was no need for more people to understand. The people of the 3 realms only needed to know about the 3 realms. The primeval times were not something they could know. If they really wanted to understand, there were many legends about the primeval times. Whether they were true or not, they could slowly guess. Greetings, Yuanshi saint. Master, Taiching saint, Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother are waiting for you outside the Divine Firmament Palace. Without waiting for Lei Zhe's instructions, the 9 heavenly lords had already walked over and greeted the Yuanshi saint from afar. Master? You are the longevity Daoist's disciples? Asked the Yuanshi saint uncertainly as he looked at the 9 Daoist priests of the same origin. The leader of the 9 heavenly lords, the Divine Firmament Heavenly Lord, nodded and replied, "Saint, my master is the southern extremity longevity the Arch." Hiss. Hearing that, the Yuanshi heavenly lord's face did not change at all, but he gasped in his heart. To think that the southern extremity longevity emperor would be able to nurture 9 Dao sovereign disciples without making any noise at all. This was truly a well-hidden secret. Brother Yuanshi, it's been a while. Just then, Lei Zhe walked out and shouted at the Yuanshi heavenly lord from afar. As he spoke, Lei Zhe suddenly sped up and arrived in front of the Yuanshi heavenly lord in a few steps. Brother Yuanshi, these are the 9 useless disciples of the poor way. What do you think of them? Are they good enough for you? Lei Zhe and the Yuanshi heavenly lord were not on good terms. That was because the Yuanshi heavenly lord's throne was snatched from the southern extremity immortal elder, the primeval heavenly lord's disciple. Because of that, the 2 of them were not on good terms. With that in mind, Lei Zhe did not mind angering the Yuanshi heavenly lord if he had the chance. And right now, there was an opportunity. If the Yuanshi heavenly lord had any regrets in his life, it would definitely be his disciples. Counting the 12 direct disciples under him, none of them were successful. Not to mention others, they could not even compare to the disciples of the tribe of Jia that he looked down on. It was a sad thing. Therefore, Lei Zhe's use of his disciples to provoke the Yuanshi heavenly lord was really effective. As soon as Lei Zhe finished speaking, the Yuanshi heavenly lord's expression changed. After a long while, he squeezed out a "not bad" from between his teeth. Not bad at all. If he could, the heavenly lord of the origin really wanted to say that the disciples of the Luai's Lock were trash. However, looking at the cultivation of the Master of the Nine Clouds and the Ninth Heaven Tao Master, he could not bring himself to say that. Today's situation was special. Lei Zhe could not go too far. After provoking the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord a little, he stopped provoking him and invited him to enter the Divine Cloud Palace. Looking at Lei Zhe's expression, those who did not know would think that the two of them were close. Lei Zhe's invitation was very sincere, but the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord still refused. The reason was the same as the previous few. He wanted to wait for the others to come and go together. Lei Zhe did not force him. He stood outside the door and waited with him. At this moment, the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot that the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord stopped outside the door suddenly lit up with a divine light. Then, the 9 dragons that pulled the chariot began to change. Gradually, they turned into 9 gods in golden armor. They formed a circle to protect the agarwood chariot. These 9 dragons were all 5-clawed golden dragons. They were all in the realm of Daoist Jingxian. Daoist Taoist priests would not become someone's mount, let alone pull a chariot. According to this, Daoist Jingxian was the strongest mount that could be possessed. 9 5-clawed divine dragons at the level of Daoist Jingxian pulling the chariot. The Yuanshi Heavenly Lord was really generous. Seeing this, everyone looked at the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot. Some of them even looked at it with envy. Well, those powerful mediums who entered the Divine Cloud Palace first all came out at this moment. Since the sages were waiting outside, they naturally could not sit inside. So they came out to wait together. Then, as soon as these powerful mediums came out, they saw the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord. It was really luxurious. To be honest, everyone was envious of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord's chariot. They were all prideful people. How majestic it would be to go out in such a luxurious chariot. Who would not want it? However, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. It was not difficult to find 9 Daoist Jingxian to pull the chariot. But it was not difficult to find 9 5-clawed golden dragons to pull the chariot. It was dangerous. 5-clawed golden dragons were the descendants of the ancestral dragon. Only the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord, as a sage, dared to let them pull the chariot. If it were anyone else, they would be killed by the ancestral dragon in minutes. The ancestral dragon was a sacred beast. Its strength was comparable to that of a sage. Although the sacred beasts of the 5 elements were suppressed in the 4-level land and could not come out unless the world was in chaos, that was a long time ago. Now, the world had changed several times, and the overall appearance had changed. Who knew how binding the oath of the past was now? Perhaps the rule of not coming out unless the world was in chaos had long been invalid. The sacred beasts of the 5 elements could come and go freely in the untainted land. It was just that no one knew it. This was not a baseless guess. It was based on evidence. At the end of the ancient times, the Tao Lords and the Chaos Demon God had a great war. The untainted land was smashed into pieces, but the sacred beasts of the 5 elements did not appear. Was this not proof that they were free from the constraints of the heavenly way? With this guess in mind, everyone could not help but be afraid of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements. Naturally, they did not dare to attack the 3 Khanate clans easily. Therefore, these powerful people could only envy a chariot like the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot. It was impossible for them to build an identical chariot. The chariot of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord was so dazzling that even Lei Zhe could not help but take a few more glances. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the face of the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord. As soon as he arrived at the Xianxia Palace, he was shown off by Lei Zhe's disciple. One could imagine how depressed he was. Now, with that gorgeous chariot, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord could regain some of his dignity. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord did not know what Lei Zhe was thinking. If he knew, he would not be able to smile. This was because Lei Zhe glanced at the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot not out of envy, but because he wanted to see the Yuanshi Heavenly Lord make a fool of himself later. What kind of joke? He was already here. Rumble. Inexplicably, heaven and earth shook. Khanate Daoist appeared together and hung in the sky. At the same time, billions of starlight fell and turned into a dazzling river of stars that slowly spread out in the void. In addition, auspicious clouds covered the sky. Auspicious qi filled the air. The heavenly way purple qi that represented the heavenly way appeared out of nowhere and spread out in the void. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, creating a myriad of phenomena. Khanate Daoist opened the way, billions of starlight paved the way, and the heavenly way purple qi fell. Seeing this phenomenon, everyone knew that great Emperor Ziwei had arrived. Only he could bear such a phenomenon. Before great Emperor Ziwei appeared, everyone, including the sages, took the initiative to welcome him. What was ostentatious? This was it. Before the person arrived, the phenomenon had already arrived. The sages even greeted him with cupped fists. In the untainted land, other than the ancestral lord, only great Emperor Ziwei was qualified to do so. Great Emperor Ziwei was the most virtuous in the untainted land. Even the heavenly way had to coax him and did not dare to offend him. Who's here? What a grand display. It's even grander than the sages. Could it be a sage too? Some newborn creatures were puzzled and asked curiously. Beside him, an old creature could not help but glance at him after hearing his words. He reminded him, "Don't talk too much. Great Emperor Ziwei is here. You must be more respectful later. You should know that disrespecting him will damage your luck at best. At worst, you will be punished by the heavens." Seeing that this person did not seem to be joking, the newborn creature, including those around him who did not know great Emperor Ziwei, was shocked. They did not dare to say anything more. They all bowed their heads respectfully and did not say a word. How powerful was great Emperor Ziwei? Just being disrespectful to him would cause them to be punished by the heavens. This kind of treatment was unheard of. Even a sage could not do this. For a moment, everyone could not help but be curious about great Emperor Ziwei. What kind of person was he to have such great ability? To have tens of thousands of Daoists open the way for him and have sages wait for him with cupped fists. While everyone was thinking, endless light suddenly rose from the end of the galaxy. It was extremely bright, like the sun. Amidst the dazzling light, an imperial chariot pulled by 9 dragons slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. 9 dragons pulling a chariot? Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously looked at Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Then, everyone realized the difference between the 2 chariots. There was an obvious difference. First of all, Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot was only an acquired supreme treasure. But great Emperor Ziwei's imperial chariot, if everyone was not mistaken, should be a top innate spiritual treasure. No one knew where great Emperor Ziwei found it. Secondly, the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for great Emperor Ziwei were much more powerful than the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for Lord of Heaven. Was the one who was stronger than Wuxia Xianxia and the Wuxia Taoist priests? No, he was stronger than the Wuxia Taoist priests. The patterns on the 9 dragons seemed to be naturally formed. They exuded the aura of the way. Endless mysteries intertwined, and the powerful force that emanated from their bodies was as vast as the great path. In front of the 9 dragons, many of the great divines present actually felt slightly threatened. This feeling was not wrong. Each of the 9 dragons pulling the chariot for great Emperor Ziwei had the power of a great master. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was truly earth-shattering. 9 great masters pulling the chariot. How heroic and domineering was that? Compared to this, Lord of Heaven's 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot, which they were envious of, was nothing. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone would be envious when they saw the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. But great Emperor Ziwei's 9 dragons' imperial chariot could only amaze and shock everyone. Although great Emperor Ziwei was strong, he could not make 9 Taoist priests pull his chariot for him. Moreover, they were Taoist priests of the dragon clan. This was something he could not do. Therefore, the ones pulling his chariot were not Daoist Taoist priests, nor were they dragons. Instead, they were innate ferocious beasts, 9 innate ferocious beasts whose strength was comparable to top great masters. Chapter 834. The primordial ancient dragon was the name of the 9-headed dragon that pulled the chariot for Ziwei the Great. They were formed from the blood essence of the primordial chaos ancient dragon. Although they had no spiritual intelligence, they were born with power comparable to the Daoist Taoist priests. Although these 9 dragons came from the same source, their attributes were completely different. They corresponded to the 9 attributes of yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder respectively. In order to capture them, Ziwei the Great spent a lot of effort. These 9 primordial ancient dragons did not live in the wilderness. Instead, they lived in 9 special innate secret realms. Fortunately, Zhouxing had the ability to monitor the heavens. Otherwise, Ziwei the Great would not have been able to find their whereabouts. These 9 barbaric ancient dragons had been living in their birthplace ever since they were born. They had never taken a step out of their special innate secret realms. Every day, they would eat and sleep after they were full, and eat after they were well rested. They were very carefree. However, in the end, their bloodline was powerful, and they did not cultivate much. Naturally, they had the power that was on par with the great divine masters. Unfortunately, they were targeted by Ziwei the Great, who should have continued to live leisurely. Their peaceful lives were disrupted because of this. Although the power comparable to a great medium was not weak, it was nothing in front of Ziwei the Great. They were easily suppressed by him. With a raise of his hand, Ziwei the Great suppressed 9 primordial ancient dragons with strength comparable to a great medium and took them as mounts to pull the chariot. Ziwei the Great did not even let go of the innate secret realm that nurtured the 9 dragons. He moved it to the boundless starry sky. Where did Ziwei the Great's supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the imperial chariot, come from? Wasn't it refined by fusing the innate spiritual treasures nurtured by the 9 innate secret realms? 9 primordial ancient dragons pulling the chariot. That was luxurious enough, wasn't it? However, this was not the most luxurious part. Although the 9 dragons had different attributes, they came from the same source. In other words, when the 9 dragons joined forces and merged into one, they could transform into a primordial chaos ancient dragon to fight the enemy. It was truly ferocious. Everyone obviously thought of this as well. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. Ziwei the Great's generosity was truly outrageous. Greetings, fellow Daoists. After Great Emperor Ziwei arrived, he first scanned everyone's faces before returning the greeting. After greeting everyone, Great Emperor Ziwei glanced at the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot of the Yuanshi Tianzuan with a faint smile. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was enough to make the Yuanshi Tianzuan's face darken. To be honest, the reason why Great Emperor Ziwei used 9 dragons to pull his chariot was to imitate Lord Yuanshi. It was just that this imitation was too good, much better than the real one, and far better than the real one. After Great Emperor Ziwei arrived, he had just stepped out of the imperial chariot when thousands of spirits suddenly appeared in the distance. Another imperial chariot was slowly approaching. The saint emperors of the human race had arrived. Everyone went forward and saw the human race's Saint Emperor Feng Zichen, Her Highness Nuwa, and Heavenly Emperor Fuxi in a carriage heading towards Divine Firmament Palace. When a human emperor traveled, the atmosphere was even more extraordinary. In front of them were thousands of spirits clearing the way, and above their heads were the canopies of the 5 emperors. Behind them were the 2 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, and many other great mediums. When everyone's power was combined, it created a boundless atmosphere that shook the heavens and the earth. After Feng Zichen, it was Dong Huangtai. This former number one master of the primitive world, even without his past glory, was still quite extraordinary. He came alone. There were no strange phenomena around him, but in the eyes of all living beings, he seemed to be the center of the world, and everything in the world revolved around him. Finally, it was the two saints of the West. These two saints knew that they were poor and couldn't compare to the people of the East. They didn't want to compete with the people of the East, so they came in a very low-key manner. Goddess Hutu rarely left the underworld. Even a big event like Luai's becoming a saint wasn't enough to alarm her. However, she was still one of the four Imperials. For this reason, although Goddess Hutu didn't come in person, she still sent her incarnation, the Hutu Emperor, to come and congratulate him. In this way, all the saints and many primordial chaos experts were considered to have arrived. Luai's didn't hesitate anymore. He led everyone into the divine firmament palace and arranged their seats. Then, he asked the ninth heaven lord to call in the people who came to listen to the sermon. And this day happened to be the 10,000th year of the primitive world. It was also the day of Luai's sermon. Everyone came in. There were exactly 3,000 people, no more, no less. 90% of them were creatures of the primitive world, and 10% were creatures of the three realms. Luai's wasn't surprised. The three realms had only been born for 10,000 years, and there weren't many creatures born. It was already very good that so many people came. When he first became a saint, Luai's was quite optimistic about the creatures of the three realms. He planned to find some outstanding people to nurture so that they could help him take care of the ninth heaven. But he didn't expect that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The birth of the Buzhou divine race made Luai's see another possibility. It wasn't a bad idea to let this race take care of the ninth heaven and become the heavenly tribulation emissaries. Whether it was in terms of background or identity, they were quite suitable. Because of this, Luai's, who had been optimistic about the creatures of the three realms, suddenly didn't care about them. Having the Buzhou divine race was enough for him. He didn't need to spend so much effort to find talents from the creatures of the three realms. It saved him a lot of trouble. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Luai's sermon came to an end. The creatures who came were mixed with good and bad people. Luai's didn't think much of them. Therefore, after the sermon, Luai's didn't ask them to stay. He let them leave. The saints didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the divine firmament palace to discuss the Tao with Luai's. Next, in a few thousand years, it would be Fuxi's turn to give a sermon. Everyone was going to go there. Because of this, they couldn't be bothered to go home again. They might as well wait for a while at Luai's place. After the sermon, they would go to the Emperor City to congratulate Fuxi. After all, he was a fellow Daoist in the past. He was also the first being in the three realms to achieve the Tao. The saints had to give him face. A few thousand years was just a blink of an eye in the saints' eyes. But in the eyes of some creatures, a few thousand years wasn't short. During this period of time, quite a few new Xiantian lifeforms had been born in the three dimensions. The first one was born. In their minds, other than the heavenly path inheritance, there was also the news of Fuxi Daoist Master's sermon. Although they didn't know why, these newly born creatures instinctively knew that this was a rare opportunity. Therefore, without any hesitation, these living beings quickly rushed towards the central God province after stabilizing their cultivation. Fuxi was the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, not a saint. He didn't need to be as particular as Luai's. Therefore, he didn't need to limit the number of people who could attend. It was really a convenient place for those who were fated to attend. Because of this, countless creatures gathered at the foot of Sky-Gazing Peak. It was simply a sea of people. Among them, the human race made up the most of the population. It couldn't be helped. After all, the human race had the geographical advantage. The closer they were, the faster they would come. Of course, this was all part of Fuxi's plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set the location of his sermon at Emperor City. His sermon this time was mainly for the human race. As for the other creatures, they were really just incidental. Where was Emperor City? It was the center of the Central God Province and also the center of the human race. Countless humans lived around it. There were no traces of other races at all. If Fuxi were to preach here, it would be good if 1 in 10,000 creatures who came to listen to his sermon were from another race. Under such circumstances, they could still come to listen to Fuxi's sermon. It had to be said that they were truly fated to be here. They had a great fate with Fuxi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come to Sky Gazing Peak. After calculating the time, everyone left Divine Firmament Palace together and rushed to Sky Gazing Peak. They each found a seat and sat down. This time, everyone came together. They didn't have any thoughts of competing. Instead, it was very harmonious. Soon, Fuxi's sermon began. It was different from Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe mainly talked about the innate Tao of thunder and then the Tao of calamities. He explained the principles of the various calamities in the world. Fuxi talked about the Tao of innate 8 trigrams. Then, from the innate 8 trigrams, he extended the principles of the universe's evolution. He explained the various principles of the universe to the world. Comprehending by analogy was what all living beings learned. Unlike Lei Zhe and Fuxi, after listening to their sermon, they also gained a lot and their cultivation improved by 1 or 2 points. To be honest, listening to Fuxi and Lei Zhe's sermon didn't mean much to the saints. But to those with great divine abilities, it had an extraordinary meaning. Because they were all in the Sage-to-Be realm. They had reached the extreme and were about to break through the realm of primordial Daoist Jingxian. They, who were in this special realm, needed to accumulate experience. Any great path could be used as a reference for them. If they could gain 1 or 2 points of understanding from the sermon, then their chances of breaking through to primordial Daoist Jingxian would increase by 1 or 2 points. This was also the reason why Fuxi's Lei Zhe Dao lecture attracted so many powerful cultivators to listen in. They wanted to break through the realm of primordial Daoist Jingxian, so they didn't want to let go of any opportunity to accumulate experience. The great mediums in the untainted land were all proud and arrogant people. None of them intended to forcefully attain the primordial chaos Tao fruit. They all thought that as long as their foundation was strong enough, they would naturally be able to break through to the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. This way, primordial Daoist Jingxian would not only be strong enough, but also be able to break through several small realms. Should they break through to primordial Daoist Jingxian directly and then slowly level up, or should they temporarily suppress their realms and gain more when breaking through to primordial chaos? In everyone's hearts, they were all very smart. Was there even a need to say how they would choose? They had waited for hundreds of millions of years. What was a few million years more? Fuxi's sermon was the same as Lei Zhe's. It lasted for 3,000 years. Fuxi was used to being alone and didn't have any intention of taking in disciples. Therefore, after the sermon, he dismissed everyone. After that, the powerful beings bid farewell to Fuxi one after another. After listening to the sermons of 2 primordial chaos experts, they had also gained a lot. It was time to go back into seclusion for a period of time to organize their recent gains. However, these powerful beings had good thoughts, but they didn't have the time to go into seclusion. That was because not long after they returned to their cave abodes, the Grand Pure One's grand voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Poor Wei Pangu perfected Tai Ching will preach the Tao on Mount Shouyang of the East Continent in 10,000 years. Anyone in the 3 realms who is fated can come and listen. Not long after the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the voice of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning sounded between heaven and earth. Poor Wei Pangu perfected Yuqing will preach the Tao on Mount Kunlun of the East Continent in 20,000 years. Anyone in the three realms who is fated can come and listen. As soon as the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning finished speaking, the voice of the Grand Master of Heaven sounded, Poor Wei Pangu perfected Xianxia will preach the Tao on Golden Ao Island of the East Continent in 30,000 years. Anyone in the three realms who is fated can come and listen. After the three pure ones, the voices of the two saints of the West also sounded, Poor Wei Daoist Jia of the West will preach the Tao on Mount Meru of the Aparagodania continent in 40,000 years. Anyone in the three realms who is fated can come and listen. Poor Wei Daoist Juanti of the West will preach the Tao on Mount Meru of the Aparagodania continent in 50,000 years. Anyone in the three realms who is fated can come and listen. After the five saints, Goddess Nuwa, who had never shown her face, actually spoke, Poor Wei Nuwa perfected Nuwa of the palace of Empress Hua will preach the Tao in 60,000 years. Anyone in the three realms who is fated can come and listen to the Tao on Mount Feng of the central divine region. That was not the end. Even Goddess Hutu spoke, Poor Wei Pangu perfected Hutu will preach the Tao in 70,000 years on account of the fact that it is not easy for the living beings of the three realms to cultivate. Anyone who is fated can come and listen to the Hutu shrine of the Nanzhan continent. The moment the seven saints finished speaking, everyone was surprised. They did not understand why the seven saints would preach the Tao at the same time. However, this was also a good thing. After listening to the seven saints preach the Tao, their chances of breaking through to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would undoubtedly be much higher. However, these great beings did not know that the seven saints preached the Tao not because they wanted to, but because it was a task given to them by the heavenly Tao. They wanted them to preach the Tao for the living beings of the three realms and open up the wisdom of all living beings. This was different from Lei Zhe's preaching. Lei Zhe's preaching of the Tao was originally to take in disciples. Therefore, he limited the number of people to 3,000. However, the seven saints preached the Tao to open up the wisdom of all living beings and preach the truth of the Tao. Therefore, they focused on the wide range and not on the quality. Like Fuxi, they could open up the door for anyone who was fated to come and listen. In 70,000 years, seven saints preached the Tao. On average, one saint preached the Tao every 10,000 years. When the living beings of the three realms heard this news, they were so happy that they almost went crazy. What kind of era was this that seven saints preached the Tao at the same time? If the heavenly tribulation saint and heavenly emperor Fuxi were included, it would be 9 supreme experts preaching the Tao at the same time. Such a scene was probably not even seen when the 6 saints had just attained the Tao. It was really unique. For a moment, the living beings of the three realms were extremely excited. They felt that the Tao was right in front of them. A prosperous era. A resplendent era. Chapter 835. In the blink of an eye, 70,000 years had passed. At this moment, more than half of the living beings born in the three realms had been born. The originally extremely empty three realms gradually showed some signs of life. The seven saints' Tao preaching had also ended not long ago. Fortunately, with the help of the saints' Tao preaching, the newborn living beings of the three realms not only understood the realm after Daluo Taoist priests, but also knew the current situation of the three realms and the division of the major factions. They had finally gotten rid of their illiterate status. It was truly a joyous occasion. Apart from that, due to the seven saints' Tao preaching, many experts had also appeared in the world. When Feng Zichen was bored, he counted. In 70,000 years, a total of 120,000 Khanate Tao lords had been born. Among these 120,000 Khanate Tao lords, about 100,000 of them had broken through after being inspired by the saints' Tao preaching. The saints' Tao preaching was truly boundless. It had given birth to so many experts in the three realms. Feng Zichen was very happy about this. Of course he was delighted. More than a third of the 120,000 Xiantian Tao lords belonged to the human race. Other than the seven saints' Tao preaching, Feng Zichen had personally rushed over when Goddess Nuwa and Goddess Hudu were preaching. He had not been present when the other saints, namely the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, were preaching. However, although Feng Zichen did not go, the human experts did not miss a single one. Not only did they go, but they also went in groups, bringing all the geniuses of the human clan with them. Although it was a little ugly on the surface, it was all for the development of the race. It was not embarrassing at all. On the contrary, the human experts were willing to go all out for the sake of the race. They had the demeanor of the 2 saints of the West. With the 2 saints of the West as role models, the human experts naturally did not feel embarrassed. Moreover, listening to the saints' Tao preaching would not form karma, so why not listen? It would be a waste not to listen. Even a blade of grass could become an immortal after listening to the saints' Tao preaching, let alone the human prodigies. Moreover, they had not only listened to one saint's Tao preaching. Including Fushi's Tao preaching, they had listened to 8 saints' Tao preaching. 8 sages' sermons. It was equivalent to these human skyprides going through the baptism of 8 great Daoists. Even the slightest bit of comprehension would benefit them endlessly. Moreover, if they still couldn't make any breakthroughs, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called geniuses of the human race. Nearly 50,000 Xiantian Tao lords had been born. This was an excellent result. At the very least, the human race's foundation would improve significantly. However, although many Tai Daoist lords had been born in the past 70,000 years, not a single Daluo Taoist priests had been born. Although the 3 realms were growing increasingly prosperous, it was even more difficult for Taoist priests to prove their Tao and transcend the river of destiny. There were 2 reasons for this. First, it was because there were already enough primordial Taoist priests in the world. Counting those Xiantian Taoist priests who had fallen, almost every Xiantian Tao was marked by a few Taoist priests. It had been said before that the path of Tao validation had always been the easiest for the first person. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. This was because the more marks one left, the harder it would be to prove a Xiantian Tao. Unless one's background was powerful enough to make a Tao master go easy on them, one would have to obediently endure the attacks of the Taoist priests' marks if they wanted to prove their Tao. Only by making it through could one successfully prove their Tao. If they couldn't, then sorry. Not only would they fail to prove their Tao, but in serious cases, they might even die. Proving one's Tao after another had always been a very dangerous thing. Therefore, it was also an advantage to be born early. In the past 70,000 years, many peak Tao lords had tried to prove their Tao and transcend the river of destiny to become the indestructible Taoist priests. Unfortunately, they all failed and most of them died in the struggle for Tao. The power of a Xiantian Tao was ultimately limited. Many Xiantian Taoist priests didn't want to see latecomers prove their Tao. Back then, when Soaring proved his Tao, if not for the protection of the sacred beast Zhu Yan, who warned the many Taoist priests of the Xiantian fire Tao, Soaring might not have been able to achieve Tao so easily. Even Feng Zichen had to go all the way to the great chaos outside the primordial world to prove his Tao, not daring to do so in the primordial world. The cruelty of the struggle for Tao could be seen from this. Apart from the struggle for Tao, there was another tribulation in the 3 realms era to prove one's Daluo Tao, and that was the tribulation of merit. In the 3 realms, not everyone could prove their Tao just because they wanted to. They also needed to have the qualifications. Only those with merit were qualified to prove their Tao. How much merit was needed? It wasn't much. If one really had to describe it, it could be said that if this merit was used on an ordinary person, it could raise him from a mortal with no dermic powers to the level of Daluo Jingxian. Note that it was Daluo Jingxian, not Daluo Taoist priests. The difference between the 2 was more than 10,000 times. In the eyes of Feng Zichen and company, this amount of merit was nothing. It could be said to be pitifully low. However, in the eyes of the living beings of the 3 realms, this amount of merit was an astronomical figure. It was enough for them to accumulate for millions of years. In this era, there were just too few ways to obtain merit. They could only start from small matters and accumulate it bit by bit. Only by accumulating enough merit would one have the qualifications to prove their Dao. This was the threshold of Dao validation. Although the struggle for Dao was dangerous, if one did not accumulate enough merit, they would not even have the qualifications to participate in the struggle for Dao. If one did not accumulate enough merit and chose to forcefully prove their Dao, what would happen? It was simple. First, congratulations on gaining the attention of a saint. The newly ascended saint, Luoyes, would cast a wisp of his spiritual will, bringing heavenly punishment, to let the world know the consequences of defying the heavenly Dao. The path of Dao validation was difficult. Difficult. Merit and the struggle for Dao were the two mountains in the hearts of many peak Dao lords. If they could not move them, they would not be able to prove their Dao. They would not be able to transcend the long river of fate and cultivate to the realm of the immortal Daoist Taoist priests. On the sky-gazing peak, Feng Zichen stood alone at the peak of the mountain and looked down at the billions of mountains and rivers. Everything in the world appeared clearly in front of his eyes. No divine ability or array formation could block his vision. He was just that powerful. With this glance, he could see everything in the world. Inevitably, the figures of many peak Dao lords who were in seclusion appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. Looking at them bitterly searching for the great Dao, unable to obtain it and scratching their ears and cheeks, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. At the same time, his heart seemed to be touched and trembled inexplicably. Then, Feng Zichen vaguely understood that his opportunity seemed to have arrived. Opportunity? Thinking to this point, Feng Zichen withdrew his thoughts and began to think carefully. At his level, what opportunity in the three realms could resonate with him? Out of curiosity, Feng Zichen began to calculate. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of a grand bell, Donghuang Taiyi's voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Poor Wei Taiyi has sensed that it is not easy for foreign species to cultivate, so he has decided to preach the great Tao in the North Continent Sun God Palace 10,000 years later. All sentient and heartless beings in the three realms can come and listen to the great Tao if they are fated. Taiyi's voice came suddenly, and Feng Zichen's thoughts were inevitably interrupted. However, he was not angry. He only looked at the North Continent playfully. It was not easy for foreign species to cultivate? Interesting, really interesting. Taiyi was actually going to preach the great Tao for foreign species. Did he sense the threat of the human race and could not wait to target the human race? What was a foreign species? It was very simple. Apart from the witch race and the human race, everyone else was a foreign species. Taiyi's purpose for preaching the great Tao to the foreign species was very obvious. He wanted to rope in the foreign species to target the human race. Otherwise, Taiyi's words just now would not be about how difficult it was for the foreign species in the three realms to cultivate, but how difficult it was for all living beings in the three realms to cultivate. With one word, he excluded the human race and the witch race. Taiyi was also a good person. No, the purpose of Taiyi's preaching should not be so simple. For some reason, Feng Zichen felt that something was wrong. Donghuang Taiyi was Feng Zichen's greatest imaginary enemy, and there was no other. Ever since Feng Zichen stepped into the door of cultivation, he had always been afraid of Donghuang Taiyi and Di Jun. For this, Feng Zichen had seriously studied Donghuang Taiyi and knew that he was a very proud and powerful person. Of course, he did not lack wisdom. It was just that he rarely used his wisdom. Because Taiyi was too strong. In his eyes, there was no problem that the bell of chaos could not solve. If there was, he would ring the bell of chaos a few more times. Taiyi's strength concealed his wisdom. However, this did not mean that he was a boorish man. On the contrary, how could someone in Taiyi's position be a boorish man? How could a boorish man suppress all the geniuses of the same generation and make them unable to raise their heads and feel inferior? Tai was a person with great wisdom. Therefore, his actions must have a deep meaning. If he wanted to deal with the human race, it was far from enough to rope in the foreign species. The human race occupied the best place and the best resources in the three realms. In addition, the human race was especially fertile. Therefore, the human race's development speed would only be faster than that of the foreign species. One had to know that the human race was the protagonist of the world. All the foreign species would be suppressed by an invisible force. The most typical example was that although the foreign species' combat strength was strong, their cultivation speed was slow and their fertility was extremely low. The human race had never treated any race with low fertility as an opponent because there was no need. Although Donghuang Tai was trying to rope in the foreign species, the effect was probably not very good. Although the foreign species were strong, they could only cause some trouble for the human race. They could not be a threat to the human race. On the contrary, Donghuang Tai's actions of roping in the foreign species and becoming enemies with the human race would probably backfire. In the era of the three realms, the human race was basically invincible. No race was a match for the human race. For this, Feng Zichen was very worried. One had to know that a race without an opponent was not far from decline. However, Donghuang Tai's actions had nurtured an enemy like the foreign species for the human race. Although it would bring some trouble to the human race, it could also stimulate the human race's fighting spirit. According to this calculation, the benefits clearly outweighed the disadvantages. It was impossible for Donghuang Tai not to understand such a simple logic. However, he still did it. Then what was his goal? Why did he do such a thankless thing? It was clearly not worth it for Donghuang Tai to do so just to rope in the foreign species. Wait, rope in. Suddenly, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something. Donghuang Tai's lecture this time was probably not to rope in the foreign species, but the many great mystical abilities of the primordial world. How was he going to rope in the great mystical abilities? It was simple. First, he would invite everyone over to listen to the Tao. Then, during the lecture, he would talk about his insights when he broke through to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, as well as his understanding of the primordial chaos realm. This way, if the great mystical abilities had any insights, they would owe Donghuang Tai a favor. With this favor, even if they were not roped in by Tai, it would not be easy for them to become enemies with him in the future. In this way, Tai's goal would be achieved. In order to deal with the human race and the Magi, Tai would definitely think of a way to revive the ancient demon god Ndi Jun. Unfortunately, the great mystical abilities would definitely not be willing to see the demon race return to its peak. For this reason, if Donghuang Tai wanted to revive the ancient demon god Ndi Jun, everyone would definitely stop him and destroy his actions. However, that was in the past. If everyone owed Tai a favor, it would not be easy for them to attack him and stop him from reviving the ancient demon god Ndi Jun. In fact, in order to end this karma, they would even secretly help Tai. The karma of achieving the Tao was not just a saying. If someone really understood the opportunity to achieve the Tao because of Tai's words, then this karma would be greatly owed. Even if they did not want to be tied to the demon race, in order to repay the karma, they would have to walk on the demon race's chariot. Tai's plan was very brilliant. How was it brilliant? This was an open scheme. Even if the great mystical abilities knew Tai's plan, they would not choose not to go. This was because the temptation of achieving the Tao was too great. No one could refuse it. In addition, the saints were also involved. Because the heavenly Tao did not like primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, when the saints preached the Tao, they did not mention anything about the primordial chaos realm. In other words, other than Tao ancestor Hongjun, this was the first time Tai had talked about the Tao of primordial chaos. The great mystical abilities had no room to refuse. If they missed this opportunity, who knew if there would be another one? Therefore, they would definitely go. Similarly, the saints would not stop them from going to Tai's place to listen. If they really blocked the way, it would be the enmity of blocking the Tao. The consequences were too severe. Even the saints did not dare to do it. At this time, even if Feng Zichen also announced that he was about to talk about the Tao of primordial chaos, it would be too late. This was because, although they were both talking about the Tao of primordial chaos, Feng Zichen was completely at a disadvantage in front of Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai was from the celestial sect of wonders. His method of achieving the Tao was the most orthodox method of severing three corpses. It was also the path that the great mystical abilities of the celestial sect of wonders were taking. It was the most suitable method for the great mystical abilities of the celestial sect of wonders. As for Feng Zichen's method of achieving the Tao, it was a method of achieving the Tao through strength. It was the most difficult method to achieve the Tao. In comparison, if Feng Zichen and Dong Huangtai preached at the same time, wouldn't it be obvious who the great mystical abilities from the celestial sect of wonders would listen to? Who would not listen to the orthodox method of achieving the Tao and come to the human race to listen to Feng Zichen talk about how to achieve the Tao through strength? Wouldn't that be crazy? Chapter 836. Feng Zichen would not do something that would humiliate himself. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen turned around and returned to the human emperor palace. It was time for him to prepare for the sermon. Just now, through the actions of the Dong Huangtai, he had already understood where his opportunity should be. It was on the matter of the sermon. The Khanate Tao ancestor, Daoist Hongjun, had once preached the Tao in the chaotic purple cloud palace in outer space. Thus, he had started the prosperity of the primordial world and the glory of the immortal Tao. He had also established his supreme status as a Tao ancestor. After that, the heavenly Tao ancestor, Feng Zichen, other than passing down the Tao of the God-fiend and martial Tao, he did not seem to have preached the Tao to all living beings, nor did he start the postnatal era. As for the glory of the postnatal era, it had never happened. Now, although the three realms were prosperous, it continued the glory of the Khanate era, the glory of Tao ancestor Hongjun. It could not be said that it had nothing to do with the postnatal era and Feng Zichen. It could only be said that it had little to do with it. That would not do. How could the Khanate Tao be popular in the postnatal era? Yes, the postnatal Tao was inferior to the Khanate Tao. This was where the postnatal Tao was inferior to the Khanate Tao. It was also its greatest disadvantage. For this reason, even Feng Zichen, who was the postnatal Tao ancestor, cultivated the Khanate Tao. However, this could not deny the postnatal Tao. Even someone as strong as Feng Zichen could not make the postnatal Tao stronger than the Khanate Tao. However, he could make the postnatal Tao the foundation of cultivating the Khanate Tao and transform the postnatal Tao into the Khanate Tao. One had to know that there was no sword Tao in the primordial world. It was Feng Zichen who created the sword Tao and reversed it from the postnatal Tao to the Khanate Tao. He embedded it in the origin of the world and became one of the cornerstones of the world. That was why the primordial world had the sword Tao, the Khanate sword Tao. Feng Zichen was very experienced in reversing the postnatal Tao. And his opportunity was related to this. The Khanate Tao was extremely powerful, but difficult to cultivate. The postnatal Tao was easy to cultivate, but it was not as powerful as the Khanate Tao. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to pass down the method of reversing the acquired path into the innate path. Let all living beings build their foundation with the post-celestial Tao, and when the time was ripe, they could then cultivate the pre-celestial Tao. This was Feng Zichen's opportunity, his merit, and his duty as the post-celestial Tao ancestor. Just like the Khanate Tao ancestor, Daoist Hongjun, who preached in the Purple Cloud Palace and opened the door to the Tao for the Khanate lifeforms. The post-celestial Tao ancestor, Feng Zichen, should also pass down the great Tao and open the door to the great Tao for the countless post-celestial beings. Only by fulfilling his duty could Feng Zichen be considered a true post-celestial Tao ancestor, respected by both heaven and earth. The Ho Tian living beings had been waiting for a long time, and it was time for Feng Zichen to fulfill his duty as the Ho Tian Dao ancestor. Taking advantage of the time when Donghuang Tai was preaching, Feng Zichen could organize his own understanding so that he could organize a suitable transformation method and impart it to the masses. In the blink of an eye, 13,000 years had passed. At this time, Donghuang Tai's preaching finally came to an end. Not long after everyone left the Demon Imperial Palace, Feng Zichen's voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth, resounding in every corner of the three realms. The poor Wei Panga Zichen clan feels that it is not easy for the post-celestial beings to cultivate, so I have decided to preach the great Tao 10,000 years later. Anyone who cultivates the post-celestial Tao can come to the Tree of World to listen. The moment Feng Zichen's voice fell, all the living beings in the three realms who cultivated the post-celestial Tao suddenly had a mysterious feeling, as if their opportunity was about to arrive. Whim. The whim that was unique to cultivators. With this feeling, it meant that the sage emperor of the human clan's preaching had an opportunity to prove their Tao. Thinking of this, all the post-celestial cultivators went crazy. Almost without any hesitation, they each used their magic and flew towards the central divine province. Although there were still 10,000 years before the sage emperor of the human clan's preaching, everyone was afraid that they would not be able to find a seat if they were late. Therefore, they did not dare to hesitate at all. They flew as fast as they could to the central divine province. As for where the Tree of World was, everyone in the three realms knew this. The Tree of World was in the center of the central divine province, which was also the center of the three realms. It was the second sacred land of the primordial world. It was said that cultivating under the Tree of World would increase the chances of proving one's Tao by 30% compared to the outside world. What did 30% mean? One had to know that many people failed to prove their Tao, and the difference was only 10%. With an increase of 30%, more than 80% of the Tai Dao lords in the primordial world would be able to prove their Tao. Daoist Taoist priests. If this was not a sacred land, then what could be called a sacred land? Unfortunately, such a sacred land could only be ranked second and not first. One really did not know how extraordinary the number one sacred land of the three realms was. As for where the number one sacred land was and what it was, no one in the three realms knew. Some said it was the Dao ancestors' purple cloud palace, some said it was the great Emperor Ziwei's boundless starry sky, some said it was the Dongxing divine province's Kunlun mountain, or the former Buzhou sacred mountain, and some even said there was no such thing as the number one sacred land. In short, there were many theories, but none of them could be conclusive. No one with great divine abilities came out to tell them what the number one sacred land of the three realms was. In any case, it was very mysterious, and everyone had been guessing. However, although no one knew what the number one sacred land of the three realms was, everyone knew that the number two sacred land of the three realms was under the Tree of World. Because of this, many people rushed to the central divine province at this time. They might have the intention to take the opportunity to cultivate under the Tree of World. That was under the Tree of World. Who did not want to cultivate under it? However, without the permission of the sage emperor of the human clan, even saints could not approach it, let alone these ordinary cultivators. Today, all the living beings of the three realms knew what a saint was. They were the peak of the three realms, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, the controller of the universe, an unattainable existence. Naturally, no one dared to have any delusions about a place that even saints could not approach. But now, the situation was different. The sage emperor of the human clan wanted to preach under the Tree of World. Naturally, he would not stop them from cultivating under the Tree of World. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Of course, they had to seize it tightly. Cultivating under the Tree of World for a day was better than cultivating in the mortal world for 100 years. It could be said that there were two opportunities for Feng Zichen to preach the Tao this time. The first was the Tao he wanted to preach, and the second was under the Tree of World. It was with this idea that many cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao also rushed to the central divine province. Even if they could not hear the Tao, being able to cultivate under the Tree of World was also an opportunity. Unfortunately, cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao were destined to be disappointed. This time, Feng Zichen said that he wanted to preach the Tao for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao, so he only preached the Tao for them. Cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao could not enter the area covered by the Tree of World. Normally, Feng Zichen might not be so stingy. But it was different now. After the news that he was going to preach the Tao under the Tree of World spread, the number of Khanate living beings who came would be beyond imagination. In order to make room for these cultivators, it was better to let the cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao stay behind for the time being. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun had to talk about relationships. As a human, Feng Zichen was no exception. In fact, it was even more serious than Tao ancestor Hongjun. After Feng Zichen preached the Tao, anyone who cultivated the Khanate Tao or was born as a Khanate living being would be counted as his disciples and grand disciples. But cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao were not. Wouldn't this relationship become estranged all of a sudden? The saints knew far more about Feng Zichen's preaching than the people of the world. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the saints had already seen the purpose of Feng Zichen's action from the heavenly secrets. The Khanate Tao ancestor was finally going to fulfill his duty and step onto the path he should take. He would open the door to the great Tao for all living beings in the Khanate world and start his own glorious era. However, seeing was one thing. Just like how the saints could not stop the Eastern Emperor Tai from preaching the Tao, they could not stop Feng Zichen from preaching the Tao. The prosperity of the Khanate living beings was the general trend. It could not be reversed or changed. Feng Zichen preaching the Tao to the world was an act of following the heavens. Those who were his enemies would be going against the trend and would not be able to escape the fate of being crushed. The saints naturally would not do such a stupid thing. On Mount Kunlun, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning pondered for a while. Suddenly, he ordered the white crane boy to summon all his disciples other than Jade Capital. They were the 8 golden immortals of Chan school and a few in-name disciples. These disciples had a few things in common. Firstly, they all had Daoist Jinxian's realm. Secondly, they all cultivated the Khanate Tao. In other words, if they went to listen to Feng Zichen's preaching, they would all benefit. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had asked them to come here for this. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning knew that without his permission, his disciples would not go even if the opportunity was right in front of them. However, his disciples could choose not to go, but as their master, he could not ignore it. He had already delayed them for too long. He could not let them continue to delay. Otherwise, these disciples would really be crippled. With that thought in mind, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could not help but say, "This time, fellow Daoist Gaochen will preach the Tao personally. This time, all of you will follow me." Feng Zichen's preaching of the Tao was probably the only chance for the golden immortals of Chan school to attain the Tao. If they missed it, their future would be unpredictable. No, it was not unpredictable. They would just be surpassed by the juniors one by one. It was truly miserable. It was truly worse than death. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning also knew that he could not ruin their opportunity this time. Otherwise, if this continued, the relationship between master and disciple would really be gone. No matter how deep their relationship was, it would become thinner after experiencing so many things. If they became enemies, it would really become the biggest joke in the primordial world. "Thank you for your help, Master." After hearing the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's words, the immortals of Chan school hurriedly bowed with joy. With their intelligence, it was naturally not difficult to guess the reason why the heavenly lord of primordial beginning brought them to watch the ceremony. That was precisely why they were happy. Originally, they had already made up their minds. For the sake of their master's face, they would not go to Feng Zichen's preaching of the Tao this time. However, they did not expect that just as they rejected, their master had already made up his mind to bring them to the World Tree to listen to the Tao. This surprise really came too suddenly. Attaining the Tao was the obsession of the disciples of Chan school. Now that they finally saw this possibility, the excitement in their hearts could be imagined. It was a pity that the 4 senior brothers had entered the god role. Within this calamity, there was probably no hope of attaining the Tao. Seeing the reaction of the disciples below, the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning knew that he had made the right decision this time. Not only did he redeem his relationship with his disciples, but he had also indirectly avoided a huge crisis regarding Chan school. His disciples had been living too sullenly in recent years. It was difficult for him to tell outsiders about the sadness. Fortunately, if nothing unexpected happened, their bitter days would come to an end. At that moment, on Golden Ao Island. Unlike the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Grand Master of Heaven did not have much resistance to bringing his disciples to the World Tree to listen to the Tao. The reason was very simple. Not to mention his relationship with the human race. His remaining disciples all had a very good relationship with the human race. It could be said that most of the infrastructure of the human race was created by them. If they went to the human race, even the Khanate Taoist priests of the human race would have to treat them with respect and thank them for their kindness. Also, not to mention anything else, the 3 pure ones could be said to have paid a huge price in the battle between the chaos and the Khanate ferocious beasts. They had provided hundreds of Khanate numinous treasures to the human race. Grudges and favors had to be settled clearly. The matter of Feng Zichen preaching the Tao could be said to be a stone that stirred up thousands of waves. The 3 realms, which had been peaceful for many years, was stirred up. When there were still 300 years before Feng Zichen's Tao preaching began, all the great mystical abilities took action and went to the World Tree to watch the ceremony. Another 200 years later, the saints and the various primordial chaos experts also took action, especially the saints. They basically brought all the disciples who cultivated the postnatal Tao. If it were an ordinary primordial chaos expert preaching, the saints could choose not to come. However, it was different this time. Feng Zichen was confirming his postnatal Tao ancestor path and using it to achieve supreme Tao. As the top existences in the primordial world, everyone naturally had to come to watch the ceremony and witness this scene personally. In fact, when Feng Zichen's Tao preaching was approaching, even the person from the Purple Cloud Palace had left for the lower realm. He, the old man, wanted to witness this scene with his own eyes. By the time the saints arrived at the World Tree, the place was already filled with figures. It was like a sea of people, and the number was no less than hundreds of millions. They were all Daoyuo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian. It was also at this time that the saints realized that there were actually so many Daoyuo Jingxian in the 3 realms. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 1 million. There were even more Tai Jingxian, no less than hundreds of millions. There were too many, there were really too many. No wonder the heavenly Tao was determined to reduce the number of immortals. For this reason, it did not hesitate to give up a saint position. There were really too many immortals in the 3 realms. If they were allowed to continue growing, no matter how deep the 3 realms' foundation was, it would not be able to withstand such consumption. As they thought about it, the saints walked into the area covered by the World Tree. Then, their expressions all changed. This was because they realized that in the range of the World Tree, even as strong as they were, their strength was suppressed by an inexplicable force. Chapter 837. Moreover, the closer they were to the Tree of World, the stronger the suppression. Was the Tree of World so terrifying? Even someone as strong as a saint would be suppressed by its power? For a moment, everyone's fear of Feng Zichen increased. They arrived under the Tree of World without saying a word. During this time, Feng Zichen didn't move to welcome them. The crowd did not mind this at all. Welcome? Welcome what? When Tao ancestor Hongjun preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, did you see him come out to welcome them? If you had a problem with it, you didn't have to come. Under the arrangement of a few human Khanate Taoist priests, the saints and the primordial chaos Dao masters took their seats one after another. At this time, it was almost time for the preaching. Feng Zichen was ready to start. However, suddenly, Feng Zichen, who was resting under the tree of world with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the platform, and walked out. From the looks of it, he was going out to welcome someone. Who was he welcoming? Everyone who saw this scene began to ponder in their hearts. In the three realms, there were not many people who could make the Saint Emperor of the human race bow down to welcome them. Didn't you see that when the saint came in, he didn't move to welcome them? But at this moment, the old man moved. This meant that the identity of the person who came was more noble than the saint. His more noble than the saint. Who could it be? Was there such a person in the three realms? Ever since the unification of the Dao ancestor Hongjun gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Until now, only those with great divine abilities and a few Khanate Taoist priests knew of his existence. The rest had never heard of Dao ancestor Hongjun. If not, the world wouldn't call the three pure ones Dao ancestor. The creatures of the three realms only knew of Dao ancestor, but not Dao ancestor Hongjun. Therefore, they recognized the three pure ones as Dao ancestors. Because of this, when the world worshipped the three pure ones, they gradually called them Dao ancestors. The three pure ones didn't deny this. They, who created the heavenly immortal path, were indeed qualified to call themselves Dao ancestors. Because they didn't know of Dao Father Hongjuan's existence, saints were the limit of what the living beings of the three dimensions could imagine. As for existences that were even more formidable than saints, they'd utterly never imagined such a thing. Now, from Feng Zichen's actions, they guessed that an existence beyond the saint level was about to descend. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. While everyone was still in shock, the sages and many great mediums had already guessed who it was. Therefore, after Feng Zichen left, they also went out to welcome him. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to twitch. He was certain that the person who had come was a great existence that surpassed the saints. With such a big lineup, he really didn't know who this person was, and how great was he? With this thought in mind, everyone turned to look in the direction where the others had left. They wanted to catch a glimpse of that great figure. Unfortunately, their thoughts were destined to fail. How could the sacred face of Dao ancestor Hongjun be something they could see? Since the Dao ancestor had already made up his mind to fade out of the eyes of the world, he would not let people remember his existence. Outside the tree of world, Feng Zichen very respectfully bowed to a purple-robed Taoist priest and said, "Zichen is terrified. I didn't expect that today's matter would alarm you, Dao ancestor." Regardless of the grievances between Feng Zichen and Dao ancestor Hongjun, at least in name, Feng Zichen was still his junior, so he had to maintain proper etiquette when meeting him. Dao ancestor Hongjun stepped forward to help Feng Zichen up and said with a smile, "You're also someone who's going to become a Dao ancestor. In the future, you'll be a poor Wei's friend. Why are you so terrified when you see the poor Wei?" Postnatal Dao ancestors and Khanate Dao ancestors were all Dao ancestors, and they were all existences that opened the door to the great Tao for living beings. There was no distinction between nobility and lowliness. Even if the postnatal Dao was inferior to the Khanate Dao, it was still the same. While the two of them were talking, all the sages and the great mediums arrived. They all bowed to Dao ancestor Hongjun and said, "Greetings, Master." Waving his hand to let them get up, Dao ancestor Hongjun said, "Don't block the door. Quickly go in with the poor Wei. Don't delay the time of the North Star's preaching." While speaking, Dao ancestor Hongjun and Feng Zichen walked towards the tree of world together. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun deliberately walked half a step behind Feng Zichen, so as not to steal his limelight. Dao ancestors had always been very attentive to details. When they arrived in front of the tree of world, Dao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. He stared at the tree of world for a long time, then said with a smile, "With this divine tree, the untainted land has nothing to worry about." After saying that, Dao ancestor Hongjun turned his head to look at the people behind him. He seemed to be warning and reminding them, "It's fine today, but if it's any other time, you must remember not to get within hundreds of millions of miles of the tree of world. If the tree of world is damaged because of you, don't blame the poor way for being ruthless and personally coming out to clean up the sect." Seeing that Dao ancestor Hongjun was serious and even said that he would clean up the sect, everyone was shocked and hurriedly promised, "Master, teacher, don't worry. If there's nothing important, we will definitely not step into the central God province with our true bodies." In order to show their determination, everyone did not even come to the central God province, let alone get close to the tree of world. Hearing that, Dao ancestor Hongjun could not help but nod in satisfaction. The tree of world had grown to this extent and had become one of the pillars of the untainted land. Whether the three realms could continue to advance in the future would probably depend on it. Therefore, Dao ancestor Hongjun valued the tree of world so much that he could not allow it to make any mistakes. As the first living being born in the untainted land, the relationship between Dao ancestor Hongjun and the untainted land could not be severed. Because of that, Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had already become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, eventually became a saint. That's right. Why was Dao ancestor Hongjun so powerful after becoming a saint? It was because before becoming a saint, he was already the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. The saints after that were different. They became saints in the Sage-to-be realm. Before becoming a saint, the gap was already so big. After becoming a saint, the gap was undoubtedly even bigger. Dao ancestor Hongjun, who could not bear to part with the untainted land, really hoped that the untainted land would become stronger and stronger. Because only when the untainted land became stronger, his strength would become stronger. The two coexisted. Everyone present waited for a while and saw the saints escorting a Daoist who had the demeanor of an immortal walked in. As for what that Daoist looked like, what clothes he wore, and how strong he was, no one could see clearly. To be precise, it was not that they could not see clearly, but that they could not remember. That Daoist's figure did not seem to exist in the world. No matter how hard they tried, they could not remember his figure. Often, when they saw the Dao ancestor, they would forget his appearance in the next moment. Then, they would completely forget everything about the Dao ancestor. It was very mysterious. After the Dao ancestor took his seat, the Taoist priests rang the golden bell to signal for everyone to be silent. They also announced that the sermon was about to begin. Glancing at the postnatal living beings present, Feng Zichen suppressed all his thoughts and explained the principles that he had recently sorted out. In fact, what Feng Zichen wanted to talk about this time was not some mysterious principle, nor was it an explanation of the connate Dao and the postnatal Dao. Instead, he was explaining how to use the postnatal Dao to reverse the connate Dao. In the past, the Dao ancestor had taught 3 ways to become a saint. They were to become a saint through merit, to become a saint through killing 3 corpses, and to become a saint through strength. Now, Feng Zichen imitated the Dao ancestors' actions in the past and also taught the postnatal living beings present 3 ways to use the postnatal Dao to prove the connate Taoist priests. Firstly, he could integrate the postnatal Dao that he had proven into the corresponding connate Dao. In this way, the Dao he cultivated would become a branch of the connate Dao. He could also naturally prove the realm of the connate Taoist priests. However, although it was safe to use this method to prove the Dao, it was the most time-consuming. After proving the Dao, although he would have all the characteristics of the Daoist Taoist priests, his strength would be far inferior to the normal Taoist priests. Therefore, using this method to prove the Dao was not only time-consuming, but also the weakest of the 3 methods. Secondly, he could use the postnatal Dao to forcefully prove the connate Dao. To prove the Dao with this method, he had to first completely understand the postnatal Tao that he cultivated. Then, the Tao of heaven would evolve into the mysteries of the connate Tao. After fully comprehending the mysteries of the connate Tao, he would be able to transfer his life mark from the postnatal Tao to the connate Tao. In this way, the Taoist priest's realm would be completed. Using this method to prove the Tao, his strength would be stronger than the person who used the first method to prove the Tao. There would be no difference between his strength and the strength of a normal person who proved the Tao. Although this method was stronger, it tested the cultivator's comprehension ability. Only those with the qualifications of a connate god fiend could cultivate this method. The rest would not be able to cultivate it. Thirdly, which was also the strongest method to prove the Tao, was to go against the connate Tao. He would reverse the postnatal Tao that he cultivated and transform it into the connate Tao. Then, he would embed it into the origin of heaven and earth and become the foundation of heaven and earth. This method was the strongest method to achieve the Tao. Once he succeeded, not only would he become the ancestor of a Tao, he would also be able to obtain merit. His strength could be said to be the strongest among the Taoist priests. He would even be able to contend with a sage to be. Moreover, using this method to prove the Tao was equivalent to achieving the Tao in another way. Although he would not have the strength of a saint, he would have some of the privileges of a saint. He would almost be indestructible. Even a saint would not be able to kill him. This method to prove the Tao could be said to have many benefits. Of course, it was also the most difficult. Since the creation of heaven and earth, only Feng Zichen had achieved this. After the three methods were passed down, Feng Zichen's preaching of the Tao could be said to have been completed. The moment the voice fell, Feng Zichen immediately felt that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have become different. Endless luck gathered towards him, pushing his aura up layer by layer until it stopped at the 10th heaven of Hunyuan. In other words, with the blessing of luck, Feng Zichen could already exert the strength of the 10th heaven of Hunyuan. Tao Ancestor. After completing the preaching of the Tao, Feng Zichen finally completed his Tao fruit of the Tao Ancestor and became the second Tao Ancestor of the untainted land, the postnatal Tao Ancestor. The improvement of luck was one of the benefits of becoming a Tao Ancestor. However, it was not the greatest benefit. Everyone thought that the greatest benefit after becoming a Tao Ancestor was the blessing of heaven and earth. In fact, this was wrong. The greatest benefit of becoming a Tao Ancestor was never the blessing of heaven and earth, but the endless disciples. Once one became a Tao Ancestor, there would naturally be an additional powerful force under his command. After today, anyone who cultivated the methods taught by Feng Zichen would have to call him teacher when they saw him. The disciples, and grand disciples of these people would have to call Feng Zichen ancestral master and Tao Ancestor in the future. These would all become Feng Zichen's forces. The postnatal living beings all respected Feng Zichen. Then in the future, what could Feng Zichen not do? With a command, the world would follow. If he wanted to become the celestial emperor, he did not need to say it personally. After Haotian received the news, he would take the initiative to give the position to him. It was impossible not to give in. If he did not give in, the postnatal living beings in the world would rebel, overthrow Haotian's heavenly court, and then promote Feng Zichen to take the position. That was how it was to subdue the enemy without fighting. Why could Tao Ancestor Hongjun decide the position of Celestial Emperor with a single word? In addition to being strong enough, it was also because he was a Tao Ancestor. All the postnatal living beings had to listen to his orders. For this, the living being he designated was the Celestial Emperor. Even if it was not, all the postnatal living beings in the primordial world could use their willpower to push him to the position of Celestial Emperor. Now, Feng Zichen would have such power. Unfortunately, there were not only postnatal living beings in this world, but also postnatal living beings. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, causing his power to be greatly reduced. It was far from the grand occasion of Tao Ancestor Hongjun being respected by heaven and earth. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would be invincible. The postnatal Dao ancestor had the word postnatal. Then, he could only order cultivators who cultivated the postnatal Dao. As for cultivators who cultivated the postnatal Dao, Feng Zichen could not control them. Bang! Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly wanted to kill all the cultivators who cultivated the postnatal Dao in the three realms. In this way, wouldn't he become the boss of the three realms? That scene was exciting just thinking about it. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. If Feng Zichen really dared to do so, he would probably be surrounded and attacked by the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. After Feng Zichen's preaching, the people below did not immediately wake up. Instead, they fell into a state of enlightenment, constantly confirming the three methods that Feng Zichen had passed down. Seeing this, Feng Zichen did not disturb them. Instead, he continued to sit quietly on the platform, waiting for the people to wake up one after another. Just like that, 1,000 years passed. After 1,000 years, more than half of the cultivators below had woken up one after another. However, there were still some cultivators who did not wake up and were still comprehending the Tao. It was obvious that they had gained something. And those cultivators who had woken up did not leave. Instead, they seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and worked hard to cultivate under the world tree. Time flowed slowly. But at a certain moment, an inexplicable throbbing suddenly came from between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They found that the source of this change was behind the primeval Lord of Heaven. It was the first disciple of the Chan sect, Guangchengzi. A mysterious wave spread out from his body, resonating with heaven and earth, causing this change. Seeing this scene, everyone had a faint understanding in their hearts. Guangchengzi was going to prove his Tao, the Daoist Taoist priests. Chapter 838. In terms of accumulation, Guangchengzi definitely had enough. In terms of aptitude, there was no need to even mention it. The first disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven, the leader of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, was definitely a connate god fiend. If not for the fact that Guangchengzi was the disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven, with his background, he would have reached the level of the Daoist Taoist priests as early as the Heavenly Emperor. It was really too late to attain the Tao now. However, although it was late, he still attained the Tao in the end. It could be considered as resolving one of Guangchengzi's obsessions. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the method passed down by Feng Zichen was indeed feasible and could allow people to attain the Tao. Guangchengzi had used the second method to attain the Tao of Daoist Xianxia, which was to forcefully attain the connate Tao with the postnatal Tao. Using this method to attain the Tao, one's combat strength was the same as a normal Tao attainment cultivator. After all, Guangchengzi had been stuck in the realm of the Daoist Xianxia for countless years. He had also been stuck in the realm of the Tai Tao Lord for an eon. Before breaking through to become the Daoist Xianxia, Guangchengzi and the other 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were not Tai Xianxia, but Tai Tao Lords. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the Tao Lord realm and were only one step away from the Daoist Taoist priests. Therefore, Guangchengzi's accumulation was already enough. All he lacked was the method to attain the Tao. Now that Feng Zichen had passed down the method of preaching the Tao, Guangchengzi had comprehended it. Tens of millions of years of accumulation burst out in one day, directly pushing him to the realm of the Daoist Taoist priests. Rumble. In the void, a colorful rainbow bridge appeared and extended from an unknown place. It went straight between Guangchengzi's eyebrows and took away his connate true spirit. That was the bridge of heaven and earth, and also the bridge of Tao attainment. Stepping on this bridge indicated that the path of Tao attainment had been opened. At the end of the bridge was the connate Tao that Guangchengzi cultivated. That was where the battle of Tao was. Only by defeating the mark left by the predecessors could Guangchengzi truly achieve the realm of the Daoist Taoist priests. There was no right of Tao attainment. Thus, this battle was incomparably cruel. Throughout the history of the primeval age, 9 out of 10 of the Daoist Taoist priests who had attained the Tao had died in the struggle for Tao. In other words, out of 10 Tao verifiers, only 1 could succeed. The probability was extremely low, but the mortality rate was astonishing. However, it was clear that no matter how difficult the Tao struggle was, it could not stump Master Guangcheng. No one believed that Guangchengzi would fail in his Tao validation, and no one believed that he would die in the struggle for his Tao. There was no other reason. It was not because Guangchengzi was strong enough, but because he was the disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven. In addition, he was the first person to attain the Tao after Feng Zichen passed down the method of Tao attainment. The primeval Lord of Heaven would definitely want to ensure the safety of his disciple. As for Feng Zichen, in order to make the world believe that his method of confirming the Tao was feasible, he had to protect Guangchengzi's life and ensure that he succeeded in confirming the Tao. Guangchengzi was a living advertisement. Even if Feng Zichen didn't want to protect him, he had to. If Guangchengzi failed in his Tao attainment, the effect of Feng Zichen's sermon would be at least halved. On the contrary, if Guangchengzi succeeded in his Tao attainment, the effect of Feng Zichen's sermon would at least be doubled. Guangchengzi was a typical example. He was an advertisement. Therefore, Feng Zichen would definitely not let anything happen to him. The primordial Lord of Heaven also thought so. As the first Khanate Taoist priest under his sect and the pillar of Chan school in the future, Guangchengzi must not be harmed. Although the primeval age was a place that emphasized strength, other than that, he also paid attention to identity, birth, and background. For a direct disciple of a saint like Guangchengzi, as long as the Taoist priests who cultivated the same Tao as him were not crazy, they would definitely not stop him from attaining the Tao. Otherwise, how could the primordial Lord of Heaven let them go? Even if they escaped to the chaos outside the sky, they would be found by the primordial Lord of Heaven and refined to death. No, perhaps it was more terrifying than death. Just like that, Guangchengzi easily completed the battle of the great Daoist and imprinted his real spirit mark on the Tao that he cultivated, even though the other Tao masters had gone easy on him. Rumble. The moment Guangchengzi completed this step, the sky suddenly shook. Then, a long river with no end or source and a width of tens of thousands of miles came across the sky and stretched between heaven and earth. That was the River of Destiny. Once Guangchengzi transcended the River of Destiny, he could complete his Tao fruit and truly become an immortal Daoist Taoist priest. It was not difficult to transcend the River of Destiny. He only needed to find the light spot that represented his destiny in the endless River of Destiny. This was not difficult for a Khanate god-fiend like Guangchengzi. This was because the destiny of a Khanate god-fiend was not in the River of Destiny. Instead, it was suspended in midair like a star, blooming with bright light. It was very attractive and eye-catching. Therefore, Guangchengzi easily found his destiny. This was the reason why Khanate god-fiends were said to be destined to become Taoist priests. The destiny of a Khanate god-fiend floated in mid-air and could break through the void at any time. This meant that it was easier for them to transcend destiny than the masses. Whoosh, in the River of Destiny, a dazzling star rose slowly and then completely disappeared. This was the sign of transcending destiny. Guangchengzi had become a Taoist priest. Rumble. The world shook inexplicably. Strange phenomena of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the earth appeared in a radius of millions of miles. This was the heaven and earth congratulating the birth of a Taoist priest. Guangchengzi's confirmation of his Tao was exceptionally smooth. It was almost done in one go and he achieved the level of Daoist Taoist priests without encountering any obstacles. His negative karma had long been washed away by the primordial Lord of Heaven's merits. The resentment from the Khanate Daoists also vanished completely with the rebirth of the three realms. Thank you, Master. After confirming his Tao, Guangchengzi came back to his senses. First, he was respectful to the primordial Lord of Heaven, then he bowed to Feng Zichen. "Thank you, Master, for teaching me and helping me reopen the door of Tao. In the future, if Master has any errands, as long as it's not an enemy of the sect, Guangchengzi will do it even if it means risking my life to repay Master's kindness today." The favor of achieving Tao was as great as the heavens. This time, Guangchengzi listened to Feng Zichen's preaching of Tao and confirmed his Tao, which meant that he owed Feng Zichen a great deal of karma. Therefore, he made such a promise. As long as it was not an enemy of the sect, Guangchengzi would definitely risk his life to complete Feng Zichen's instructions in order to understand karma. In response, Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. In fact, he would not say anything in front of the primordial Lord of Heaven. Even if he had something to instruct Guangchengzi, he could not do it in front of the primordial Lord of Heaven. Just like that, after waiting for another few hundred years, all the cultivators present woke up. Unfortunately, other than Guangchengzi, no one else had successfully confirmed their Tao. However, there were many disciples of the Jie school and Chan school who were about to confirm their Tao. It would not be long before there would be dozens of Taoist priests in the world. Feng Zichen was very satisfied with this. So what if they were disciples of the two schools? After becoming Daluo Taoist priests, wouldn't they still have to work for him? These were all Feng Zichen's future subordinates. The stronger they were, the happier Feng Zichen would be. Since everyone had woken up, the preaching could be announced as the end. Then, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent everyone away. The Daoist ancestors' preaching ended after 3 times. That was because those who listened to the Daoist ancestors' preaching were all Daluo Taoist priests. Moreover, the Daoist ancestors' preaching was the truth of heaven and earth. It was the path after Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, the preaching was divided into 3 times to give the Taoist priests time to digest the knowledge. However, Feng Zichen's preaching was different. First, he did not preach the truth of heaven and earth. Second, he did not preach the cultivation method after the Khanate Taoist priests. He only taught the world 3 methods to become Taoist priests. In this way, there was no need to preach 3 times. He could finish it in 1 time. As for the cultivation method after Daluo Jingxian, it was easy for the living beings of the 3 realms to know because there was still one person who had not preached. Who? Great Emperor Ziwei. The 8 saints and the 2 primordial chaos had each preached once, but there was still no movement from Great Emperor Ziwei. This would not do. Everyone had preached, but he was the only one who had not. This was obviously inappropriate. Great Emperor Ziwei was duty-bound to preach the great Tao to the living beings of the 3 realms. However, what should he preach? Everyone had already preached what needed to be preached. If Great Emperor Ziwei did not come up with something new, he would inevitably be suspected of picking up the wisdom of others. Moreover, if he did not make it special, how could he show that Great Emperor Ziwei was different from others? With a thought, Great Emperor Ziwei had an idea. He would not preach the great Tao anymore. He would discuss the great Tao with everyone and let the living beings of the 3 realms listen in. This was much more interesting than preaching the great Tao. Thinking of this, Great Emperor Ziwei coughed lightly and said to the saints and the many great mediums who had not left under the Tree of World, "It's rare that all of you are here. I have a request. I wonder if all of you will do me the honor." Hearing this, everyone did not immediately agree. Instead, Saint Taiching asked, "What request does the emperor have? Why don't you tell us? If we can do it, Poor Wei and the others will definitely do their best to help." Standing up from the platform, Great Emperor Ziwei said in a clear voice, "I see that all of you have reached the limit of sage to be, but you have not been able to take that crucial step. I have a feeling in my heart, so I decided to reopen the sky of the Daluo and invite all of you to come and discuss the great Tao and take a look at the mystery of the primordial chaos realm. What do you think, fellow Daoists? The sky of the Daluo. The highest sky of the primordial chaos was also the primordial chaos Tao domain. It was also the legendary number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. That's right. The number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos was not Dao ancestor Hongjuan's purple cloud palace, but the supreme sky of the Daluo that was located at the highest point of the boundless starry sky. Here, the origin of heaven and earth gathered, and the innate Dao interweaved like a net that contained all the truths of heaven and earth and endless mysteries. It was the source of the great Dao, the origin of heaven and earth. Here, one could see all the mysteries of the great Dao. This was the Daluo Jingxian, the highest sky, the supreme Dao domain. The Daluo sky was located in the middle of the sky, which was right above Mount Buzhou in the past, and right above the world tree today. It was the same as the Ziwei star, two sides of the same body, in the same place, but in different voids. Although this alone could show that the Daluo sky was extraordinary, it was not enough to let it surpass the world tree and the purple cloud palace to become the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. The real reason why the Daluo sky became the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos was that there were 3,000 Daluo Taoist priests living in the Daluo sky. 3,000 Taoist priests living in the same place. If this could not be considered the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos, where else could be called the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos? 3,000 Taoist priests gathered in one place. The energy required for daily cultivation was definitely unimaginable. If it was converted into innate spiritual treasures, the energy they needed to cultivate for a year was equivalent to an innate spiritual treasure. Even a Dao ancestor could not afford to consume an innate spiritual treasure a year, but the Daluo sky could. Therefore, it was the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. As for where the 3,000 Taoist priests came from, they naturally came from the primordial chaos. In the ancient primordial chaos, there were many Taoist priests in the world, other than the shamans and demons. Most of these Taoist priests lived in seclusion on the ground and cultivated silently. However, in the early ancient times, Emperor Xuanxu cut off the connection between heaven and earth, making it difficult for the primordial chaos to support the Daluo Taoist priests. For this reason, some Taoist priests had to leave their homes and move away from the primordial chaos. Coincidentally, the Daluo sky appeared at this time, and Great Emperor Ziwei invited Taoist priests to live in the Daluo sky. At the same time, the heavenly Dao also secretly used its power to tell the Taoist priests that there was an opportunity to attain the Dao in the Daluo sky. However, it was easy to enter the Daluo sky, but difficult to leave the Daluo sky. The Daluo sky was known as the cultivation place prepared by the heavenly Dao for the Taoist priests, but in fact, it was a place for them to live in seclusion. Once they entered the Daluo sky, they had to cut off the mortal world and no longer interfere in the matters of the primordial chaos. They had to focus on the Dao. This was a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing was that they could not interfere in the primordial chaos. Fortunately, they had nothing to do with the tribulation from then on. Tribulation could not enter the Daluo sky. No tribulation could enter the Daluo sky, including the immeasurable tribulation. The purpose of the Daluo sky's existence was to create a new world. When the immeasurable tribulation descended, everything would be destroyed and everything would return to chaos. Only the Daluo sky would exist. At this time, the saints and the many primordial chaos Dao masters would use the Daluo sky as the foundation to create a new world in the chaos and establish the earth, fire, water, and wind. The Daluo sky was the embryonic form of the eternal world, and it was also the place where Pangu confirmed his Dao. If one day, Pangu succeeded in confirming his Dao and the Dao fruit of the great Dao was born, he would definitely be born in the Daluo sky. At the same time, the Daluo sky would also transform into an eternal and indestructible sky that could not be destroyed even by the immeasurable tribulation. The Daluo sky was very extraordinary. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the number 1 sacred ground. Khanate god fiends were born because of the Dao. They followed the Dao and pursued the Dao all their lives. Therefore, there was no lack of people in this group who were dedicated to pursuing the Tao. What such people lacked the most was a suitable place to live in seclusion. The appearance of the Daoist sky just happened to fill this gap. After learning the meaning of the Daoist sky's existence, a portion of the Khanate Taoist priests walked into the Daoist sky almost without hesitation. From then on, they escaped and isolated themselves from the world. There were a total of 3,000 such Taoist priests. They were the 3,000 Taoist priests in the Daoist sky. Ever since they entered the Daoist sky, none of them had left this place. Although they had never left the Daoist sky, their lives were not considered poor. There was no lack of Khanate spiritual roots in the Daoist sky. Chapter 839. These Daoist Taoist priests lived in the Daoist sky. In their free time, they could taste innate spiritual treasures and refine pills to pass the time. They could also sit and discuss the Tao with their fellow Daoists. Even worse, they could swim in the sea of the Great Path. Their lives were much more carefree than those of the Taoist priests in the outside world. However, the Daoist sky had indeed been closed for a long time. It was time to absorb some fresh blood and recruit some new members. At the same time, they could also communicate with the Taoist priests in the outside world and experience the changes in the world in recent years. It was not advisable to build a cart behind closed doors. Therefore, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Great Emperor Ziwei intended to reopen the Daoist sky to accept new members and new knowledge. Is the Emperor planning to reopen the Daoist sky? Speaking of which, in ancient times, many of the poor Wei's friends entered the Daoist sky. After that, they completely lost contact with each other. It's been a while since we last met. If the Emperor reopens the Daoist sky, the poor Wei will definitely go there. Even if we don't gain anything from the discussion, it's still good to see some old friends. Not long after Great Emperor Ziwei finished speaking, a great medium immediately spoke up. The 3,000 Taoist priests naturally had many old friends. Many of the great medium present had good friends and even their juniors who entered the Daoist sky. Since then, they had lost contact with each other. Now that the Daoist sky had reopened, they could use this opportunity to meet their old friends. This was the mentality of a small number of great medium, but the majority of them had much more realistic thoughts. They had no old friends in the Daoist sky, but they still wanted to go there. Their purpose was to discuss the Tao with the Taoist priests in the Daoist sky. The 3,000 Taoist priests had been in seclusion in the Daoist sky for tens of millions of years. They must have gained a lot. If he could have a discussion with them, he might be able to gain some enlightenment and speed up his promotion to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Discussion of the Tao, the Emperor said it very well. If we can discuss the Tao with the fellow Daoists in the Daoist sky, I think the poor Wei and the others will gain a lot of enlightenment. A powerful cultivator said. Regardless of whether or not the sages were going to attend the Daoist's heavenly Tao discourse, these great divine ability masters were going. Not long after, all the great mediums expressed their opinions and agreed to head to the Daoist to discuss the Tao. At this moment, all the great mediums turned their gazes to the saints sitting at the head of the table. Now, they were the only ones who had not expressed their opinions. Should they go or not? Everyone had gone. If they did not go, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, the sages thought about it and were about to agree. The Grand Pure One smiled and said, "Since all the fellow Daoists are going, the poor Wei and the others will naturally go together. Let's make use of this opportunity to gather and discuss the Tao." Ever since Master's Tao lecture ended, we rarely discussed the Tao. We also rarely walked around. Our relationship is also a little distant. This is a rare opportunity. We can walk around more and build a relationship again. We can rekindle our friendship as fellow disciples. Hearing that, everyone laughed. They first complained to each other and then planned to agree on a time to gather a few more times. There were even people who told the Grand Pure One not to be stingy and take out the 9 revolutions golden pill to entertain everyone. In an instant, the scene became incomparably lively. After a while, when the conversation gradually stopped, Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly spoke and attracted everyone's attention. If all of you go to the Daluo to discuss the Dao, this Dao discussion will definitely become a grand event in the primordial world. Therefore, in the opinion of the Poor Way, we should either not do it or do it on a large scale. Since we want to discuss the Dao, we can't limit it to everyone here. The primordial world is huge and there are countless experts. In the opinion of the Poor Way, all the Taoist priests in the primordial world should participate in the Daluo Dao discussion this time. We will definitely make this Dao discussion an unprecedented grand event in the primordial world. That's not all. Under the Khanate Taoist priests, the endless living beings of the 3 realms can come to the Daluo heaven to listen if they are fated and seek the opportunity to verify the Dao. After Dao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, everyone praised him and said, "All right, Master, Teacher, is right." The Dao ancestor spoke. These great mystical abilities were all his disciples. How could they openly object to him? Naturally, they would do whatever he said. Moreover, everyone thought carefully about what the Dao ancestor said and realized that it was a good thing. There were benefits and no harm. In that case, everyone had no reason to object. When everyone discussed the Dao and their wisdom collided, countless sparks of inspiration would be produced. When that time came, the cultivation civilization of the 3 realms would definitely achieve unprecedented development and evolve rapidly. After obtaining everyone's approval, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not say anything. He only looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. After all, the Daluo heaven was his territory. Although Dao ancestor Hongjun's suggestion was good, it had to be approved by him. Otherwise, no matter how much Dao ancestor Hongjun said, it would be useless. Great Emperor Ziwei had no intention of rejecting Dao ancestor Hongjun's suggestion at all. This was because what Dao ancestor Hongjun said was exactly what he thought. Even if the Dao ancestor did not say it, he would have mentioned it later. However, although Dao ancestor Hongjun's words were the same as Great Emperor Ziwei's, he did not say much. Perhaps this was done on purpose by Dao ancestor Hongjun so that Great Emperor Ziwei could add on and set the rules for this matter. However, whether or not Dao ancestor Hongjun did it on purpose, Great Emperor Ziwei still had to add on the last point. As he stood up, he heard Great Emperor Ziwei say, "Dao ancestor's words are the same as Great Emperor Ziwei's thoughts." Ziwei has no reason to refuse. However, other than that, Ziwei also has a small suggestion to make. That is, if the results of this discussion are good, why don't we set this matter as a tradition? Every 1,000,000 years, we will discuss the Dao in the Daluo heaven. What do you think, fellow Daoists? Without waiting for everyone to reply, Dao ancestor Hongjun clapped his hands and praised, "Ziwei's suggestion is exactly what I want." In the Poor Way's opinion, the discussion of the Dao should indeed be a tradition. In this way, you can use this to build relationships and also benefit from the discussion of the Dao. It can also benefit the living beings of the 3 realms. It is indeed a good thing to kill many birds with one stone. Dao ancestor Hongjun and Great Emperor Ziwei, the 2 biggest giants of the untainted world, had agreed to this matter. What else could the others say? Of course, they nodded in agreement. Moreover, this matter was indeed a good thing. Not only would it not affect their interests, but it would also benefit them. Therefore, in their hearts, they were also very much in favor of Great Emperor Ziwei facilitating this matter. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but nod and say, "Since all of you have no objections, then this matter is settled. The following matters will be left to Ziwei to arrange. Fellow Daoists, just wait for my notice." Everyone nodded and said, "We will listen to the Imperial Emperor's arrangements." Since things had come to this, the crowd dispersed. After hurriedly bidding farewell to the few people he was familiar with, Great Emperor Ziwei hurriedly returned to the boundless starry sky to prepare for the opening of the Daoyuo heaven and the discussion of the Tao. After returning to the boundless starry sky, the first thing Great Emperor Ziwei did was to remove the restrictions of the boundless starry sky and no longer restrict outsiders from entering the boundless starry sky. However, although the restrictions were lifted, the necessary surveillance would still not be reduced. The galactic cosmic light array quietly changed and gradually turned into a mirror that reflected everything in the boundless starry sky. Everything that happened in the boundless starry sky would be reflected and recorded by this mirror. No matter who entered the boundless starry sky, they would not be able to hide from this mirror. Everything they did and said would be recorded. Under this mirror, even if the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian came, if he did not have the intention to hide, he would also be exposed by this mirror. It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen wanted, in the boundless starry sky, no one else had any privacy to speak of other than him. If one was not used to it, they could just leave the boundless starry sky. No one was forcing them to come. This mirror was the Xianxia version of an omnidirectional camera with no blind spots. In addition to the mirror, in the boundless starry sky, teams of powerful heavenly soldiers appeared. They rode on star beasts and formed teams of 10,000 people. They guarded the various exits of the boundless starry sky to prevent outsiders from entering. These heavenly soldiers were all direct subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei. Their cultivation levels were abnormally powerful. Ordinary heavenly soldiers had the cultivation level of Lord of Tai. The divine general in the lead was even at the level of half-step Taoist priests. The heavenly soldiers in the boundless starry sky were used by Great Emperor Ziwei to compete with the elites of the demon race in the past. Naturally, they were incomparably powerful. As for how these heavenly soldiers were selected, it was not complicated. Among them, there were innate lifeforms born in the boundless starry sky. They were found by Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates and brought into the Ziwei heavenly palace to cultivate. Those who performed well were selected as heavenly soldiers. In addition to the innate lifeforms born in the boundless starry sky, these heavenly soldiers were mostly from the innate races that had pledged allegiance to Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei was the top and most honorable great medium in the Eldritch world. He had also once served as the Celestial Emperor. Naturally, he attracted the allegiance of many races. For example, the Heavenly Fox clan of Green Hill Mountain, the powerful giant Longbow clan, the Void clan born in the Void, the Jade clan born from the innate White Jade, the Ice clan born from the innate Cold Ice, and so on. These races either had extraordinary talents or extraordinary backgrounds. In short, those who were chosen by Great Emperor Ziwei had to have outstanding qualities. In some aspects, they were far superior to other innate races. They had the highest innate bloodline, second only to the innate gods and demons. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen by Great Emperor Ziwei. As the restrictions of the boundless starry sky came into contact, the beings of the three realms quickly discovered that the boundless starry sky seemed to be different from before. The most obvious change was that the stars that filled the starry sky seemed to be much brighter than before. After that, many cultivators who cultivated the cultivation techniques of the lineage of stars felt that the circulation of the cultivation techniques in their bodies was much faster than before. At the same time, some immortals with powerful cultivation bases felt that the barrier between them and the boundless starry sky seemed to have disappeared. The boundless starry sky that they could not come into contact with in the past was now completely accessible to them by following the guidance of the starlight if they wanted to. What was going on? Why was the boundless starry sky suddenly perceived by others and allowed them to enter it? Could it be that the legendary Great Emperor Ziwei had released the restrictions of the boundless starry sky? While the beings were puzzled, some of the bolder ones had already followed the guidance of the starlight and headed towards the boundless starry sky to catch a glimpse of the starry sky. Seeing this, the beings were confused. They did not know if they should follow them into the boundless starry sky. One had to know that it was the boundless starry sky. Ever since the Great Witch Demon War, the boundless starry sky had been completely sealed off. Other than the subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei, no one else entered the boundless starry sky. Counting the time, it had been tens of millions of years since a living person stepped into the boundless starry sky. Over time, the boundless starry sky became the epitome of mystery in the eyes of the people of the world. It contained countless fortunes and opportunities that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. In the boundless starry sky, there was even a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Daoist priest after eating it. This was the understanding of the people of the world of the boundless starry sky. The more mysterious it was, the more it attracted people's imagination. Then, as word of mouth spread, it became more and more exaggerated and gradually deviated from the truth. There was even talk about countless fortunes and a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Daoist priest. It was really funny. If Great Emperor Ziwei heard this, he would probably laugh non-stop. The people of the world were still too ignorant to believe such exaggerated rumors. However, things were just that ridiculous. Although the rumors were exaggerated, they were basically true. That's right, they guessed correctly. The boundless starry sky had all these things. In fact, the true boundless starry sky was even more exaggerated than the rumors. The boundless starry sky could be said to be full of opportunities. No matter where one was, as long as one was in the boundless starry sky, as long as one looked up, one could see large amounts of innate starlight intertwining, giving birth to pure innate star essence that floated freely in the starry sky. If one was lucky, one could probably pick up a galaxy divine gold after taking a few steps. If one was even luckier, it was not rare to occasionally come across a few drops of triple brilliance divine water. In short, the origin of the boundless starry sky was too rich. With the support of the god Pangu, even Great Emperor Ziwei, who ruled the entire boundless starry sky, could not say for sure how many treasures were nurtured in it. As for the supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Daoist Taoist priest, it also existed in the boundless starry sky. Zhouxing intertwined with each other, and some of the origin would often dissipate and intertwine with the Tao of heaven and earth. Over time, many mysterious things were born. There were innate life forms, innate spiritual treasures, and innate god fiends. If by chance, 365 chi of Zhouxing's origin would gather in one place at the same time and combine with the innate Tao, it would give birth to a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Taoist priest. This was a true treasure of heaven and earth, rarer than supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures and far more valuable than innate god fiends. It was also one of the most precious treasures in the boundless starry sky, one that could only be found by chance. Since Great Emperor Ziwei ruled the boundless starry sky, only 3 supreme fruits of the way had been born in the boundless starry sky. As for the time when Di Jun ruled the boundless starry sky, not a single one had been born. Chapter 840. Just as the people of the 3 realms were guessing what had happened in the boundless starry sky, Ziwei the Great slowly opened his eyes in the Ziwei Temple. I, Pangu's Ziwei clan, consider that it is difficult for all living beings to seek the Tao and see the Great Path. Therefore, I have decided to reopen the Daoist sky in 100,000 years and invite the Taoist priests of the 3 realms to come here and discuss the Tao in order to seek the fruit of the origin. All living beings of the 3 realms, if they are fated, can come to the Daoist sky to listen. His voice was loud and resonated with the Tao. It rang in the ears of all living beings between heaven and earth, both inside and outside the 3 realms. The voice rang 3 times in a row before it stopped. In the next moment, the great masters who were hidden outside of time and space, in the chaos beyond the heavens, or in some secret realms, were all alarmed by this voice. The faces that had remained the same for thousands of years finally showed a trace of movement. They opened their eyes that had not changed for thousands of years and looked in the direction of the boundless starry sky in surprise and bewilderment. The Daoist sky. After tens of millions of years, is the Daluo sky finally going to open? Last time, the poor Wei had something to do and missed the Daluo sky. This time, we can't miss it. We can go and see how the Daluo sky is different from the outside world and how it can surpass Master's Purple Cloud Palace and become the #1 holy land of the untainted land. 100,000 years later, the poor Wei will go and meet some old friends. These great masters who had been living in seclusion finally changed their minds after countless years. They planned to come out of their seclusion and go to the Daluo sky to discuss the Tao. The #1 holy land could not attract people, but the hope of attaining the Tao was. The reason why the great masters lived in seclusion was that they did not want to be tainted by the mortal world and only wanted to pursue the Tao. However, the Daluo sky's discussion of the Tao contained a trace of a chance of attaining the Tao. Therefore, even these great masters who had been living in seclusion could not help but think about leaving their seclusion after hearing this news. Those great mediums were excited, not to mention the other Taoist priests. Numerous Taoist priests that were usually nowhere to be seen suddenly appeared and walked through the 3 dimensions. They browsed through the magnificent mountains and rivers as they searched for friends and the Tao, and they waited for the arrival of the agreement of 100,000 years. The great mystical powers and the Xiantian Taoist priests were very excited, but the beings of the 3 realms were at a loss. They knew what the Tao debate meant, but they had no idea where the Daluo sky was. There was a place called the Daluo sky in the 3 realms? Among the 36 heavens of the heaven realm, he had never heard of a heaven called the Daluo heaven. This question lingered in everyone's mind for thousands of years before they finally got an answer from a Tao master. The so-called Daluo sky was actually the #1 sacred ground of legend. It was situated at the peak of the 3 dimensions, and it was the place where a myriad of Daoists converged. When the people heard this, they were all indescribably shocked. Although they had never been to the Daluo sky, from its ranking as the #1 sacred ground of the primordial world, they knew that this was definitely a supreme place. For a moment, all the beings of the 3 realms were extremely excited as they flew towards the boundless starry sky. They were not great mystical powers, nor were they Xiantian Taoist priests. With a thought, they could rush to the boundless starry sky. They were just ordinary immortals. The boundless starry sky was abnormally far away from the mortal world. With their speed, it would probably take them thousands of years just to travel. Most likely, they would have to spend more than half of the 100,000 years on the road. Therefore, the beings of the 3 realms naturally had to rush to the boundless starry sky in advance. Firstly, they would probably miss the Tao debate. Secondly, the boundless starry sky was mysterious and contained countless opportunities. If they arrived in advance and traveled in the boundless starry sky for a period of time, they might be able to obtain some opportunities. Yes. That was a good idea. There was a layer of thunder, fire, meteorites, and astral winds at the border of heaven and earth. Without the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, it was impossible to enter the heaven realm. The boundless starry sky was still above the heaven realm. If they wanted to reach the boundless starry sky, they had to go above the 36 heavens and cross the 36 spatial barriers. Therefore, although there were many immortals in the 3 realms, there were very few below the Xiantian Taoist priests who could make it here. Even Lord Tai might be able to walk into the boundless starry sky without the protection of an innate spiritual treasure, but he would definitely not be able to get close to the Daluo sky. The phrase, fated person, had already eliminated more than half of the beings of the 3 realms. While the beings of the 3 realms and the Taoist priests were busy, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was in the boundless starry sky, was not idle either. At this moment, he was in seclusion, preparing to plan a major event. In the place where Great Emperor Ziwei was cultivating in seclusion, the brilliance of the 365 heavenly cycle main stars and billions of other stars gathered in one place. In front of Great Emperor Ziwei, a figure that looked exactly like him was gradually formed. That's right, Great Emperor Ziwei was using the power of the boundless starry sky to condense an incarnation that was exactly the same as himself. The reason why the preaching was set to be 100,000 years later was to give everyone time to prepare, but in reality, it was to buy time for Great Emperor Ziwei to condense an incarnation. The incarnation that Great Emperor Ziwei condensed this time was extraordinary. It bore an unprecedented responsibility, and it was his substitute. He was going to discuss the Tao on behalf of his original body in the Daoist Sky Discourse with Tao ancestor Hongjun, the various saints, and the numerous great mediums and Taoist priests. It was extremely difficult to not be seen by others when he was in front of so many people and had a friendly conversation with them. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a long time before he decided to condense an incarnation as Great Emperor Ziwei. His human identity was not acceptable, his Luoi's identity was not acceptable, and his Xianxing identity was even more unacceptable. Once he condensed an incarnation with these three identities, he would probably be seen through as soon as he arrived in the Daoist sky. What Feng Zichen wanted to plan was extremely secretive, and it was even more disadvantageous to the Xian sect. It was something that could not be known by the great mediums of the Xian sect. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, after thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided to let Great Emperor Ziwei handle this matter. This was because only Great Emperor Ziwei's incarnation could hide from the eyes of everyone, the saints, and even Tao ancestor Hongjun. Firstly, Great Emperor Ziwei was the master of the Daoist sky. Secondly, the Daoist sky was located in the boundless starry sky. Thirdly, Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was the strongest. With all these conditions added together, as long as Great Emperor Ziwei's incarnation was condensed perfectly, with the support of the Daoist sky and the boundless starry sky, it could definitely be passed off as the real thing and deceive everyone's perception. Time passed by minute by minute. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the date of the sparring session was approaching. Many great mediums had already set off for the Daoist sky. At this moment, in front of Great Emperor Ziwei, a figure that looked exactly like him stood majestically. Starlight surged around his body, transforming into galaxies that wrapped around him, exuding an unparalleled divine might. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at him for a while and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. In order to refine this incarnation, not only did he spend 100,000 years, but he also used up all the millions of innate star sources that he had accumulated. Fortunately, after spending so many resources, the result was undoubtedly gratifying. Not only did this incarnation look exactly like Great Emperor Ziwei, but it could also erupt with the power of his peak. Although it couldn't last for long, it was definitely no problem for it to last for decades. It was a perfect incarnation. After looking at this incarnation again, Great Emperor Ziwei nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, he took off the heavenly cycle starry robe on his body and draped it over the incarnation. At the same time, he also took off the myriad star crown on his head and placed it on the head of the incarnation. With this, a new Great Emperor Ziwei was born. Greetings, Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, the incarnation opened his eyes and bowed to Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't return the greeting. He continued to stare at the incarnation. He always felt that something was missing, causing this incarnation to be imperfect. Finally, Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly took out the Zhouxing painting and placed it in the hands of the incarnation. With this, everything was perfect. Now, anyone who came would think that this was the real Great Emperor Ziwei and not some incarnation. Seeing that there were no more mistakes, Great Emperor Ziwei immediately ordered, "My fellow Daoists are almost here. I'll have to trouble you to entertain them." The incarnation returned the greeting and said, "Great Emperor Ziwei is too polite. You and I are one. There's no need to trouble me." After saying this, the incarnation's figure gradually faded away. He had gone to the Daoist sky to prepare for the opening of the Daoist sky. After the incarnation was far away, Feng Zichen, who was dressed in plain clothes, flipped his palm and took out a small purple Dao bell. This was Feng Zichen's foundation in this world, the most powerful innate supreme treasure of the untainted land, the Hongmeng Daozhong. At this moment, many of his treasures had left his body. Feng Zichen finally used the Hongmeng Daozhong again. Ever since he became a primordial chaos cultivator, Feng Zichen rarely used the Hongmeng Daozhong. Even if he did use it, he mostly used it in the realm sea. He rarely used this treasure in the untainted land. Old friend, it's time for us to fight side by side again. With a hearty laugh, Feng Zichen shook the Hongmeng Daozhong and shook open the void in front of him. He entered and disappeared. At the same time, countless traces of the great Tao appeared at the highest point of the boundless starry sky. They turned into a vast torrent that gathered together and slowly pulled apart. Whoosh! In an instant, endless Tao light rose, covering the radiance of the stars and dimming the sun and moon. It illuminated the entire three realms, the universe, and the endless spacetime. In the Tao light, a corner of a world formed entirely of great Tao rules gradually revealed itself, emitting endless Tao rhythms. The Daluo sky. The highest heaven of the untainted land had opened. At this moment, many Taoist priests, great masters, and even saints of the untainted land seemed to have received some kind of signal and set off for the Daluo sky. Then, the creatures of the three realms saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Rumble. One after another, brilliant great Daos rose from all over the three realms. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The Tao rhythms flowed as they pierced through the 9 layers of clouds and entered the Daluo sky. Every great Tao here represented a connate Taoist priest. They were the appearance of Tao, the manifestation of Tao, and the incarnation of Tao. As more and more great Tao rules rose, the entire three realms was gradually enveloped by a mighty Tao aura. It suppressed the beings of the three realms to the point that they could not raise their heads and did not dare to look directly at the Daluo sky. At a certain moment, a blurry figure suddenly flashed in the great Tao rules. These were the connate Taoist priests who had already set off for the Daluo sky. At the same time, the incarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei had already stood together with the 3,000 Taoist priests in the Daluo sky to welcome the arrival of the people who were discussing Tao. Compared to the Taoist priests in the outside world, it was obvious that the Taoist priests in the Daluo sky were more excited. Not only were they excited because they were about to see old friends, but they were also excited because they were about to see the great Tao. The Daluo sky had been cultivating in seclusion for countless years. They already understood each other's Tao very well and urgently needed new knowledge to supplement it. And these Daluo Taoist priests who came to discuss Tao carried the new Tao and principles that they urgently needed. And these things would bring them one step closer to the primordial chaos realm. So, how could they not be excited? Not long after, several connate Taoist priests came together. As the disciple of great Emperor Ziwei, Buzhou hurriedly went forward to welcome them and invited them from the boundless starry sky to the Daluo sky. When they arrived here, Great Emperor Ziwei and the others were naturally in charge of receiving them. After these few Taoist priests, the connate Taoist priests of the primordial chaos arrived one after another. Sometimes, there were even dozens of them rushing together. They were all connate Taoist priests. Their realms were about the same, so their speed was naturally about the same. Since they had set off together, they naturally arrived at about the same time. It was not surprising that they arrived together. In just a few hours, most of the Taoist priests of the primordial chaos had arrived. Only the people from the major factions were not here. Just as he thought this, he saw Great Emperor Gaochen, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors leading a group of Taoist priests of the human race appeared in the boundless starry sky. Behind them, Goddess Hutu led the great shaman of the shaman race, Donghuang Tai led the demon god of the demon race, and Patriarch Kunpeng led the demon god of the North Sea. They rushed over from 3 different directions. After these 3 factions were led into the Daluo sky, a 5-colored light suddenly rose from the horizon. It was the arrival of the 3 Khanate races. At this point, most of the major factions of the primordial chaos had arrived. Only the saints had not arrived. Boom! As soon as the 3 Khanate races sat down, a huge wave of saint aura suddenly descended. Everyone looked up and saw the 6 saints bringing their disciples over. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly went forward to welcome them. When the saints sat down, everyone thought that the preaching was about to begin. Unexpectedly, as the owner of this place, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly stood up and went out to welcome them. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly followed. Although they did not know who the newcomers were, they were definitely important figures since Great Emperor Ziwei went out to welcome them. As soon as they left the Daluo sky, everyone felt that something was different. They saw that the 5 elements qi between heaven and earth suddenly became abnormally active. Vaguely, they could hear the roars of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, cheilants, and black tortoises. Seeing this phenomenon, everyone had a feeling and roughly guessed who the newcomers were. As expected, at the end of the world, 5-colored auspicious clouds shrouded the boundless sky. They transformed into the shape of the 5 elements sacred beasts and constantly approached the Daluo sky. The 5 elements sacred beasts were here. Looking at the 5 supreme gods in gorgeous robes in front of them, everyone, including the saints, hurriedly went forward and bowed. Greetings, supremacies. The 5 elements sacred beasts also smiled and returned the greeting. Greetings, fellow Daoists. Chapter 841. After greeting everyone, the 5 elements sacred beasts did not walk into the Daluo sky. Instead, they stood still as if they were waiting for someone. Great Emperor Ziwei was also puzzled by this. Who else was coming? Why did the 5 elements sacred beasts have to wait outside the door personally? Dao ancestor Hongjun? Obviously not. With the relationship between the 5 elements sacred beasts and Dao ancestor Hongjun, it was already very fortunate that they could meet in harmony without bickering or fighting. It was impossible for them to wait outside for Dao ancestor Hongjun. Curious, Great Emperor Ziwei decided to stay behind. He wanted to meet the person who was worthy of the 5 elements sacred beasts' personal weight. In fact, Great Emperor Ziwei and everyone else had already guessed who the person was. It was most likely the most ancient great medium who did not appear in front of others. After the war between the 3 clans, the group of most ancient innate saints had collectively disappeared. No trace of them could be found between heaven and earth. It was as if they had left the primordial world. In fact, that was not the case. They had always been hiding in the primordial world and had long achieved the Dao fruit of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was just that no one knew about them. Now, looking at the 5 elements sacred beasts, it was likely that the Daluo sky's discussion of the Dao had attracted their attention. They wanted to come here to discuss the Dao with everyone. It was certain that the most ancient great beings were powerful, but as for how powerful they were, among the great medium here, only great ancestor Kunpeng and a few others had come into contact with them. The other great medium had only heard of them but had never really seen them, so they had no way of knowing. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the great medium who was about to arrive. Just like that, everyone waited expectantly. They did not have to wait for long. After a while, they saw 9 figures surrounded by Dao Qi walking over from the boundary between the chaos and the boundless starry sky. Everyone went forward to take a look. Who else could it be but Dao ancestor Hongjun? As for the other 8 people, sorry, no one present knew them. Greetings, Dao ancestor. Everyone went forward and bowed to Dao ancestor Hongjun. After that, everyone bowed to the 8 people who were traveling with the Dao ancestor. Greetings, seniors. Although they did not know them, it was always right to call them seniors. Greetings, fellow Daoists. The 8 of them returned the greeting. Fellow Daoists, you're finally here. Come, let's go in quickly. Fellow Daoists have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 5 elements sacred beast stepped forward and pulled the 8 people into the Daoist sky. During this period, the 5 elements sacred beast acted as if he did not see Dao ancestor Hongjun. He did not go forward to greet him. When he spoke to the 8 people, it was as if he did not exist. Seeing this scene, Dao ancestor Hongjun was not angry. He only pointed at the 5 elements sacred beasts and said to the fellow Daoists beside him, "Look at how stingy they are." As they chatted and laughed, everyone entered the Daoist sky, indicating that the Daoist heavenly discourse was about to begin. A total of 10,000 Xiantian Taoist priests, 3,000 almighty experts, over 20 primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, and 1 Wuji Daoist Jingxian came to the meeting. Since the birth of the primordial world, the remaining Khanate Taoist priests had basically all come. This Dao discourse was destined to be an unprecedented prosperity in the history of the primordial world. It would go down in the annals of history and fascinate the future generations. Similarly, after this Dao discourse ended, there would be many almighty experts in the 3 realms who would understand their own path of Dao. From there, they would take the crucial step to transcend everything and cultivate to the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. And just as the Taoist priests were discussing Dao in the Daoist sky, Feng Zichen's original body had quietly arrived in the depths of the ultimate ruins. Together with the mental demon of the ultimate ruins, they entered the future holy land of the demonic Dao, the eternal demon abyss. Is this the holy land of the demonic Dao? It's really different from the immortal Dao. After stepping into the eternal demon abyss, Feng Zichen looked around and said, "Unlike the holy land of the immortal Dao, the demon abyss was filled with evil qi, yin qi, evil qi, and other filthy qi. These filthy qi combined with the Khanate qi and turned into a strange and unpredictable demonic qi. It had the characteristics of blurring one's mind and eroding one's vitality. This demonic qi was the opposite of immortal qi. Moreover, its greatest danger was that it could pollute the innate qi. If the demonic qi was allowed to leak out without proper management, it wouldn't take long for the blessed land to be corroded by the demonic qi and become a demonic land." After looking at the eternal demon abyss a few more times, Feng Zichen said, "This demon abyss is really the nemesis of the immortal Dao. I can faintly sense that this place is connected to the immortal Dao. I'm afraid that when the demon abyss is born, the immortal Dao's summer heat relief will come." In Feng Zichen's perception, he saw the future of the immortal Dao. The eternal demon abyss was born, and the immortal Dao's destiny was shaken. Then, a great demon came out of the demon abyss and constantly wreaked havoc in the world, becoming the enemy of the immortal Dao. The battle between the immortal Dao and the demon abyss would begin with the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Of course, the birth of the eternal demon abyss wasn't a good thing for the immortal Dao. It was a sign of their impending doom. But to the 3 realms and the wilderness, the birth of the demon abyss was a good thing. Firstly, the opposition of immortal Dao and demon could effectively reduce the number of immortals, which was beneficial to the world. Secondly, immortal Dao and demon were like yin and yang, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The 2 opposed each other but were not unified, which was beneficial to stabilizing the world and promoting the development of the 3 realms. Thirdly, which was also the most important point, the birth of the eternal demon abyss could relieve the pressure on the 3 realms. It would allow the evil qi, tribulation qi, evil qi, turbid qi, and other filthy qi to have a new outlet. It could be said that as long as the eternal demon abyss existed, it would be like the sinkhole, constantly swallowing the waste produced by the world, thus delaying the arrival of the final tribulation. The birth of the eternal demon abyss was a crucial link in the evolution of the world. And Feng Zichen came to the sinkhole to help the sinkhole and inner demon perfect the eternal demon abyss, allowing it to truly be born. That's right, the 3 realms had been around for more than 200,000 years, but the eternal demon abyss was still the same, incomparably illusory. It was still illusory, and there were no signs of it being born. The sinkhole and inner demon used all means to strengthen the eternal demon abyss's origin, but there was no effect. The eternal demon abyss was like a giant eater, not rejecting anything, swallowing everything, but there was no growth. The bottomless ruin and heart demon made some deductions and discovered that although the eternal demon abyss shouldered a heavy responsibility, its opportunity to appear in the world was not in this cataclysm, but in the next cataclysm, accompanied by the rise of the demonic path. The sky demon Dao and heavenly immortal Dao were mutually reinforcing and counteracting. Now that the heavenly immortal Dao was about to flourish, the sky demon Dao would naturally also flourish. And this opportunity to flourish should be when the heavenly immortal Dao was at its most prosperous, and it was the beginning of its decline. If it was not the next tribulation, it would be the tribulation after that. But the impatient sinkhole and inner demon could not wait until the next tribulation. The eternal demon abyss was related to their Dao. If it could not be born, then the two would not be able to attain Dao. Moreover, by the time the eternal demon abyss was born in the next tribulation, it would be too late. After the Daoluo heavenly Dao debate, the strength of the celestial sect would rise to a whole level, and there might even be many primordial chaos Dao masters. At that time, without the primordial chaos Dao masters, even if the demon Dao could flourish, what could they do? Facing the celestial sect with many primordial chaos Dao masters, what could the demon Dao do? Wouldn't they be at the mercy of the celestial sect? As for the heavenly Dao wanting the demon Dao to flourish, that was simple. Flourishing for a day was still flourishing. Just put on a show and let the demon Dao run rampant for a period of time, then find a reason to turn the world upside down and reverse the heavenly Dao. In an instant, the demon Dao could decline from flourishing and fall into the dust. A Daxing without a master overseeing it was like a castle in the air, a reflection of the moon in the water. It was all illusory and unrealistic. It could be destroyed at any time. After flourishing, the demon Dao would fall into the dust. As the two great sect masters of the sky demon Dao, if they could end up well, their fates would naturally be miserable. They might not die, but they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed forever. Other than that, it was not over. If they were really suppressed by the experts of the celestial sect, then with the temperament of the great masters of the celestial sect, both the sky demon and the sky demon could imagine their days after being sealed. The great mediums of the celestial sect of wonders wouldn't mind using their names to stir up trouble in the world. Moreover, after they were done using them, they would plant all kinds of shit on the two of them. It was too miserable. Even if they were sealed, they would not be able to find peace. From time to time, they would be dragged out by the great masters of the celestial sect and become the targets of everyone in the world. How could the sky demon and the sky demon accept such a future? Therefore, they wanted to go against the heavens and change their fate, causing the eternal demon abyss to be born in advance. They wanted to accumulate as much power as they could to achieve the realm of the primordial chaos Daoluo Jingxian before the demon Dao flourished. Of course, the sky demon Dao with only two primordial chaos Daoluo Jingxian could not be a match for the celestial sect, but they had the ability to deal with the primordial chaos Dao master of the celestial sect. Yes, they had the ability to flip the table. In the future, even if the celestial sect defeated the sky demon Dao, they would not dare to force the two Dao masters of the sky demon Dao too much. After all, if two primordial chaos Daoluo Jingxian self-destructed at the same time, they could at least blow up half of the three realms. The primordial chaos Dao master of the celestial sect had scruples about this, so he would not dare to force the Dao master of the sky demon Dao too much. As for the method to restrain the self-destruction, self-destruction was the last desperate move of a cultivator. If it was so easy to restrain, it would not be called a method of mutual destruction. If one wanted to stop the enemy from self-destruction, there was only one way, and that was to suddenly burst out with a power several times stronger than the enemy at the moment of self-destruction, and kill them by force. In this way, self-destruction would naturally be resolved. The way to deal with self-destruction was to interrupt it with a stronger power. It sounded easy, but it was not easy to do. The Sky Demon and the Sky Demon had a good idea, but their power was limited. Even if they used all their means, they could not cause the eternal demon Abyss to be born in advance. As a last resort, the two of them went to the main body, Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen thought about how to create the eternal demon Abyss for several days, and indeed came up with a way, but it was not easy to execute. The main reason was that he was afraid of attracting the attention of the celestial sect. The birth of the eternal demon Abyss was bound to affect the destiny of the immortal path. Therefore, if it was forcefully created, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the celestial sect masters. If they were not careful, the celestial sect masters would personally come to the Sky Demon Abyss and destroy it. At that time, as one of the leaders of the righteous path, Feng Zichen would not be able to help the Sky Demon Abyss. For this reason, he could help the Sky Demon Abyss create the eternal demon Abyss, but he had to find an opportunity when the celestial sect masters were not around. The Daoist Heavenly Dao debate was born for this reason. It was basically impossible to wait for the celestial sect masters to leave the three realms of their own accord. But if there was no opportunity, it could be created. Feng Zichen thought about it, and thought of opening the Daoist Heavenly Dao. In the name of spying on the great Dao, he invited all the Taoist priests of the wilderness to discuss the Dao. In one fell swoop, he summoned all the masters of the celestial sect to the Daoist Heavenly Dao debate. Just as everyone was focused on the Dao debate and had no time to worry about the three realms, Feng Zichen slipped away and quietly left the boundless starry sky, came to the Sky Demon Abyss, and began his plan. Helping the Sky Demon Abyss and the celestial sect open up. At this time, everyone's thoughts were on how to attain the Dao. How could they be distracted to care about the three realms? If they were distracted and did not catch that fleeting spark of the great Dao, missing the opportunity to attain the Dao, wouldn't it be too late to regret it? Therefore, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Feng Zichen could rest assured and help the celestial sect open up the eternal demon Abyss. Following the celestial sect and the celestial sect, Feng Zichen walked forward for a while more until he arrived at the deepest part of the eternal demon Abyss. When he arrived, he saw endless demonic qi gathering in the depths of the abyss. It seemed to have a life of its own, throbbing constantly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it wasn't demonic qi that was throbbing, but the connate Dao fetuses in the depths of the demonic qi. There were a total of 9 connate Dao fetuses, and each one was surrounded by terrifying demonic shadows. These were connate godfiends born from the abyss, true and complete connate godfiends that belonged to the demonic Dao. They were also the key to the future prosperity of the Sky Demon Dao. These connate devils fetus were born together with the other connate godfiends of the three realms. However, while the connate godfiends of the three realms had been born for many years, the connate devil's fetus here showed no signs of birth. The reason for this was the influence of the eternal demon Abyss. These 9 connate devil's fetus were all born from the core of the eternal demon Abyss. But now, even the eternal demon Abyss itself hadn't reached perfection, so where would it find the extra power to nurture these connate demon gods? Therefore, although these connate devil's fetus had been around for many years, there were no signs of birth at all. If they wanted to be born, they would have to wait until the eternal demon Abyss was truly born. Only then would the Abyss have the power to nurture them. To be able to nurture 9 connate demon gods at once, this eternal demon Abyss is truly extraordinary. No wonder you can't nurture them. Feng Zichen sighed with emotion as he looked at the 9 connate devil's fetus. In the three realms, the only place other than the world tree that could nurture 9 connate godfiends at once was Kunlun Mountain. And now, the eternal demon Abyss had done the same. What did this mean? Even if the eternal demon Abyss couldn't compare to Kunlun Mountain, it wasn't far off. Chapter 842. It was no wonder that the eternal demon Abyss carried the future fortune of the Sky Demon sect. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kunlun Mountain, it was indeed qualified. Let's begin. Feng Zichen instructed as he silently walked up to a Khanate devil's fetus. Then, Inner Demon and Guishu stepped forward and took out the blood of the Chaos Demon God that Feng Zichen had collected from the Realm Sea. They circled around the Khanate devil's fetus and continuously drew. Soon, a special formation made entirely of the blood of the Chaos Demon God appeared below the Khanate devil's fetus. The formation's function was very simple. It was used to summon the Chaos Demon God. With the Khanate devil's fetus as bait, the formation would strengthen the devil's fetus's power and attract the Chaos Demon God that was wandering outside the realm. Through the mysterious connection, they would descend here and possess the Khanate devil's fetus. They would then be born in the Eldritch Wilderness as Khanate demon gods. This was a proper secret technique of the demon sect that was used to summon the Chaos Demon God. And now, Feng Zichen was using this formation. Naturally, his purpose was not to help the Chaos Demon God reincarnate in the three realms, but to hunt down the Chaos Demon God. That's right, to hunt down the Chaos Demon God. For the eternal demon abyss to be born, it needed an enormous amount of world origin. Where would this world origin come from? Obviously, it was most suitable to come from the Chaos Demon God. The Chaos Demon God's world origin was of extremely high quality, far surpassing the world origin. In fact, even the Chaos origin was slightly inferior. It could even give birth to the Eldritch Wilderness, let alone a mere eternal demon abyss. As long as it devoured the Chaos Demon God's world origin, the eternal demon abyss's rate of birth would definitely skyrocket. It would be no problem for it to be born completely within 100 years. As for hunting down the Chaos Demon God, it only needed to be killed and refined the moment it descended. This wouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. This was because the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God would definitely not descend in his true form. He would only descend a wisp of his true spirit. And how strong could a wisp of true spirit be? At most, it would be the strength of a primordial chaos perfected golden immortal. With Feng Zichen's strength at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos and his strongest Khanate treasure, the primordial chaos Dao Bell, suppressing a wisp of true spirit of a chaos fiend celestial was a piece of cake. Resist? Can they resist? Although this method was simple, it had a flaw, and that was that it was troublesome. Since the Chaos Demon God did not descend with his true body but only a wisp of his true spirit, the power he carried was very limited. Therefore, one Chaos Demon God's true spirit was definitely not enough. He needed many of them. With so many Chaos Demon Gods, it was inevitable that he would fail. Therefore, he had to be careful, and even more careful. This was the reason why Feng Zichen's original body had appeared here. He wanted to use his strongest power to suppress any possible accidents that might occur. I'm ready. We can begin now. After finishing the preparation work, the ultimate ruins and the mental demon spoke at the same time. In fact, there was no need for them to say anything. Feng Zichen and their minds were connected. The moment they were ready, he already knew that they could begin. Then let's do it. Nodding, Feng Zichen waved his big sleeve and released a Daoist who was surrounded by a murderous aura. This was a demi-saint of the demon sect. Feng Zichen had captured him on his way to the ultimate ruins. He was also an extremely important part of Feng Zichen's operation this time. He would be responsible for activating the formation and summoning the Chaos Demon God. If Feng Zichen and the other two were responsible for activating the formation, the Chaos Demon God on the other side of the formation would inevitably be alarmed and vigilant, thus creating unknown variables. For this reason, the person used to activate the formation and summon the Chaos Demon God must have nothing to do with Feng Zichen. It was with this idea that Feng Zichen had captured a demi-saint of the demon sect on the way. The demi-saint of the demon sect was a direct descendant of the Chaos Demon God in the untainted land. He had nothing to do with Feng Zichen, so it was more than appropriate to use him to summon the Chaos Demon God. The people of the demon sect found a Khanate devil's fetus in the three realms. In their excitement, they decided to summon the Chaos Demon God and urge him to be born in the three realms. Was there a problem? There was no problem at all. It was reasonable. As for why Feng Zichen was so coincidental that he could meet a demi-saint of the demon sect on his way to the ultimate ruins, there was nothing surprising about it. Feng Zichen's luck was so strong that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the best in the three realms. In short, Feng Zichen's luck was the best in the world. He had basically reached the point where he could get whatever he wanted. As long as he desperately wanted to meet a demi-saint of the demon sect in his heart, there would definitely be an unlucky demi-saint of the demon sect who would appear in front of Feng Zichen due to various coincidences. It couldn't be helped. People with great luck were just so unreasonable. After using a secret method to confuse the mind of the demi-saint of the demon sect, Feng Zichen and the other two hid their bodies in the Hongmeng Daozhong and became one with the surrounding heaven and earth. They were completely invisible and did not leave a trace of aura. At this moment, the unconscious demi-saint of the demon sect suddenly woke up. Then, he saw the connate devil fetus in front of him and the formation below the devil fetus to summon the chaos demon god. Suddenly seeing this scene, the demi-saint of the demon sect was not surprised at all. He walked forward naturally and began to prepare to activate the formation. Of course, he was not surprised. His memory had long been tampered with by Feng Zichen. Now, in his mind, he was traveling here by chance and accidentally found a connate devil fetus. Using the devil fetus as the foundation, he built a formation to summon the chaos demon god. The formation in front of him was built by the demi-saint of the demon sect. How could he not be natural? After skillfully operating it, the demi-saint of the demon sect began to chant. He was using the secret method of the demon sect to activate the formation and summon the chaos demon god. As the demi-saint of the demon sect moved, the strange formation below the connate devil fetus suddenly bloomed with rays of blood light. Immediately, an inexplicable force spread out from the blood light and distorted the unknown time and space. In this way, after waiting for a few days, the void above the connate devil fetus suddenly began to distort and become indescribable. Wisps of chaotic evil aura spread out. This strange phenomenon meant that the formation had already connected with a chaos demon god and was guiding his power to descend into the eternal demon abyss. In this way, after a few more days, the constantly distorting void above the connate devil fetus suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black, deep, and ominous void passage quietly formed, connecting the unknown world and the three realms. Immediately, an incomparably violent force, accompanied by wisps of chaotic evil aura, surged from the other end of the passage and landed above the connate devil fetus, turning into a strange demon god with 6 faces. The demon god of 6 desires. Feng Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, recognized the origin of the demon god of 6 desires the moment it descended. It was the demon god of 6 desires who had mastered the great Tao of 6 desires. The demon god of 6 desires' strength was not the best among the chaos demon gods. At most, his intelligence was first class. Among the chaos demon gods, there were many who were stronger than him. But even so, few people dared to provoke the demon god of 6 desires among the chaos demon gods. It was true that he was not strong, but he had a twin brother called the demon god of 7 emotions, who was a chaos demon god who had mastered the great Tao of 7 emotions. The strength of the demon god of 7 emotions and the demon god of 6 desires were about the same. Neither was stronger than the other. But once the 2 chaos demon gods joined forces, they could become the demon god of 7 emotions and 6 desires, and their cultivation would be close to that of the top chaos demon gods. Therefore, few chaos demon gods dared to provoke the 2 brothers. Others might be afraid of him, but Feng Zichen was not. Firstly, the demon god of 7 emotions was not here. Secondly, this was the untainted land, the 3 realms, and the eternal demon abyss. It was his territory. He had no reason to be afraid of the demon god of 6 desires. It's the Khanate devil fetus. With him, I can avoid the eyes and ears of the heavenly Tao and reincarnate into the untainted land. I can hide there and secretly strengthen my strength, waiting for the birth of the great Tao fruit. The demon god of 6 desires saw the Khanate devil fetus right below him the moment he arrived. He could not help but shout excitedly. After a while, the excitement in his heart gradually faded. The demon god of 6 desires finally noticed the demonic sect quasi-sage who had summoned him. Then, he said with satisfaction, "Very good. Are you the one who summoned me? You are very good. When I successfully reincarnate, I will personally help you attain the Tao and help you break free from the influence of the great Tao. From then on, you will regain your freedom. This is the reward you deserve. The Chaos Demon Gods will never mistreat those who have made contributions. As long as you serve me with peace of mind and help me recover my strength, I can even help you attain the infinite Tao fruit and the ultimate creation realm, let alone the Chaos Tao fruit." It was unknown whether the demon god of 6 desires was hypocritical or not. Anyway, what he said was very tempting. Such tempting words, coupled with the power of 6 desires that he naturally exuded, could easily arouse the greed of others. If an ordinary demonic sect expert listened to the demon god of 6 desires' words, he would probably be tempted and wholeheartedly loyal to him. Unfortunately, this demonic sect quasi-sage's heart had already been twisted by Feng Zichen. No matter how the demon god of 6 desires tried to bewitch him, he could not shake his Tao heart at all. At this time, the demon god of 6 desires also sensed that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with this demonic sect quasi-sage. But before he could find out what the problem was, Feng Zichen, who had been preparing for a long time, had already made his move. Suddenly, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void and became 10,000 feet tall. It was accompanied by a monstrous Hongmeng aura. It blasted down from the sky and enveloped the demon god of 6 desires, who was defenseless. "Ah, this bell, it's you. It's you, you thief. You actually hid here and plotted against me. Damn it, you deserve to die." Inside the Hongmeng Daozhong, although the demon god of 6 desires did not see Feng Zichen, he recognized the Tao bell that trapped him and guessed Feng Zichen's identity. It was the despicable thief who often ambushed and even hunted chaos demon gods in the realm sea. At the same time that he recognized Feng Zichen's identity, the demon god of 6 desires also understood his situation. Feng Zichen was able to escape from the joint attack of hundreds of chaos demon gods. His strength was terrifying. His chaotic true spirit would not be able to resist at all in front of him. There was no other possibility other than being easily killed. After understanding this, the demon god of 6 desires did not hesitate. After saying some harsh words, he directly dispersed his chaotic true spirit. "When I recover from my injuries and my strength returns to its peak, I will suppress you in the infinite sea and let you be eroded by the infinite calamity Qi day and night." The demon god of 6 desires' thoughts were simple. Rather than being killed and humiliated by Feng Zichen, he would rather end his own life. It was just a true spirit. He could afford to lose it. Although he thought this, when he really did it, the demon god of 6 desires' heart still ached. Although the destruction of his true spirit did not shake his foundation, the results of his hard work in cultivation over the past few years had been completely wasted. He would have to start all over again. The loss was not great, but it was hard to swallow this anger. The wisp of the 6 desires demon god's chaotic true spirit slowly dissipated amidst his extremely unwilling and resentful eyes. In the end, it turned into a ball of demon god origin that quietly floated within the Hongmeng Dao bell. In the dark, Feng Zichen saw this scene and could not help but be speechless. He did not expect his deterrence to be so great. Before he even appeared, the demon god of 6 desires had already guessed that he was the culprit and was so scared that he hurriedly killed himself. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was quite proud. In this world, who else but Feng Zichen could scare the demon god of chaos to the point of killing himself? Even the great god Pangu did not have this ability. Although this was only a true spirit of the demon god of chaos, it could not be denied that this was a great achievement. While feeling proud, Feng Zichen could not help but think of something. What kind of place was the infinite sea? Just now, the demon god of 6 desires had said that after his strength returned to its peak, he would suppress Feng Zichen in the infinite sea and let him be eroded by the infinite calamity Qi day and night. From the context, it was not difficult to infer that the infinite sea should be an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, the demon god of 6 desires would not have suppressed Feng Zichen there. Moreover, the name of the boundless sea always made Feng Zichen think of the boundless calamity. This place should be related to the infinite calamity. Silently remembering the name of this place, Feng Zichen decided that if he had time, he would go to the outer realm to look for this place in the great chaos. He wanted to see just how extraordinary this place was for the demon god of chaos to call it a dangerous place. As for now, it was more important to advance to the eternal demon abyss. Feng Zichen did not come out from the dark. With a thought, the demon god of 6 desires chaotic true spirit that had formed the demon god source was sent out of Hongmeng Daozhong and merged into the eternal demon abyss. In an instant, intense changes occurred in the eternal demon abyss. More demonic energy gushed out and swept toward the edge of the eternal demon abyss. It shattered layers of the void and continued to expand the eternal demon abyss. After devouring the demonic god's origin, the eternal demon abyss continued to expand. At the same time, strange demonic Tao laws intertwined in the sky above the demon abyss, evolving continuously, causing the void of the demon abyss to become even more stable. Chapter 843. 8 more chaos demon gods and the eternal demon abyss will complete its evolution, Feng Zichen said after silently comprehending the changes in the demon abyss. A wisp of the true spirit of a chaos demon god was still too little. It was not enough for the eternal demon abyss to evolve. It needed more. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen continued to cast the secret technique and signal to the demi-saint to summon the chaos demon god using the previous method. However, before the demi-saint of the demi-saint took action, Feng Zichen did not forget to knock on the Hongmeng Daozhong and release billions of wisps of Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void. After all, the demon god of 6 desires had appeared here before. Although a wisp of his chaotic true spirit had been devoured by the eternal demon abyss, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be any remnants of his aura. If the next chaos demon god who arrived noticed something, it would be troublesome. Feng Zichen felt more at ease after cleansing the void with the primordial qi and completely washing away the remaining aura of the 6 desires demonic god. It was true that he wanted to scheme against the greatest life form in the world, the chaos demon god. He could never be too careful. It was a familiar scene and a familiar process. But this time, Feng Zichen and the demi-saints had changed to a connate devil's fetus. There was a sudden flash of blood light and an invisible wave spread out. It had formed a connection with an unknown existence. A few months later, the void above the connate devil's fetus suddenly collapsed and formed a strange void tunnel. Another chaos demon god walked out and descended. Good, very good. Who is summoning me as a connate devil's fetus? I must reward you. When I am successfully reincarnated, I will help you attain Tao and regain your freedom. Before the chaos demon god showed up, his voice was heard from afar. Shortly after, a chaos demon god with 7 heads squeezed out of the void tunnel and appeared before the demi-saint of the demi-saint of the demi-saint. This chaos demon god also had 4 limbs and 100 bones. He was not much different from an ordinary person and also had a connate constitution. However, he had 7 heads. Furthermore, each head displayed a different expression. 7 heads, 7 faces, corresponding to 7 expressions. They were respectively joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock, and the other 7 emotions. Without a doubt, This chaos demon god was the twin brother of the demon god of 6 desires, the 7 emotions demon god. It was a coincidence that the two brothers were summoned at the same time. Brothers in the same boat. Before the 7 emotions demonic god could observe the situation, the primordial chaos Dao Bell suddenly appeared in the void and turned into 100,000 feet in size. It enveloped the 7 emotions demonic god as if it was covering him. Damn it! It's you, you thief! You bastard! God of God of God, God of mind was stunned, God of 7 God. Of God, God was God. Of God was God of God. Then, he became extremely angry and cursed at Feng Zichen. Filthy words came out of his mouth and he did not have the demeanor of a chaos demon god at all. At first, Feng Zichen was angry when he was cursed. He wanted to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong and kill the 7 emotions demon god of 7 emotions. However, Feng Zichen sensed that something was wrong the moment he had this thought. He was not like the 3 pure ones who cared about their reputation. He was a true Daoist who was not shocked by honor or disgrace. No matter how the world insulted him, cursed him, praised him, or praised him, his Daoist heart would not be shaken. If someone cursed him, he would just kill them. Why would he be so angry? However, Feng Zichen was angered by a few words from the 7 emotions demon god. That was not right. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen calmed down. Then, he realized that the 7 emotions demon god was indeed a demon god who had mastered the 7 emotions great Tao. There was the power of 7 emotions hidden in his words. He was provoking the anger in Feng Zichen's heart. If Feng Zichen was really impulsive and was affected by the power of 7 emotions, he would kill the chaotic real spirit of the 7 emotions demon god. Then, he would fall into the Tao of the 7 emotions demon god. A wisp of the power of 7 emotions went deep into his Daoist heart. From then on, his Daoist heart would be damaged. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. If it was serious, he would sink into the sea of bitterness of the 7 emotions. After understanding this, Feng Zichen could not help but take a deep breath. The chaos demon gods were really strange and powerful. There were hidden murderous intents everywhere. If he was not careful, he would fall into their Tao and fall into a disaster. It was really scary. Fortunately, the 6 desires demon god was more cowardly. When he found out that the person who came was Feng Zichen, he directly killed himself. He did not plot against him like the 7 emotions demon god. This saved Feng Zichen some trouble. Wait, that's not right. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could he be sure that the 6 desires demon god did not plot against him? Now that he thought about it, the 6 desires demon god's actions were really strange. How could a chaos demon god be so cowardly? He did not even put up a fight and directly killed himself. It was a disgrace to the chaos demon gods. Why couldn't the 6 desires demon god's actions be to make Feng Zichen more cautious and create an opportunity to plot against him? The means of the chaos demon gods had always been mysterious and unpredictable. The 6 desires demon god might have done this. He had to be careful. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the innate indestructible true spirit and turned it into an extremely perfect jade disc. There were countless runes of the Great Path around it, as if all the 3,000 great paths were on it. This was the great treasure of the heavenly path, the jade disc of good fortune. It was made by Pangu by combining part of the Great Path imprints of the 3,000 demon gods. Its power was ridiculously strong and was not inferior to any great treasure of the chaos. Of course, this was not the jade disc of good fortune itself. It was a supreme magic that Feng Zichen had reverse deduced from the fragment of the jade disc of good fortune. How much weaker was its power compared to the real jade disc of good fortune? Feng Zichen had not seen the real jade disc of good fortune, so he could not make a comparison. However, the power of this creation magic was definitely not weaker than the fragment of the jade disc of good fortune in Feng Zichen's hands. It might even be stronger. The jade disc of good fortune spun, and Dao light flowed on its body like a mirror. It shone on Feng Zichen's body from inside out. Soon, it shone on him, not missing a single corner. Under the jade disc, the few flaws on Feng Zichen's body were illuminated one by one. There were no traces of him being plotted against. Seeing this, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. He had not been plotted against by the Six Desires demon god, but he was not completely at ease. Immediately, Feng Zichen spun the jade disc of good fortune and shone it on the inner demon and the ultimate void. Indeed, in the corner of their bodies, where it was hard to detect, Feng Zichen saw a trace of the Six Desires demon god's will. Obviously, it was left behind by the Six Desires demon god at some unknown time and with some unknown method. It was also strange that the Six Desires demon god did not see the ultimate void and the inner demon at all. Even so, he could still do something to them, and it was under Feng Zichen's nose. This method was really shocking. Although he did not know what the Six Desires demon god's will was used for, and how it affected the ultimate void and the inner demon, it was obviously not something good since it was left behind by the Six Desires demon god. Therefore, Feng Zichen used a secret technique to keep the two traces of the Six Desires demon god's will. Then, he used a secret technique to extract a trace of the Seven Emotions power from the Seven Emotions demon god's voice. After doing all this, Feng Zichen put the two traces of the Seven Emotions and Six Desires demon god's will together and suppressed Hongmeng Daozhong's body. Since it was left behind by the Chaos demon god, it must be extremely mysterious. Keeping it could be used for research, and also to plot against others. In the future, he could use these two traces of power to plot against whoever he did not like. The Seven Emotions and Six Desires demon god's will was extremely strange, and even Feng Zichen almost fell into it. In the three realms, there were very few people who could defend against the plot of these two traces of power. After dealing with the Seven Emotions and Six Desires demon god's will, Feng Zichen began to reflect on himself. Recently, his life had been too smooth, and it had caused his mentality to become a little unstable, so much so that he almost fell into the Chaos demon god's will. Seeing the Chaos demon god kill himself, Feng Zichen's first reaction was not to be vigilant, but to be very proud of it. He thought that his reputation was enough to deter the Chaos demon god. With such a mentality, he really became arrogant. Fortunately, the plot of the Seven Emotions demon god this time made Feng Zichen regain his vigilance, and he fell from the sky. Otherwise, if he maintained such a mentality for a long time, Feng Zichen would inevitably suffer a great loss. The Seven Emotions demon god was a good person. In order to thank him, Feng Zichen decided to let him die quickly, without any pain. With a thought, Feng Zichen's figure walked out from the darkness, and came to the front of the Seven Emotions demon god. The Seven Emotions demon god, who was continuing to curse, saw Feng Zichen's expression and knew that his plot had been seen through. Immediately, he stopped cursing, but stared at Feng Zichen, and scolded angrily, "Descendant of Pangu, you are very good. Since I was born, I have been roaming the chaos for countless years, and I have never seen anyone more arrogant than you. You treat us chaos demon gods as your prey. You are very good, and you are very bold. You have made me extremely angry. To be honest, my killing intent towards you has almost surpassed that of Pangu. When I return to my peak, I will definitely suppress your innate indestructible true spirit in the indestructible fire domain, and let you be burned by the indestructible Tao fire day and night. The humiliation that you have brought to us chaos demon gods will not be forgotten so easily. When the time comes for the final reckoning, you and everything related to you will disappear from this world. Even Pangu will not be able to protect you. The anger of the chaos demon gods will definitely burn you to ashes." After saying a long and harsh sentence to Feng Zichen, the body of the seven emotions demon god suddenly began to expand rapidly, and his power increased by more than a few times in an instant. He was going to self-destruct. Although he did not know why Feng Zichen lured him here, the most precious thing that he had was the chaotic true spirit. Therefore, the seven emotions demon god was determined to destroy the chaotic true spirit, and not leave anything for Feng Zichen. The idea of the seven emotions demon god was indeed very good, as it could break Feng Zichen's plot. But his plan was destined to fail. Because in the face of absolute power, there was no room for him to self-destruct. Although the chaotic true spirit of the seven emotions demon god was comparable to the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, it did not have the power to match it. Therefore, in front of Feng Zichen, who was at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos, all his resistance was futile. Not to mention that the seven emotions demon god was in Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, how could the seven emotions demon god resist Feng Zichen? With a thought, Feng Zichen activated Hongmeng Daozhong. In an instant, there was a melodious sound of a bell. Time and space suddenly stopped, and everything was still. The seven emotions demon god was also fixed on the spot. Sigh. Feng Zichen shook his head and sighed. An invisible force burst forth, drowning the seven emotions demonic god and destroying it. After a while, the seven emotions demon god disappeared, leaving behind an extremely pure chaotic true spirit. Since he said that he would let the seven emotions demon god die painlessly, he would let him die painlessly. Feng Zichen always kept his word. As for the threat of the seven emotions demon god, Feng Zichen did not take it to heart at all. If a few words could make him afraid, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current realm. The seven emotions demon god's words were really funny. He said it as if Feng Zichen did not offend them, they would not attack Feng Zichen. As a descendant of Pangu, it was destined that he could not coexist with the chaos demon god. Regardless of whether he offended them or not, the chaos demon god would attack Feng Zichen and the rest in the end. All the descendants of Pangu knew this clearly. Therefore, the descendants of Pangu had always killed the chaos demon god whenever they saw one. They were unusually ruthless. Moreover, when the day of reckoning arrived, no one knew what realm Feng Zichen's strength had reached. At that time, it was not certain who would be the one to deal with who. It could only be said that the seven emotions demon god was too optimistic. However, the eternal fire territory that the seven emotions demon god mentioned attracted Feng Zichen's attention. It was another place that he had never heard of. The chaos outside the realm was really too mysterious. There were endless secret realms and opportunities waiting for the world to discover and explore. If I have time in the future, I must travel to the chaos outside the realm. Involuntarily, Feng Zichen was once again determined to travel to the chaos outside the realm. Soon, he would have time soon. His doppelgangers had almost all grown up. When all of them became primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, Feng Zichen would have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen withdrew his thoughts and merged the chaotic true spirit of the seven emotions demon god into the eternal demon abyss. Accelerating the birth of the eternal demon abyss to help Guo Su and the mental demon attain the Tao was Feng Zichen's current priority. It was indeed much easier for the mental demon and Guo Su to attain the Tao than the other powerful figures. This was not because Guo Su and the mental demon were too outstanding, but because the Xian sect was too strong. To put it this way, the heavenly Tao emphasized balance the most. Therefore, the stronger the Xian sect was, the more support the heavenly Tao would give to the demon sect. If there were dozens of primordial chaos Tao masters in the Xian sect, perhaps Guo Su and the mental demon, who were the masters of the demon sect, could attain the Tao while lying down. It had to be said that sometimes, one's background was indeed more important than hard work. Chapter 844. Rumble. After devouring the chaotic real spirit of the seven emotions demonic god, the surface area of the eternal demon abyss expanded again and the void became more stable. Vaguely, it became more solid. Looking at the performance of the eternal demon abyss, Feng Zichen could not help but feel that the eternal demon abyss could be born without summoning the 9 chaos demon gods. He had overestimated the eternal demon abyss. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to activate the Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void. Beside him, the inner demon seemed to have sensed something and suddenly entered a state of enlightenment. Feng Zichen thought about it and felt relieved. The inner demon walked the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Whether it was the chaotic real spirit of the 7 emotions demonic god or the chaotic real spirit of the 6 desires demonic god, they were all great supplements for the inner demon. Now, the eternal demon abyss had devoured the real spirits of the 2 chaos demon gods. While its origin had increased greatly, it was also replenishing its master. The inner demon was replenished by the eternal demon abyss and suddenly obtained many mysteries of the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for it to enter a state of enlightenment. The Tao of the chaos demon gods was the inheritance of the great Tao. It was far more mysterious than the connate Tao in the untainted world. It was a method that pointed directly to eternity. If the inner demon could comprehend some of it, it would undoubtedly have a greater chance of becoming a Tao of origin chaos. After this, the inner demon's time to become a Tao would be shortened by at least millions of years. Feng Zichen secretly cast a divine skill to send the inner demon aside. He continued to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong and cleanse the void with the Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void of all auras of the chaos demon gods. After doing all this, Feng Zichen's eyes moved and the demonic sage-to-be immediately took action. He silently walked to the next connate devil's fetus and began to repeat the previous actions. As Feng Zichen continued to scheme against the other chaos demon gods, the 6 desires demon god, who had suffered a great loss in the realm sea, woke up from his seclusion in a huff. The monstrous flames of fury seemed to have materialized as they surged out from the god of 6 desires' body and engulfed everything. Everything around him was burned to ashes. Damned reptile, I will not let you off. After venting his anger for a while, the 6 desires demon god seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly released a strand of divine consciousness and rushed toward the greater thousand world next door. That was the great thousand world where his elder brother, the 7 emotions demonic god, was. The 6 desires demonic god was in such a hurry because he wanted to remind the 7 emotions demonic god not to fall into that little thief's trap. It was already bad enough that he had been set up. If both of them were to be set up at the same time, that would be unbearable. Brother, if someone summons your true spirit to reincarnate into the untainted land, don't respond. That's a trick of the thief. He's targeting our chaotic true spirits. Before he arrived, the voice of the 6 desires demon god could be heard from afar. However, what answered him was the furious voice of the 7 emotions demonic god. Ah, damned thief, I want you to die. It's too late. The 6 desires demon god slapped his forehead and said helplessly. Obviously, his reminder was too late. The 7 emotions demonic god had already fallen into Feng Zichen's trap. Sigh. The 6 desires demon god sighed and walked forward helplessly. He wanted to persuade his elder brother to calm down for the time being. That was because even if they were angry, it was useless. At this moment, they could not enter the untainted land at all. Since they could not enter the untainted land, they could not do anything to Feng Zichen. Since that was the case, instead of being infuriated here, they might as well think of a way to kill Feng Zichen the next time he appeared in the realm sea. At this moment, the 7 emotions demonic god noticed the arrival of the 6 desires demon god and remembered what he had said. Then, the face of the demonic god of 7 emotions turned even uglier. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, brother? You were also tricked by that damned thief?" The six desires demon god nodded with an unsightly expression. Before Big Brother, I was tricked by that little thief. As soon as I received the news, I hurriedly ran over to report it to Big Brother, but I was still a step too late. Hearing that, the seven emotions demonic god cursed. That thief is really evil. He can even think of such a despicable method. After this, if someone summons us to reincarnate using a demonic secret method again, should we respond or not? Although the seven emotions demonic god was angry that a strand of his true spirit was destroyed, he did not lose his composure. What really made him lose his composure was Feng Zichen's method. It was too evil. The negative impact of this matter was beyond imagination. Because of Feng Zichen's actions, this devil path secret method would be mostly destroyed in the future. In the future, if someone summoned them, no one would dare to respond easily. On the other side of the path, Feng Zichen was waiting for them with the Hongmeng Daozhong. Messing with their mentality. If everyone was in a state of panic, no one would dare to use this secret method. Wouldn't the chaos demonic god have one less method to descend into the untainted land? Feng Zichen's plan was indeed feasible. At the side, the six desires demon god also thought of the possible consequences of Feng Zichen's method and said worriedly, indeed, this thief's plan is too evil. If he continues to do this, the method of reincarnation to enter the untainted land will be completely useless. Suddenly, the six desires demon god seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to the seven emotions demon god, "Brother, do you think we should warn the rest of the Daoists not to fall into that thief's trap?" Hearing this, the seven emotions demon god's eyes flickered for a while and said, "Forget it. It's better for everyone to suffer together than just the two of us." The chaos demonic gods have always been on the same side, advancing and retreating together. If we're going to suffer, we'll suffer together. No one can be left out. Moreover, if you and I go to warn them, it's hard to say whether they'll believe us or not. But they'll definitely laugh at us because of this. No, I'm definitely not going. I won't be bullied by them. As soon as the seven emotions demon god finished speaking, the six desires demon god's mouth twitched. What he said at the end made some sense, but what he said at the beginning was completely nonsense. If the chaos demonic gods could advance and retreat together, they would have destroyed the untainted land long ago. At the moment, the chaos demonic gods seemed to have a common enemy and vowed to destroy the untainted land. But in fact, the chaos demonic gods had a lot of dirty dealings with each other. They were all hindering each other, causing their power to be unable to leave the realm sea. Wasn't the relationship between the chaos demonic gods clear proof? The seven emotions demon god would rather let Feng Zichen benefit than warn the rest of the chaos demonic gods. This already explained everything. Alright, let's do it this way. The six desires demon god thought about it and gave up on reminding the rest of the chaos demonic gods. His brother was right. It was better for everyone to suffer together than just the two of them. While the two brothers were talking, a powerful aura suddenly came from the great thousand world in the distance. Then, there was a wave of angry curses. "Shameless person, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, I'll refine you into a magic weapon." The seven emotions demon god and the six desires demon god looked up and realized that it was the destruction demonic god who was in charge of the destruction great Tao. He was considered an expert among the chaos demonic gods and was on par with the seven emotions demon god and the six desires demon god. Seeing this familiar scene, the seven emotions demon god and the six desires demon god looked at each other. Obviously, they had guessed what had happened to the destruction demonic god. He must have been tricked by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way. At this moment, the destruction demonic god also noticed that the commotion he had caused had attracted the attention of many chaos demonic gods. Good heavens! How could I let you know about such a shameful thing? If it were to spread out, I would be laughed at by these bastards for many years. Thinking of this, the destruction demonic god decided to hide the fact that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen. Therefore, the 7 emotions demon god stared at the people around and roared, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen others get angry before?" After saying that, the destruction demonic god ignored everyone's reaction and went back to his place of seclusion angrily. It was not enough for him to be unlucky alone. He had to let his friends be unlucky with him. In this way, the destruction demonic god would not be laughed at by others. As an alliance, it was not important whether they could achieve glory together, but they definitely had to be humiliated together. When the chaos demonic god saw the destruction demonic god leave angrily, although they did not know what had happened, they could not go forward to ask after seeing his expression. They could only look away with doubts. However, the chaos demonic gods felt that they had missed out on something. In the next period of time, there were many chaos demonic gods in the realm C who suddenly exploded and roared angrily at a guy called Little Thief. At first, the chaos demonic gods did not care about it. However, as more and more chaos demonic gods joined the ranks of cursing Little Thief, they gradually realized that something was wrong. In the realm C, something that they did not know about seemed to have happened quietly. At this moment, the number of chaos demonic gods who had been tricked by Feng Zichen had reached more than 20. Yes, this number had far exceeded what was needed for the birth of the eternal demon abyss. In fact, it was not like what Feng Zichen had expected. He needed to kill the real spirits of 9 chaos demonic gods to trigger the birth of the eternal demon abyss. He only needed to kill a wisp of the real spirit of the 7th chaos demonic god, and he had already gathered enough for the birth of the eternal demon abyss. As for why Feng Zichen did not stop, it was because he had tasted the sweetness and did not want to stop. He wanted to get more real spirits of the chaos demonic gods. The real spirit fragments of the real spirits of the chaos demonic gods were good things. Although they were not as precious as the purple chi of Hongmeng, they were far more valuable than ordinary treasures. They could increase the chances of becoming Tao by 10%. In the eyes of those powerful figures who were stuck at the peak of sage to be and could not break through, the value of this object was even higher than that of a primordial treasure. When Feng Zichen killed the 24th real spirit of the chaos he had summoned, in the realm C, under the joint interrogation of a group of chaos demonic gods, a chaos demonic god finally could not bear the pressure and told them that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen. Then, the group of chaos demonic gods became angry and threatened to teach Feng Zichen a lesson. But the chaos demonic gods could not go to the untainted land. How could they deal with Feng Zichen? The group of chaos demonic gods thought for a long time but could not come up with a good idea. In the end, the demon god of curses had an idea and came up with a way to kill Feng Zichen. That was to combine the power of the chaos demonic gods to curse Feng Zichen across infinite time and space. Didn't Feng Zichen want the real spirit of the chaos demonic gods? Just give it to him. 3,000 chaos demonic gods, each with a wisp of real spirit of the chaos, combined into a powerful force. With the blood that Feng Zichen had left in the realm C as a guide, it turned into a huge power of curse and destroyed all his vitality. This was the plan of the demon god of curses. Once it was proposed, it was approved by the other chaos demonic gods. Then, these chaos demonic gods began to prepare. It was not a trivial matter for the chaos demonic gods to curse a person together. They needed to prepare well. When everything was ready, it would be at least tens of thousands of years later when they started to take action. As for Feng Zichen, he was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He continued to summon chaos demonic gods excitedly, waiting for the arrival of a new demonic god. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The chaos demonic god had already known what had happened and was vigilant. How could he be fooled by Feng Zichen again? Feng Zichen waited for nearly 100 years, but he did not see any new chaos demonic gods coming. Immediately, he guessed that his plan had been seen through by the chaos demonic gods. There was nothing to be regretful about. He had obtained 24 wisps of real spirit of the chaos, which was not inferior to a primordial treasure, or even much more. However, there was one thing that Feng Zichen was quite surprised. The relationship between the chaos demonic gods was worse than he had imagined. Otherwise, they would not have only realized that something was wrong until now. They had let Feng Zichen take advantage of them for such a long time. However, although he had gotten the benefits, Feng Zichen might not be able to go to the Realm Sea in a short period of time. Of course, the chaos demonic god would not let it go after suffering such a big loss. Once he found that Feng Zichen had appeared in the Realm Sea, he might not be able to come back. At this moment, Feng Zichen still did not realize that the chaos demonic gods were preparing to work together to curse him. Otherwise, he would not be so relaxed. Even with Feng Zichen's current cultivation, he could not withstand the curse of the chaos demonic gods. He had to rely on external forces. The gap was too big. Danger was approaching Feng Zichen step by step, and he was still unaware. Putting away the 17 wisps of real spirit of the chaos in his hand, Feng Zichen looked at the eternal demon abyss. There were originally 24 wisps, but in order to create the eternal demon abyss, a total of 7 wisps were consumed. In this way, there were only 17 wisps left. After devouring the 7 wisps of real spirit of the chaos demonic gods, the eternal demon abyss finally accumulated enough power and began to create rapidly. However, at this moment, the ultimate ruin and the heart demon did not have the energy to preside over the creation of the eternal demon abyss. Chapter 845. This was because the bottomless abyss and the inner demon were not free now. The inner demon had fallen into the deepest level of enlightenment because she had obtained the mysteries of the great Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The bottomless abyss had also obtained the mysteries of the corresponding bottomless abyss great Tao and had also entered the deepest level of enlightenment. The 12th chaos demon god that Feng Zichen had summoned was the bottomless abyss demon god that corresponded to the bottomless abyss. After devouring his true spirit, the bottomless abyss had naturally benefited and was a big step closer to attaining enlightenment. Since the bottomless abyss and the inner demon were not free, Feng Zichen had to personally preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss. However, while he could preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss, he could not use the identity of Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, it would definitely cause endless storms in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen transformed into the bottomless abyss and used all kinds of mysterious demon Tao skills to preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Rumble, in the depths of the bottomless abyss, the eternal demon abyss trembled and spewed out endless demon chi that rushed into the clouds. Soon, the sky above the bottomless abyss was dyed black like thick ink, so dark that it was terrifying. At this time, the living beings near the bottomless abyss were all terrified when they saw this scene and instinctively fled into the distance, wanting to get away from this place. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bright demonic light rose, connecting heaven and earth, towering between heaven and earth. However, this demonic light came and went quickly. As soon as it appeared, it quickly retracted and disappeared from the world. The people who noticed this strange scene thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them and did not take it to heart. The Taoist priests and the great masters of the 3 realms were all immersed in the mysteries of the great Tao at this moment and did not have the time to pay attention to the matters of the 3 realms. Just like that, this strange scene passed. And thus, the eternal demon abyss was completely born. At this moment, in the depths of the bottomless abyss, Feng Zichen also had a look of astonishment on his face. He did not expect the birth of the eternal demon abyss to be completely different from what he had expected. There was no strange phenomenon at all, just a demonic light that reached the heavens and earth flashed by, and a demon Tao holy land that was comparable to Kunlun Mountain was born just like that. The demon abyss has a spirit. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. The eternal demon Abyss also knew that the demonic Tao was in an extremely precarious situation in the three realms. Then, instinctively, he restrained all the accompanying phenomena when he was born, so as not to cause too much of a commotion and attract the attention of the celestial sect of wonders. The eternal demon Abyss was born in such a low-key manner, saving Feng Zichen a great deal of trouble. Immediately after, Feng Zichen stretched out both hands, one hand circulating the power of Ruin's End, the other hand circulating the power of heart demons. At the same time, he used a supreme ability to conceal all the secrets of the eternal demon Abyss birth. Feng Zichen could not use his identity as Great Emperor Ziwei to conceal the secrets of heaven. He could only use the power of the ultimate and the inner demon to do so. Although it was very difficult for the ultimate ruin and the inner demon to block the saints' prying, it was still very difficult for them to do so. However, the eternal demon Abyss was extraordinary to begin with, and it naturally possessed the ability to conceal the mysteries of heaven. Coupled with the power of the inner demon and Ruin's End, it was not difficult to temporarily block the deductions of the saints. Moreover, the decline of the demonic Tao was supported by the heavenly Tao. Even someone as strong as the saints would find it difficult to calculate the information about the eternal demon Abyss under the interference of the heavenly Tao. It was a pity that the eternal demon Abyss was only the holy land of the demonic Tao, not the ancestral court of the demonic Tao. Otherwise, the luck of the eternal demon Abyss would be even stronger, and it would not need to rely on external forces to block the prying of the saints. As for why the demonic Tao ancestral court was there, it was naturally because of the Western sect's ancestral court, Mount Meru. Sigh. The two sects shared the same ancestral court. It was difficult for them to coexist. No wonder the demonic Tao and the Western sect became mortal enemies. However, even so, with the support of various powers, the news of the birth of the eternal demon Abyss should be able to be concealed for millions of years. Millions of years was not short. It was enough to do many things. Rumble. While Feng Zichen was lost in thought, another change occurred in the eternal demon Abyss. In the depths of the eternal demon Abyss, the 9 innate devils' fetus shone brightly. Endless demonic chi swirled around them, exuding a powerful innate demonic might. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The innate demon gods nurtured within these 9 innate devils' fetus were about to be born. That was right, these 9 innate devils' fetus were born from the eternal demon Abyss. Now that the eternal demon Abyss had been born, they were nourished by the demonic Abyss origin, rapidly evolving and maturing. This was a very normal thing. Rumble. In the surging demonic chi, the first innate devil's fetus was born. Among the 9 innate devil's fetus, the middle devil's fetus suddenly bloomed like a lotus. The lotus was pitch black and shrouded in demonic chi. It had 1,000 leaves, each of which bore natural demonic patterns that formed a mysterious and eerie pattern. This was the Khanate spirit treasure, the 1,000-leaf demonic lotus. It contained 34 Khanate divine restrictions and was a superior Khanate spirit treasure. Since it was born with a superior Khanate spirit treasure, it meant that the innate demon god that was about to be born was a top Khanate demon god. Rumble. The moment the lotus fully bloomed, a tall and sturdy figure dressed in black appeared before Feng Zichen. Purple hair draped over his shoulders, and a haughty look in his eyes. Nameless, Yuan. The innate demon god instinctively called out his divine name as soon as he was born. Yuan. As in the eternal demon Abyss. This was the first innate demon god born in the eternal demon Abyss, born from the destiny of the eternal demon Abyss. He was an innate seed of the demonic Tao, a future supreme overlord of the demonic gate, capable of ruling over 3 generations. That was if he didn't die. The first master of the demonic sect was demon ancestor Rahu, who'd single-handedly created the demonic Tao and demonic sect. The second master of the demonic sect was Sinkhole and inner demon. He'd redefined the demonic Tao and established a sacred land of demonic Tao. As for the third master of the demonic sect, that should be Yuan. As for his accomplishments, if nothing unexpected happened, he'd lead the demonic sect to prominence and overshadow the mystic sect in one fell swoop. Obviously, this was impossible to do. In other words, the future master of the demonic sect would never be free of the word future. In the future, Yuan would be the master of the demonic sect, but not in the present. Just like demon ancestor Rahu, he'd been the master of the demonic sect in the past, but not in the present. The current master of the demonic sect was Sinkhole and Inner Demon. Not in the past, not in the future, but in the present. After Yuan was born, he naturally understood the situation here from the consciousness of the eternal demon abyss. He reigned in all his arrogance and bowed respectfully to Feng Zichen. Greetings, Master. His arrogance was worthless in front of the Daoist priests, let alone in the eyes of a top great master. It was human instinct to judge the situation and size up the situation. At this moment, Feng Zichen was wearing Sinkhole's face. Yuan called him master, so there was no problem in thinking that he was a top great master. Feng Zichen sized up Yuan. His burly figure and surging baleful aura, accompanied by demonic chi that made it difficult for others to approach him, all indicated that he was a natural demon. As for cultivators, they were at the golden immortal realm, the standard for top Khanate godfiends. In the end, the demonic Tao's fortune wasn't as good as the mystic sects. The birth of a sacred land could only nurture a top Khanate godfiend, not an innate saint. The difference was still too obvious. Though a little disappointed, Feng Zichen didn't show it. He only nodded and motioned for Yuan to stand aside and wait with him for the birth of the other 8 Khanate demon gods. In the next moment, another Khanate devil's fetus exploded and a figure that resembled a demon god walked out with a halberd, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura. "My name is Purgatory," the Khanate demon god said as soon as he was born. Purgatory demon god was his name. Feng Zichen's eyelids twitched at the sight of his birth. This Purgatory demon god was also a top Khanate god-fiend. The halberd in his hand was a superior-grade Khanate spirit treasure that contained 33 Khanate divine restrictions. However, this wasn't the main reason Feng Zichen was surprised. What surprised him was that this Purgatory demon god's appearance was somewhat similar to the Purgatory demon god of the Chaos demon god. No, even their names were the same. When he first saw the Purgatory demon god, Feng Zichen thought that the Chaos demon god had reincarnated into the untainted land. He was so shocked that he almost pinched this newborn Purgatory demon god to death. Fortunately, Feng Zichen soon realized that something was wrong. Although their names were the same and their appearances were somewhat similar, the Purgatory demon god in front of him wasn't the Chaos demon god. This was because he didn't have the innate noble aura unique to the Chaos demon god. This was an Khanate demon god born in the 3 realms. With a thought, Feng Zichen silently used the divine calculation of Dian and finally figured out the cause of all this. Although the Purgatory demon god wasn't the reincarnation of the Chaos demon god, he was still affected by the Chaos demon god. After the eternal demon abyss devoured the 7 true spirits of the Chaos demon god, it eventually affected the Khanate devil's fetus that it was born with, causing it to mutate and spontaneously move closer to the Chaos demon god. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that under the influence of the Chaos true spirit of the Chaos demon god, the Khanate devil fetus that was supposed to be a superior Khanate demon god transformed into a superior Khanate demon god. The bad thing was that if they attained Tao in the future, they would inevitably have to face the Chaos demon god that was their counterpart. For them, the tribulation of Tao attainment was really a tribulation of life and death. If they were not careful, they would be possessed by the Chaos demon god and their cultivation would go to the Chaos demon god. However, on the whole, this was a good thing. After all, no one knew how many years it would take for these Khanate demon gods to attain Tao. At that time, they might have a way to deal with the Chaos demon god. Or, to put it bluntly, they might not have the chance to attain Tao in the future. In any case, for these Khanate demon gods, transforming from superior Khanate gods to superior Khanate gods was undoubtedly a great thing for them. The difference between superior and superior demon gods was very obvious. One had a superior Khanate spiritual treasure while the other didn't. It was a very obvious difference. Boom! Boom! After the purgatory demon god, 2 more Khanate devil fetus exploded at the same time. 2 figures enshrouded in the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires appeared in front of Feng Zichen. My name is 7 emotions. My name is 6 desires. The 2 Khanate demon gods announced their divine names as soon as they appeared. 6 desires demon god and 7 emotions demon god. Just from their names, one could tell that these 2 were born as Khanate demon gods under the influence of the 7 emotions demon god and the 6 desires demon god. As Feng Zichen had expected, these 2 Khanate demon gods were also superior Khanate demon gods. They each had a superior Khanate spiritual treasure and 33 Khanate divine restrictions. They were called the 7 emotions banner and the 6 desires banner. That's right, they were a complete set of Khanate spiritual treasures. When the 2 treasures combined, they formed the supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the banner of 7 emotions and 6 desires. These 2 Khanate demon gods were also a pair of brothers. After the birth of the emotion demon and the lustful demon god, the other Khanate demon gods were born as well. Although their attributes differed, they were all superior Khanate demon gods with superior Khanate spiritual treasures. Very good, all of you are the future hope of our sky demon Dao, Feng Zichen said to the 9 Khanate demon gods in front of him. Although there were no Khanate saints, 9 superior Khanate demon gods wasn't too shabby either. Once they matured, the sky demon Dao would have some foundation and wouldn't need the sect head to personally attend to every matter. Moreover, the power of the chaos demon god's true spirit hadn't been completely refined after the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Once it was completely refined, a new batch of Khanate devil fetus would be born. Perhaps there would even be Khanate saints among them. Feng Zichen's mind was filled with thoughts, but he did not show it on his face. He just said to them, although you are extraordinary, you were born too late and missed the opportunity to listen to the lectures of the top 10 cultivators. Compared to the Khanate gods of the 3 realms, all of you lack some foundation. When you meet them in the future, it will be difficult for you to compete with them. The 9 demon gods immediately panicked at Feng Zichen's words. They bowed to Feng Zichen and said, "Please teach us." Even though they'd just been born, they knew from their heritage that the Khanate gods of the 3 realms were their future opponents. Now that they'd learned from Feng Zichen that they were inferior to them, how could they not panic? Nodding, Feng Zichen seemed very satisfied with their attitude. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, all of you. Although the celestial sect of wonders is powerful, our demonic sects aren't too bad either. It doesn't matter if you miss the opportunity to preach, I will teach you. The great Tao of our demonic sects may not necessarily be inferior to the great Tao of the celestial sect." These 9 Khanate demon gods were the future pillars of the demonic sections. Feng Zichen naturally had to nurture them well, so he decided to preach to them personally. Upon hearing this, the 9 demon gods hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, sect head." Then, Feng Zichen preached the Tao to the 9 demon gods as the sinkhole. After Gui Su finished, he still had to transform into a mental demon and continue preaching to the 9 demon gods. One person playing 2 roles, and both of them were himself. Feng Zichen was rather interesting. Chapter 846. While Feng Zichen pretended to be a Gui Su and preached to the innate gods and demons, the Daluo heaven in the boundless starry sky was not calm. This grand occasion of the Daluo heaven's Tao discussion was gradually coming to an end. This discussion was initiated by Great Emperor Ziwei, so it naturally started with him. Similarly, it would also end with him. When Great Emperor Ziwei's Dao discussion ended, it was a sign that this discussion had come to a successful end. And from the beginning of the discussion until now, it had taken a total of 10,000 years. After the end of the discussion, Great Emperor Ziwei, the saints, and the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian sitting on the platform did not speak. Instead, they silently watched the many great divines and the innate Taoist priests below. At this moment, they were still immersed in the enlightenment of the Great Path. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to have comprehended something and were about to take that crucial step. Everyone spoke at this moment. If they interrupted their opportunity to attain the Great Path because of this, it would be a great sin. Therefore, before everyone woke up from their enlightenment, it was better for them to remain silent. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed. The great divines and the innate Taoist priests also woke up one after another. Feng Zichen and the others looked at everyone with slight anticipation, hoping that a few primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian would be born among them. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After everyone woke up, none of them had attained the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Even Patriarch Nether River, who had the highest cultivation base among the great divines and was closest to the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, failed to break through to become a primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, after the end of this discussion, although Patriarch Nether River did not break through to the next realm, he seemed to have become different from before. It was difficult to describe the specific difference in words. If one really had to describe it, it would be that he had become more perfect. Yes, perfect. The current Nether River Patriarch was even more perfect than before. Although he had not broken through to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, he vaguely gave people the feeling that the primordial chaos was one. Facing the Nether River Patriarch was like facing a primordial chaos golden immortal. If Feng Zichen's guess was correct, the Nether River Patriarch's combat strength was now on par with the Daoist Jingxian. Even in terms of cultivation realm, he had also touched the critical point. But that was the strange thing. Both his combat strength and realm had reached the primordial chaos realm, but the Nether River Patriarch had yet to make a real breakthrough. As Feng Zichen continued reading, he found that there were many other powerful individuals who were in the same state as the Nether River Patriarch. For example, Ancestor Kunpeng, Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, Ancestral Witch Xian Ming, and dozens of other great divine abilities were also in this strange realm. This is, puzzled, Feng Zichen looked at Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Among the tens of thousands of people present, he had the highest realm and the strongest strength. Feng Zichen couldn't see the reason, but Dao Ancestor Hongjun should be able to. No matter how conceited Feng Zichen was, he didn't think that he could surpass Dao Ancestor Hongjun in terms of experience. Wasn't this a joke? Dao Ancestor Hongjun was the same age as the primordial world. His experience could be said to be the best in the primordial world, and no one could compare to him. He was a great existence who had truly witnessed all the history of the primordial world. Not only was Feng Zichen puzzled, but the other primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian were also puzzled. They also looked at Dao Ancestor Hongjun with puzzled gazes. Sensing everyone's puzzled gazes, Dao Ancestor Hongjun nodded and said to the people below who had woken up, "I have to congratulate you. The primordial gate has been opened, and you are not far from achieving the Dao." When everyone heard this, not only were they not happy, but they also looked puzzled. They were clear about their own situation. Their realm, magic power, and source had all met the requirements to advance to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, everyone always felt that there was an invisible obstacle between them and primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. It was this obstacle that prevented them from completing that crucial step. Right now, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The primordial chaos Dao fruit was clearly in front of them, and they could reach it with their hands. But no matter what, they couldn't touch it. That feeling was really like a cat scratching an itch. It was really scratching to death. While they were puzzled, Everyone hurriedly bowed in the direction of Dao ancestor Hongjun, begging him to answer their questions. Teacher, please teach me how to achieve the Dao. Dao ancestor Hongjun smiled and said, don't be anxious. You already have the qualifications to achieve the Dao. What you lack is just to verify your great Dao. After verifying your path, you will naturally be able to break through to become primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Hearing this, everyone seemed to have understood something. Verify the great Dao? Verify it now? Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask Dao ancestor Hongjun for advice. Because they knew from the Dao ancestor's expression that he didn't intend to tell them and wanted them to comprehend it themselves. Verify the great Dao. Although the powerful beings found a way to solve their own problems, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it for a while. They could only secretly remember it in their hearts and slowly think about it after leaving this place. While the Grand Masters were confused, Feng Zichen, the incarnation of the North Star, who had nothing to do with this matter, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the words verify the great Dao. He vaguely felt that this matter had something to do with him, no, with the human race. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen's mind crossed the endless void and escaped into the long river of time and space, quickly tracing down. In an instant, all kinds of future were reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. Then, he saw that one day in the future, the long river of time and space trembled. One after another, peerless powerhouses separated a wisp of innate indestructible true spirit and fell from the long river of time and space into the human world. After that, the innate indestructible true spirits of these powerhouses reincarnated into the central God prefecture and became ordinary living beings. As they grew, they spread their own Tao and principles. In the central God prefecture, magnificent scenes were played out. At this point, the scenes suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the long river of time and space trembled. An unparalleled force attacked and pounced on Feng Zichen's mind, blasting him out of the long river of time and space. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen was still in a daze. He seemed to know what the Dao ancestors' so-called verification of the great Dao was. It was to let those powerful beings reincarnate into the central God prefecture and spread their Dao and principles among the human race. These principles would constantly collide and fuse, bursting out sparks of wisdom. In this way, they would verify their gains in this Dao discussion and make the great Dao more and more perfect until it was enough for them to achieve Dao. 100 schools of thought contending. Recalling what he had seen just now, these 4 words appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. P.S. That's all for today. Carvin. Sort out the plot, then continue writing. If you don't do it well, it's almost over. My head hurts. I clearly have many ideas in my mind, but my writing is trash. I just can't write them. It's really uncomfortable. Sigh, it's urgent to improve my writing. Is there any good way? Chapter 847. Many powerful beings descended to the lower realm to preach, compete with each other, and verify their path. It was very similar to the time when 100 schools of thought contended in Feng Zichen's previous life. It couldn't be wrong. The opportunity for the powerful beings to attain the Tao was in the hands of the 100 schools of thought contending. However, it was not an easy task to preach in the human race. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's expression could not help but become playful. With so many powerful beings wanting to enter the human race to preach, it would definitely bring the human race's civilization one step closer. However, if they wanted to enter the human race to preach, they had to ask for Feng Zichen's permission. Of course, Feng Zichen would not refuse, nor could he refuse. That was because there were too many powerful beings who wanted to reincarnate into the human race. Feng Zichen did not dare to refuse. These powerful beings were not ordinary powerful beings, but powerful beings whose combat strength was comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. If they joined forces, their strength was enough to turn the world upside down. Even Feng Zichen might not be able to resist them with the strength of the entire human race. These powerful beings were too powerful. Moreover, they reincarnated into the human race in order to attain the Tao. Anyone who dared to stop them would be their mortal enemy. The enmity of those who blocked the Tao would not rest until they were dead. Feng Zichen did not dare to stop them from reincarnating into the human race. Even if he could defeat them, he did not dare to. The human race could not afford to offend hundreds of powerful beings whose strength was comparable to primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, although he could not stop these powerful beings from reincarnating into the human race, he could ask them for a favor. A favor from the future primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, and a favor from attaining the Tao, could be said to be extremely precious. At the very least, he could unconditionally ask them to do their best for the human race once. If the powerful beings entered the human race, they would owe Feng Zichen a favor. If they preached in the human race, they could increase the strength of the human race. Feng Zichen's deal was too worth it. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh in his heart. After Tao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was the owner of this place, said slowly, "Fellow Daoists, the Daoist heavenly discourse has ended. From what I can see, everyone has gained a lot." All of them hurriedly replied in unison when they heard this. "We did indeed gain a great deal. At the very least, the Tao discussion this time has saved us countless years of bitter cultivation, and it even allowed us to comprehend our path towards the Tao. It's no different than an extraordinarily great fortune." Seeing that everyone had gained something, Great Emperor Ziwei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since everyone has gained something, it means that this sparring session was undoubtedly a success. If that's the case, why don't we continue with the Tao discussion as usual? What do you all think?" Everyone agreed, so they replied, "Emperor, you're right. I wonder how often will the Tao discussion be held?" The Tai Tao Lord, Daoist Jingxian, and the others who had rushed here to listen really wanted to roar in their hearts when they heard the questions of the great magics. It was held once every 100,000 years. To them, the shorter the time between the Tao discussion, the better. This was because they wouldn't gain much from a single Tao discussion due to their low cultivation levels. It would be great if they could listen to it a few more times. However, 100,000 years was still too short for most of the Khanate Taoist priests and the great magics. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we hold it once every million years? What do you all think?" Everyone thought for a moment and replied, "All right." Obviously, they agreed with Great Emperor Ziwei's suggestion. As for the opinions of the Tai Tao Lord and Daoist Jingxian, these Khanate Taoist priests didn't care. Seeing that no one objected, Great Emperor Ziwei smiled and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll see you again in a million years." With that, the exit of the Daoist heavens opened again. When everyone saw this, they bade farewell to Great Emperor Ziwei and left one after another. They still had to go back into seclusion to organize their recent gains. Great Emperor North Star also hurriedly returned to the human race. He had to go back and wait for those great magics who were eager to attain the Tao to come to him. When they understood the words of the Tao ancestor, they would naturally come to see Feng Zichen. Then, it would be time for him to slaughter them. After everyone left, the 3,000 Khanate Taoist priests of the Daoist heavens also took their leave. They went back into seclusion to organize their gains from the Tao discussion. For a time, Great Emperor Ziwei actually had nothing to do. However, it didn't matter. He was just an incarnation. He only needed to pretend to be his original body. Just like that, 3,000 years had passed. On this day, at the bottom of the ultimate, in the eternal demon abyss, the ultimate and inner demon, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years, finally woke up one after another. The two of them had obviously gained a lot from this seclusion. His cultivation level had risen from the sage to be great perfection to the half-step primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. He had finally taken that crucial half-step and truly become a top-tier great magician. Now that the ultimate and inner demon had awakened, there was no need for Feng Zichen to pretend to be them and preach to the 9 connate demon gods. Feng Zichen quietly switched identities with the ultimate. When no one was paying attention, he left the eternal demon abyss and returned to the boundless starry sky. This time, Feng Zichen planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything from this Tao discussion. Everyone had to organize their gains, and he was no exception. However, halfway through his journey, Feng Zichen suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if some danger was about to befall him. Not good. Danger. Immediately, Feng Zichen knew that there was a danger that he didn't know of that was quietly attacking him. With his cultivation level, he would never have an illusion. Since he felt his heart palpitate, it meant that danger was coming, and this danger was enough to threaten his life. That was strange. With Feng Zichen's current cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of chaos primordial chaos, there were no more than 2 or 3 people in the wilderness who could defeat him. There was no one who could kill him at all. What kind of danger could it be that could make him feel his life was in danger? Feng Zichen was very curious about this, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Just like that, Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky with doubts in his heart. As soon as he stepped into the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's sense of danger and discomfort disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen blinked imperceptibly. Once he entered the boundless starry sky, the sense of danger was no longer a threat to him, which meant that with the support of the boundless starry sky, the danger was no longer a threat to him. Thinking of this, it was quite interesting. It was strange that there was a power in the wilderness that could threaten an expert at the 9th heavenly layer of chaos primordial chaos. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen simply gave up sorting out his recent gains. Instead, he used his magic skills to explore where the power that made him feel his heart palpitate came from. However, Feng Zichen spent thousands of years combing through the entire 3 realms, but he still didn't find any information about the power that made him feel his heart palpitate. By this time, Feng Zichen had already faintly understood that the power that made him feel threatened should not come from the 3 realms, but from outside the 3 realms. Outside the 3 realms, who could it be? Soon, Feng Zichen found his target. Outside the 3 realms, who else could it be but the Chaos Demon God who had a grudge against him? In this way, the power that made him feel threatened should come from the Chaos Demon God. He just didn't know how the Chaos Demon God would deal with him. As Feng Zichen thought about it, the palpitations that made him uncomfortable resurfaced. Oh no! At first, he was stunned, and then Feng Zichen's face completely changed. Even in the boundless starry sky, he could feel his heart palpitate. What did this mean? It meant that the impending danger might not be able to withstand even the boundless starry sky. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's face became more and more gloomy. This is troublesome. The Chaos Demon God has been forced into a corner this time, and he's going to do something for real. At this time, Feng Zichen had almost guessed the reason why the Chaos Demon God attacked him. It was most likely that he had been schemed against by him many times, and the anger in his heart could no longer be contained, so he decided to use his base to kill him. Although Feng Zichen did not know how the Chaos Demon Celestial was going to deal with him, he could roughly guess that the Chaos Demon Celestial was going to use unimaginable means to deal with him from the fear in his heart. Feng Zichen had underestimated the Chaos Demon God. If he had known that the Chaos Demon God had such means, Feng Zichen would not have been so ruthless when he schemed against the Chaos Demon God. However, it was useless to regret now. The Chaos Demon God had made up his mind to kill him, and Feng Zichen had to deal with him accordingly. Now, the first thing to do was to strengthen his defense as much as possible. Secondly, he had to figure out how the Chaos Demon God was going to deal with him. Only by figuring out the means of the Chaos Demon God could Feng Zichen formulate a suitable means of defense and prepare for the next stage of the plan. Rumble. Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and the boundless starry sky suddenly shone brightly. The galaxy of universal light formation quietly operated, and the mighty galaxy surged in the starry sky, and the bright universal light kept flashing in the starry sky. At this moment, Feng Zichen activated the galaxy of universal light formation. However, he did not use the full power of the galaxy of universal light formation, but only used a part of it to manifest the first form of the formation. The moment the galaxy of universal light formation began to operate, Feng Zichen's palpitations gradually weakened and then disappeared. However, Feng Zichen did not relax because of this. Instead, he became more and more nervous and focused on the changes in his body. Sure enough, after a few years, the familiar palpitations appeared in Feng Zichen's heart again. As time passed, the palpitations became more and more intense, making Feng Zichen's heart palpitate uncontrollably. At this time, Feng Zichen still didn't know that the Chaos Demon God was going to combine the power of the crowd to curse him to death. Thousands of years had passed, and the Chaos Demon God had already gathered and began to work together to build the altar used to curse Feng Zichen. As the Chaos Demon God's preparations became more and more complete, the shadow of death became closer and closer to Feng Zichen. Therefore, under the threat of death, Feng Zichen naturally felt palpitations. This was a warning from his great Tao. The more intense the palpitations were, the closer it was to the time when the Chaos Demon God would attack Feng Zichen. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's control, the grand universal light formation of the Milky Way changed again. The second form quietly appeared. The galloping Milky Way was converging, and the universal light was also condensing. Soon, a huge wheel of the way appeared in the starry sky. It was the wheel of time and space, which had the power to distort the void. The moment the wheel of time and space appeared, the palpitations disappeared again. However, Feng Zichen did not stop activating the galaxy of universal light formation. More and more starlight gathered towards the wheel of time and space, causing it to begin to rotate slowly. Scenes of the future were quietly reflected by the wheel of time and space. Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of the wheel of time and space to forcibly peek into the future. He wanted to see how the Chaos Demon God would deal with him. Rumble. As the wheel of time and space rotated, more and more scenes of the future were reflected. Then, Feng Zichen saw that about 3,000 years later, a terrifying dim light, which emitted an endless ominous aura, came from nowhere. It blasted through the seal of the boundless starry sky and hit him, who was sitting cross-legged on the Emperor Star. After that, Feng Zichen saw that under this dim light, his physical body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Then, his divine soul was burned to ashes. Then, his primordial indestructible true spirit struggled in the dim light for a moment and then disappeared. Finally, the dim light turned into a black flame, which emitted a strong power of destruction and burned his great Tao into nothingness. At this point, Feng Zichen had completely fallen. There was nothing left. Even if he wanted to be resurrected, it would be many years later. Rumble. At this point, Feng Zichen wanted to continue watching, but an inexplicable force rippled out and interrupted the wheel of time and space's continued deduction. The scene then became blurred and nothing could be seen. What a ruthless method! Seeing this scene about the future, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The Chaos Demon God was really too ruthless. Although he did not know what the dim light was, he knew that it was especially terrifying from the consequences it caused. Feng Zichen, a master of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, only held on for a moment under the dim light before he was completely burned into nothingness. Its power was frightening. It had definitely surpassed the category of Hunyuan and reached the level of Daoist Jingxian, the peak of it. It might even surpass Daoist Jingxian. Needless to say, it would be very difficult to be resurrected after being killed by this force. He would not be able to come back at all without a few eons. The Chaos Demon God was going to cut off Feng Zichen's promotion. Judging from the current changes in the Untainted Land, Feng Zichen's realm would be surpassed by others if he was really delayed for a few eons. He would fall from the strongest to the weakest. Fortunately, what Feng Zichen had seen before was just a possibility of the future, not something that would really happen. There was still room for negotiation. Chapter 848. In this future, Feng Zichen died tragically, but that was because he did not use his magic treasure or the boundless starry sky. If he had used these two forces, even if Feng Zichen could not defeat the weird dim light, he would not have died so tragically and quickly. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation again and evolved the third form of the formation, the deity Pangu. Although Feng Zichen knew that the demon celestial of chaos was going to kill him, he still wanted to continue to deduce. He wanted to see what the weird and powerful dim light was. It was so powerful that it could easily kill him. At the same time, he was also curious about the means of the demon celestial of chaos. The limitation of this means was not great. If it was not great, the Untainted Land would be almost finished. Today, the demon celestial of chaos could attack Feng Zichen with this means. Tomorrow, the ones who would be killed by the demon celestial of chaos might be the East Emperor Tai, the Emperor Fuxi, or other sages. Feng Zichen had to see clearly the means of the demon celestial of chaos, not only for himself, but also for the future of the Untainted Land. Rumble. Silently, the deity Pangu appeared. The power that was comparable to that of the Wuxia Xianxia was added to Feng Zichen, forcibly raising his realm to the Wuxia Tao realm. Unfortunately, even though he was at the level of the Wuxia Xianxia, Feng Zichen still could not figure out the plan of the demon celestial of chaos. After all, the demon celestial of chaos was really too powerful. At this point, Feng Zichen still did not give up. He clenched his teeth and suddenly activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation buried in the Untainted Land. Together with the big formation in the starry sky, they operated together. Silently, a huge change occurred in the three dimensions. A dignified Pangu Dharma idol stood silently in the primeval world. It was neither happy nor sad, as if it was eternal and indestructible. This was Feng Zichen's biggest base and also his invincible means in the Untainted Land. It was the Pangu Dharma form formed by combining the power of the entire Untainted Land. Previously, this Pangu Dharma power had at least the full power of the Wuxia Xianxia. Now, with the promotion of the Untainted Land, his power had truly surpassed the level of Xianxia and reached the legendary realm that only the Chaos Demon God could reach, the ultimate realm of creation. As for the specific levels, Feng Zichen did not know because he was not very familiar with this realm. He only knew the name, but he had no idea what kind of power it held. The moment Pangu Dharma idol appeared, Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked inside and outside the three dimensions. After looking for a long time, he still did not find anything. In the end, Tao ancestor Hongjun shook his head in amusement and retracted his gaze. The inexplicable throbbing just now should be his illusion. Even Feng Zichen, who was at the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, would not have an illusion, let alone Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was already at the level of Xianxia. At his level of strength, he would not have an illusion at all. However, not only did Tao ancestor Hongjun think so, but he also firmly believed it. Feng Zichen did not know about this. Otherwise, he would definitely be amazed by the power of the creation realm. The reason why Tao ancestor Hongjun had such thoughts was naturally that Pangu Dharma idol had distorted his cognition. This was the power of the ultimate realm of creation. With a thought, he could create and destroy all things. With a thought, he could distort everything. With the addition of the power of the ultimate realm of creation, Feng Zichen instantly felt that he was different. It was as if with a thought, he could control everything in the world and change everything in the world. Subconsciously, a thought appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. That was, all his enemies would die. Rumble. The moment this thought appeared, an unimaginable and incomprehensible power suddenly spread out between heaven and earth. In front of this power, the great Tao was distorted. Heaven and earth stopped operating. Everything became indescribable and incomprehensible. Under this power, even the great Tao that Chaos Daoist Jingxian had painstakingly maintained was distorted. All concepts were becoming chaotic. They suddenly could not understand the great Tao that they cultivated. They lost all their divine abilities and became no different from ordinary immortals. And this was the power of the ultimate realm of creation. In an instant, it could beat the high and mighty primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian into the mortal world. Terrifying, unimaginable, incomprehensible. It was also at this moment that those who were enemies of Feng Zichen, such as the Eastern Emperor Tai, the two saints of the West, the primordial Lord of Heaven, and the others, suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. It was as if they were about to die. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before they could be shocked, this feeling of impending doom disappeared without a trace. Did Feng Zichen change his mind? Yes. But this was definitely not his intention. It was not that he wanted to let these people go, but he had to give up. Just as Feng Zichen had this thought, a powerful shadow of death suddenly attacked. In an instant, it filled his heart. Danger, an unprecedented danger. Then, he saw a ray of dazzling axe light. It came from nowhere, and he did not know where it was located. It was suspended above his head, flashing constantly. It was Pangu's axe light. Feng Zichen recognized it. Looking at this axe light, Feng Zichen naturally knew the meaning of its appearance. As long as he dared to have this thought, this Pangu's axe light would chop down and kill him before he could kill the primordial Lord of Heaven and the others. It could be said that this was the closest Feng Zichen had been to death. Then, he was terrified and put away the thought in his heart that he should not have. What a pity! He was almost able to finish the book. Bah, no, he was almost able to wipe out all the enemies and sweep through the entire untainted land. At this moment, Feng Zichen really hoped that Pangu did not exist. Putting away the thoughts that he should not have, Feng Zichen focused his attention on proper business. Thinking about it, with the power of the ultimate realm of creation, he should be able to deduce the plan of the Chaos Demon God. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a tearing pain coming from his body. Looking down, Feng Zichen discovered that his powerful physical body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was collapsing continuously. In an instant, Feng Zichen understood everything. It must be that the power of the ultimate realm of creation was too strong, and his physical body could not bear it at all. This caused this scene to happen. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay and hurriedly deduced with his heart. He could not delay any longer. If his physical body was destroyed before the attack of the Chaos Demon God arrived, he would be finished. Rumble. Once the power of creation was activated, Feng Zichen felt an unimaginable power surging in his body. Then, he discovered that the fog that shrouded the river of time and space had completely disappeared, and all the concealment no longer existed. The entire river of time and space was meaningless in front of him. It was really an addictive power. Although he thought of this, Feng Zichen did not forget about the important matter. His huge power spread out at an incomprehensible speed. Soon, it came to the Realm Sea. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen began to search the Realm Sea using a carpet search method. Now, his power was invincible in the untainted land. He did not need to have any scruples and could directly use the most powerful means to find the truth. No matter what the Chaos Demon God planned, it could not hide from his powerful perception. Rumble. As his divine thought surged, Feng Zichen soon found an ancient and grand altar in the deepest part of the realm sea. The altar was covered with runes that Feng Zichen did not recognize. They all released the aura of the great Tao, making the altar more and more extraordinary. This altar gave Feng Zichen a feeling that it was abnormally noble, far surpassing all the altars he had seen before. Whether it was the altar used by the Xian sect to worship heaven and earth or the altar used by the wizard tribe to worship Pangu, they could not be compared to it. Because this altar was made to worship the great Tao, the supreme great Tao, which was also the true perfect existence in the world. Below the altar, almost all the chaos demon gods in the realm sea had arrived. They surrounded it and kept making Tao seals, as if they were carving something. Feng Zichen looked at it for a while and recognized the origin of this altar. This was a curse altar, which was used to carry out great Tao curses. The reason why he could recognize this altar was that he had seen it before. He saw it in the memory of Pangu's left eye. In the past, at the beginning of the world, when 3,000 demon gods besieged Pangu, there was a chaos demon god who set up this altar and joined many chaos demon gods to curse Pangu together. Then, even someone as strong as Pangu could not help but stagger in front of the power of the curse. A bloody mark split open between his eyebrows, and blood dripped down. Affected by this, Pangu was seized of the opportunity and was attacked several times in a row. His physical body was almost destroyed. Therefore, Feng Zichen had a particularly deep impression of the altar. That was why he could recognize it at first sight. Chaos set up the curse altar, so it must be used to curse people. Who was it used to curse? For a moment, Feng Zichen had a bad premonition in his heart. When he looked up again, he saw a drop of essence blood shining with colorful light in the center of the altar. If Feng Zichen was not mistaken, that drop of essence blood should be his. In that case, the one that the chaos demon god wanted to curse was him. Although he had already guessed it, Feng Zichen still found it hard to accept when he really confirmed it. The chaos demon god, this was too exaggerated. He set up the curse altar to curse him for such a trivial matter. No matter whether the curse was successful or not, there was a price to pay for cursing. The stronger the cursed person was, the more precious his identity was, and the greater the price that the cursed person had to pay. With Feng Zichen's identity, he was the most honorable person in the untainted land, the person with the most profound merits, and the person with the strongest providence. If the chaos demon god wanted to curse him, the price that he had to pay must be amazing. At the very least, the price that the chaos demon god had to pay was more honorable than Feng Zichen himself. Very good, the chaos demon god was really mad at Feng Zichen. In order to deal with him, he had begun to pay any price. At this time, Feng Zichen really did not know whether he should feel honored or afraid. Was the power of the curse altar strong? Of course, it was strong. Even Pangu was cursed by it and was injured, not to mention Feng Zichen. No wonder the warning was so strong this time. It turned out that the means used by the chaos demon god were too extraordinary. Feng Zichen alone might not really be able to resist the curse of the chaos demon god. With his divine thoughts running wildly, Feng Zichen tried to find a way to break the situation. However, after thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. However, this discovery also made him sure that the method that the chaos demon god used to deal with him could not be used on others. The reason was that the price was too high. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was relieved. At least, the untainted land was safe. While looking for a way to break the situation, Feng Zichen silently watched the actions of the chaos demon god. He wanted to know what price the chaos demon god was going to use to curse him. Before long, Feng Zichen saw that a chaos demon god intercepted his chaotic true spirit and integrated it into the altar. Seeing this, Feng Zichen immediately guessed that the Chaos Demon God was going to sacrifice his chaotic true spirit in exchange for the power to curse him. A chaotic true spirit of one Chaos Demon God was definitely not enough. What if there were many Chaos Demon Gods? It would not be difficult to curse Feng Zichen with the power of many Chaos Demon Gods. So that was it. Seeing this, Feng Zichen connected all the plans of the Chaos Demon God. At the same time, he also thought of a way to break the situation, a way to turn this disaster into an opportunity. Although it was still very dangerous, if it succeeded, Feng Zichen was bound to break into the realm of Daoist Jingxian at one stroke. At the same time, he could also upgrade his primordial treasure. Sure enough, the old saying was right. In great danger, there was often a great opportunity, but it was difficult to be noticed. Fortunately, Feng Zichen found it. Before Feng Zichen could be proud, he felt a strong sense of weakness. Then, the unimaginable power in his body retreated like an avalanche and soon disappeared without a trace. Feng Zichen's body had reached its limit and could no longer bear the power of the creation realm. Pangu's Dharma Laksana found something wrong and withdrew the power. In an instant, Feng Zichen was beaten back to his original state, the ninth heaven of Hunyuan. At the same time, without the support of a powerful force, Feng Zichen's divine thought also collapsed and disappeared. When his divine thought returned to his body, Feng Zichen suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had been crushed by a millstone. Looking up and down, the situation was very shocking. Feng Zichen's invincible body was full of cracks, like a delicate porcelain that had been broken. Hiss! Trying to move, Feng Zichen felt a sharp pain. The injury was quite serious. If he relied on self-healing, he would not be able to recover without tens of thousands of years. But now, Feng Zichen did not have so much time. Chapter 849. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's thoughts, the galactic cosmic light array suddenly operated at full power. Endless starlight poured into Feng Zichen's body like the Milky Way, constantly repairing the damaged injuries on his body. If he wanted to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, he could only rely on the boundless starry sky. What is Great Emperor Ziwei doing now? The commotion in the boundless starry sky naturally alarmed many people. Many gazes surged over from the void and looked towards the boundless starry sky, wanting to see what Great Emperor Ziwei was doing. However, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing else other than the resplendent starlight. The boundless starry sky at the level of Daoist Jingxian was not something that powerful cultivators could pry into. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun relied on his powerful cultivation to see some clues. Is Great Emperor Ziwei injured? How did he get injured? Great Emperor Ziwei stands in the boundless starry sky and is already in an invincible position. Even the poor Wei might not be able to hurt him with the help of the heavenly path. Who in the primordial world can hurt him? Dao ancestor Hongjun was very puzzled by the fact that Great Emperor Ziwei was injured because as the number one person in the primordial world, it was impossible for him to hurt Great Emperor Ziwei. But even so, Great Emperor Ziwei was still injured. This meant that there was a power that Dao ancestor Hongjun did not know about in the primordial world that far surpassed him. This discovery made Dao ancestor Hongjun frown. He felt that he, who thought that he knew the primordial world very well, might have never truly understood it. This kind of thing that was out of his control made Dao ancestor Hongjun very unhappy. On the other side, Feng Zichen's physical body was still recovering with the help of the starlight, but his incarnation had already quietly left the boundless starry sky and came to the underworld to see Goddess Hudu. He wanted to borrow a treasure from Goddess Hudu to deal with his impending death. What kind of status did Great Emperor Ziwei have? As soon as he came to the underworld spontaneously reacted. Precepts appeared and turned into a dim light that spread under Great Emperor Ziwei's feet, winding for tens of thousands of years. Heaven and earth reacted and spontaneously produced a strange phenomenon to welcome the arrival of great Emperor Ziwei. Naturally, the reaction of the nether realm could not escape the sight of the great divine abilities of this realm. Immediately, the Nether River Patriarch, the Grand Wizard of Earth Hudu, the Grand Wizard of Black Nether, and several other supreme gods of the Nether realm turned their gazes over. Great Emperor Ziwei over here? Seeing Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Ziwei's way, Great Emperor Ziz's. Great Emperor Ziwei was born at the highest point in the sky, and the underworld was at the lowest point in the sky. Therefore, ever since Great Emperor Ziwei was born, he had never been to the underworld even once. Now that he had suddenly appeared here, everyone could not help but feel puzzled. Before anyone could ask, they heard Great Emperor Ziwei say, "I apologize for disturbing all of you. I hope that all of you will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." First, he apologized apologetically. Then, Great Emperor Ziwei revealed the purpose of his visit. Great Emperor Ziwei has come to the underworld because I have something to ask of Goddess Hudu. This time, he was here to ask for help. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei deliberately restrained the noble aura that he was born with. Otherwise, if he came with such an overbearing aura, he would probably be kicked out before he could even open his mouth. "Looking for me?" Hearing this, Goddess Hudu was stunned at first. Then, she hurriedly said, "Great Emperor Ziwei, please come in for a chat." As they spoke, the mysterious reincarnation palace in the depths of the underworld suddenly opened its door. Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei did not hesitate and directly walked in. When he entered the palace, Goddess Hudu had already come up to him. She asked with some confusion, "I heard you say that you have something to ask of me?" Great Emperor Ziwei nodded and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Goddess Hudu was even more confused. She asked, "That's strange. With your strength, is there anything in the three realms that you can't solve?" If others heard Goddess Hudu's words, they might think that she was deliberately mocking Great Emperor Ziwei and was unwilling to help. However, Great Emperor Ziwei knew that Goddess Hudu was completely sincere when she said this. She might be bragging, but Goddess Hudu really thought so. In the three realms, there should be nothing that Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't solve. In other words, all the great divines in the Eldritch world had the same impression of Great Emperor Ziwei. He was a mysterious and powerful existence. Think about it. What could be difficult for such an invincible powerhouse? Therefore, Goddess Hudu was shocked that Great Emperor Ziwei had asked her for help. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled helplessly and said, "Goddess Hudu, you must be joking. Even Pangu's father has problems that he can't solve, let alone Great Emperor Ziwei." Nodding, Goddess Hudu asked, "Then why are you here, Great Emperor?" "As a member of Pangu's lineage, if I can do it, I will definitely help you with all my strength." A problem that even Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't solve with his ability must be very difficult. What he wanted was incomparably precious. Therefore, in the face of Great Emperor Ziwei's request, Goddess Hudu didn't dare to make a promise and left some room for negotiation. After thinking about it, he felt that everyone would know about this sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei told the truth. "Soon, I will face a death tribulation. Therefore, I came here to ask fellow Daoist Hudu to help me when my death tribulation arrives." Hearing this, Goddess Hudu was shocked. "Death tribulation? Is the Great Emperor joking? With your strength, who in the Eldritch world can hurt you? I'm afraid that even if a Dao ancestor comes with the power of the heavenly Dao, he won't be able to hurt you at all." Great Emperor Ziwei had stood in the boundless starry sky for countless years. The heavenly Dao couldn't do anything to him. Not only did it not dare to hurt him, but it also had to coax him. This was something that almost all the great divine beings in the Eldritch world knew. Therefore, Goddess Hudu found it difficult to accept what Great Emperor Ziwei said about his death tribulation. Who in the Eldritch world could hurt someone as powerful as Great Emperor Ziwei, the number one person below the Dao ancestor. Not to mention killing him. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled bitterly and said, "In the Eldritch world, no one can hurt me, but outside the Eldritch world, it's possible. My death tribulation doesn't come from the Eldritch world, but from outside the Eldritch world." With that said, Goddess Hutu understood. It was the Chaos Demon God who wanted to attack Great Emperor Ziwei. The former Great Emperor of Pangu, the Chaos Demon God indeed had the strength to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. However, Goddess Hutu still didn't understand why the Chaos Demon God wanted to attack Great Emperor Ziwei. This didn't make sense. Even if he attacked, it should be Dao ancestor Hongjun. How could it be Great Emperor Ziwei's turn? No, he didn't attack the first, but the second. Was there something wrong with this Chaos Demon God? Goddess Hutu was also a straightforward person. She would say whatever was on her mind. She asked directly, why did the Chaos Demon God want to kill the Imperial Emperor? This question wasn't easy to answer. Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't tell the truth. He had forced the Chaos Demon God into a corner, which was why he attacked him. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei thought for a while and said vaguely, "A few days ago, I accidentally found a channel that the Chaos Demon God used to enter the Eldritch world and destroyed it. At the same time, I tricked the Chaos Demon God, making it difficult for him to enter the Eldritch world in a short period of time. Thinking about it, it's because of this that the Chaos Demon God held a grudge, which led to this death tribulation." What he said was quite reasonable, but Goddess Hutu could still tell that Great Emperor Ziwei was hiding something from her. However, Goddess Hutu didn't pursue the matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Great Emperor Ziwei was so mysterious, so naturally, he had even more secrets. And these secrets couldn't be pursued. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Goddess Hutu asked, "How do you want me to help, Imperial Emperor?" Great Emperor Ziwei replied, "This is not difficult for you, Goddess. You only need to activate the great formation of the 12 divine beings and condense Pangu's corporeal body before my death tribulation arrives. Then, you can use the power of Pangu's corporeal body to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and weaken part of the power of the death tribulation." Well, with Pangu's body and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, its power was definitely at the level of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. It could bring a lot of help to Feng Zichen. He didn't want to use this to stop the death tribulation. He only wanted to weaken the power of the curse. Hearing this, Hutu fell into silence. If it was just using the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Hutu would agree immediately. However, if it was using the 12 divine beings formation, she would hesitate. If she wanted to set up the 12 divine beings formation, she had to use the 12 divine beings banner. The 12 divine beings banner was the key to resurrecting the other 10 ancestral shamans. Nothing must happen to it. Even she couldn't deal with Great Emperor Ziwei's death tribulation and needed to ask for help. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. If the 12 divine beings banner was damaged because of this, the resurrection of the 10 ancestral shamans would probably be delayed again. Therefore, Hutu hesitated. For a moment, she didn't know if she should agree to Great Emperor Ziwei's request. Great Emperor Ziwei glanced at Goddess Hutu and guessed her concerns. He said, "As long as you're willing to help, I'll do my best to resurrect Daoist Jianghu after this." As soon as he said this, a hint of joy flashed across Goddess Hutu's face. She asked anxiously, "Imperial Emperor, are you serious? You're going to resurrect Big Brother?" She couldn't help but be excited. Great Emperor Ziwei sat in the boundless starry sky, the greatest treasure land in the untainted land. The resources he controlled were beyond imagination. Moreover, the boundless starry sky was beyond the level of primordial chaos. If Great Emperor Ziwei was willing to help, it wouldn't be difficult to resurrect Jianghu, who was at the level of primordial chaos. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. If you're willing to help, I'll definitely do my best to resurrect ancestral shaman Jianghu. After receiving an affirmative answer, Goddess Huda nodded in satisfaction and said, I agree to your request. I'll help when the time comes. Since he had achieved his goal, Great Emperor Ziwei didn't stay any longer. He directly bid farewell and left. It's good that you agree. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Great Emperor Ziwei turned and left the Samsara Palace, returning to the boundless starry sky. Other than Goddess Hudu, the only person in the untainted land who could help Feng Zichen was Dao ancestor Hongjun. As for Dao ancestor Hongjun, there was no need for Feng Zichen to beg him. When the power of the curse arrived, even if he didn't want to help, the heavenly Dao would force him to do so. As for his people, they were too weak. It was useless to beg them. They wouldn't be able to help much. In fact, if Goddess Huda didn't have the Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, Feng Zichen wouldn't have asked her for help. From the beginning to the end, the only thing that could be valued by Feng Zichen was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Whether his plan could succeed or not depended on the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 3 realms suddenly became oppressive, as if some great terror was about to descend. However, no matter how those powerful cultivators deduced, they couldn't find the source of this fear. On the other hand, Dao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have sensed something and looked outside the 3 realms. At the same time, in the depths of the realm sea, a huge altar stood. It was even larger than the upper-class world. Its body was engraved with mysterious runes, and the aura of the great Dao lingered around it. Thousands of chaos demon gods stood under the altar and worked together to activate it. This was the curse altar, and also the great Dao altar. When the chaos demon gods worked together, they could communicate with the great Dao through this altar and send down infinite power to curse the enemy to death. If these chaos demon gods were at their peak, then the curse power formed by thousands of chaos demon gods would be able to seriously injure Pangu. However, at this moment, the chaos demon gods were beaten down by Pangu, and their strength was barely at the primordial chaos level. If everyone worked together to curse Pangu, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle him. However, if they were to curse others, even the perfected super experts like Daoist Jingxian would be seriously injured and die. Its power was almost comparable to the full-strength attack of a supreme expert in the creation realm. That was why Feng Zichen was afraid and had the thought that he couldn't resist, and the signs of death appeared in his heart. If not for the advancement of the Eldritch world previously, causing the power of Pangu's Dharma idol to reach the creation realm, Feng Zichen would probably not be able to escape this time. However, even so, it didn't mean that Feng Zichen could safely survive this calamity. Even an expert in the creation realm might not be able to block the full-strength attack of an expert in the creation realm and would also be injured. One had to admit that although both sides were in the creation realm, Feng Zichen's Pangu's Dharma idol was weaker than the curse altar. This was because the curse altar borrowed the power of the great Dao, while Pangu's Dharma idol was Pangu's power. Pangu's power was inferior to the power of the great Dao. Therefore, in order to be safe, Feng Zichen asked Goddess Hutu to use the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc to help him. The Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, was Feng Zichen's second insurance. Why did Goddess Hutu have to use Pangu's body to activate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc? It wasn't because Pangu's body was stronger. Instead, you're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.